Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. We're coming to you a little bit earlier today. Hope that hasn't screwed up the schedule at all. It is hump day today. Oh, yeah, we made it. Oh, by the end of the working day, you're going to be in a downhill trajectory towards the weekend. So let us celebrate hump day as we usually do. It's a good time on the working calendar, and it's something to be appreciative of. It's something to celebrate. We don't get many things to celebrate in the working class, so let's take it where we can get it, and let's all have a happy hump day, whatever that means to you. Today we're going to be going over, I guess, some more world events, where we're going to be specifically, I guess, starting off, unless there's any other matters on the agenda, we're going to start off with some Australian politics. We're going to start local and then go across the world. We're going to have a look at what the latest is, I guess, from the mainstream media in terms of pushing the manufacturing consent story between One Nation and the coalition, as we develop this theory on what they're really manufacturing consent for. Who knows? But it is seeming more and more likely, as we called like a couple of weeks ago, that the media in this country are definitely trying to manufacture consent for One Nation to be, like I keep saying, normalized in Australian politics. And you can see over the last not even 24 hours conversation about the future of the coalition, the no-alition, as some aptly call it. The coalition, and like what their little stoush is in between liberal persons and national persons. How that culminates in some type of movement or broad relationship now with One Nation. So we're going to have a look at that. Then we're going to look into some crazy world affairs that have been happening since, I guess, Davos, you could say. The Europeans have been offended by Trump and his actions recently, and it looks like they're moving to alternatives. Trade deals with China, India on the table. We're going to have a look at that. And then Canada, also or equally as offended as the Europeans by Trump's actions recently, seem to be moving towards trade with China. And Trump's threatening them with 100% tariffs over that one. So, we'll see if that's real or not, or just play for us plebs. And we're going to have a look at central banks. That's something that we've talked about here before as well. And the chaos that is the central banking sector at the moment, what's happening with Trump and the Fed, and then just generally about central banking and why. We've talked about it before, why it sucks. So we get into a bit of that too. Jag, are we going to track the naval buildup in the Middle East? I haven't actually put anything together, but it's not a bad point. I think we should look at this at some point because it's been radio silence, hasn't it, on Iran for the last, I don't know, at least a week now. Because like 2 weeks ago, it was non-stop, the conversation. And we're trying to, pick through the media narrative on that one. And now, it's starting to come up again in the wake of Davos, etc., etc. So yeah, let's have a look into that. Might leave a little note just in case I forget it. Iran. And then 4AS in the house too. What's up? What's up? How you going? Hope you are well. Coming to you earlier today, 4AS, and going into the evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to try and do an extra long stream today for Hump Day to get you through it. Dilemmas, what up, what up? Give it up for your corporate sponsorship for Invasion Day. How capitalist of them, eh? Absolutely. Eh? That is bourgeois politics right there. And let's be honest, the woke agenda, eh? The woke mind virus is a product of the corporate sector, I would say. People's hatred for woke is definitely something that is peddled largely by the corporate sector. They have a lot of gains, it would seem to be made, to be corporate progressives, and they like to spin their profits into cultural capitalism, as we call it. So it's more about the experience than the product. And all these companies do sell experiences these days, not just products. So yeah, I'm not surprised Invasion Day is supported by the corporate sector as they strive to push the woke mind virus down on all of us. Sneaky Ninja in the house. Hello. One Nation in capitals. Very happy to be here on Hump Day. I can see Sneaky Ninja writing in capitals at this early hour. Tell us what your thoughts about One Nation. Let's have a look at it. Hey, let's cut the sweet introductions. Let's get straight into what the media is saying. But actually, no. First, let's have a look at your Joel Jamal thing. Let's have a look at the woke corporate establishment supporting Invasion Day. Let's have a look at this one. Let's see. This is the one. Let's see, hopefully you guys can see that properly. Sucks that shorts come up in a different layout. All right, let's have a look at this.
Hey everyone, I hope you had a great Australia Day weekend. I do kind of feel like I've just come off like a crazy wedding the night before. I feel not hungover, but just coming off a high. But something just occurred to me this afternoon. Yesterday was...
What type of a high? Hey, I wonder if he's down with his coke highs, this guy.
It was a pretty good day. It was probably one of the best Australia days in the last 6 years I've enjoyed. And that's just going to keep building. Maybe it's just that Aussies, they don't need the elites to tell them what they believe. People, they do love this country, whether the elites want to give them permission to or not. Aussies, they just, they want to celebrate the country with their family. In terms of the rallies, I mean, the rallies had a great turnout. We saw tens of thousands of people rock up across the country. Now, they weren't as big in every city as the Invasion Day protests. And I've had a few people message me and say, oh, that's a shame, is it dying off? Or, why is the Invasion Day protest bigger? Well, check out this video from Patrick's Purge.
Well, isn't it the Invasion Day rallies, as far as I understand? And one of the guys that I interviewed spoke to it. They've been around since like the 70s, he said. And he's talking about the March for Australia.
What could break China?
Hey everyone, I hope you had a great...
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but the March for Australia one only started last year, didn't it? So like it hasn't even been like an age-old battle. It's not like State of Origin or something like that. An age-old battle between March for Australia and Invasion Day. Does it really work like that? Madison Blake, hey, how are you doing today? I think the woke virus is a Marxist illness at its core. Tell me, Sneaky Ninja. Tell me a little bit more about Marxism. Actually, what do you think Marxism is, Sneaky Ninja? I'd like to know. 4AS. Wait, has anyone seen the movie yet? No. If you stream it, you can't actually see the movie until the 30th. I'm pretty sure. So like, because I was priced out of the market and couldn't afford $100 ticket to go and see Pauline Hanson. Not that I'm going in the right time anyway, but still, you can't watch the movie until the 30th. I'll send you the link so you don't miss it. Jag. Madison Blake, how has your day been so far? It has been well. Thank you for asking. 4AS. It's only been around since Hugo Lennon, the son of a property tycoon, instigated it last year. It's interesting. Oh, man. It's promotion stuff. Boo. Right.
Is it dying off? Or, why is the Invasion Day protest bigger? Well, check out this video from Patrick's Purge, who actually talks about the corporate sponsors for a lot of these marches for the Invasion Day, the government sponsorship, and everything else. It's really interesting.
What we have to remember is that this is completely self-funded, and don't get disheartened when you see Invasion Day marches and Invasion Day festivals. You have to consider that they have the government, media, academia, and corporations on their side.
The cathedral.
You also have to consider that most of the
reactionaries would say, hey, the whole liberal establishment is on their side.
Their supporters live close to the city, so it's easy for them to turn up.
Fair call.
Many of our people are at the beach, having a family event, at home having a picnic, or getting ready for school or going back to work tomorrow.
For school.
Plus, we are in the middle of an election cycle, but we know from August 31 how much support there actually is out there. I attended an Invasion Day event after our events finalised today, and what I found was pretty insane. A whole festival organised in Victoria Park in Sydney, corporate sponsorship, government sponsorship, media sponsorship, Newtown's streets lined with black and yellow flags. But what I did notice is a complete difference in the people attending.
In Newtown?
The different styles, the different genetics, the different phenotypes. These people are falling for a trap that results in their own demise. They are being propagandized for a future where we have a Mandela figure take over Australia or abolish it. But
A
what that will mean
Mandela
is that
figure.
prosperity for this
Damn.
country is over, the same as what happened in South Africa. The money is pulled out, everybody praises the original people's leader, and then it's all downhill from there. That's what they're priming them for. But in the meantime, they'll keep them entertained, busy with stupid university courses that don't mean anything, busy with government-funded science.
Isn't that like one of the big tropes as well? Isn't it? It's just like, oh, these fucking students, eh? Doing all these liberal arts degrees, eh? Worthless. Never add any value to the economy. That's a good one. I like that stereotype. It really hits people. Ah, man. Why did I get that degree? I'm useless.
In their hand. And
Ravy baby, hello, hello. How you going? How you going? I haven't watched all the Please Explain cartoons till I came here. LOL. Interesting. Well, we're gonna keep watching them because that's our Far Right Fridays until we get through. Until we get through to the end. There's a conflation of cultural capitalism and the activism. Yeah, I'd like to know who all these corporate sponsors are as well. Eh? Wonder if it's Apple. It's like saying, look at the Mardi Gras parade. Has George with a rainbow flag. Get him at George. There's a lot of corporate sponsors in Mardi Gras events too. Heaps.
of course, the merchandise that was for sale. $50 for a t-shirt that says, basically, I hate Australia. Definitely what people that stand against capitalism would prefer. A 3,000% markup on slave labour t-shirts.
So
Anyway,
good.
Australians.
See, that's another good trope as well. It's just like, look at these guys. They don't even like capitalism. Look at them buying stuff. Eh? Who would have thought? Eh? There's only ever been trade and commerce when capitalism existed. Never happened in feudal times. Never happened in the ancient world. People have only ever bought stuff during capitalism. All these fucking commies buying t-shirts that are overpriced. It's such a good trope. Nice. Do you stream daily? Yeah, during the weekdays. Sorry, Madison. Is this like a promo thing? I have to ask. Unless you're just trying to find out about the stream. Then if you are, I salute you.
Thank you for your support. Thank you for turning up. And thank you for flying our flags.
Hey everyone, I hope you had a great
Thank you. Thank you. It's the
What
Shay
could break
t-shirt
China's
argument. It's so
Hey, everyone.
good. It's so good. And like there's so many douchebags out there, right, with a Shay t-shirt. Wouldn't even know who the person is. By the way, where are you from? Australia. I'm from Australia. If that's what you're asking. If that's what you mean by that. All right, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been waiting. This is the showdown we've all been expecting. It's One Nation v. the Coalition. Susan has lost her placement as preferred PM to Pauline Hanson. It has finally happened, and like everyone's fucking smiling. Oh, that's such a lovely place. I'm from the US. Hello. Well, welcome. Welcome to our international audience. We have people from the US, people from our sister country, NZ. I would agree if it's people buying a bunch of cheap shit from Temu or similar. Shouldn't make local stuff when it comes to t-shirts. Doesn't take much to set up a screen print. You know, fair enough, but like from what I understand about making merchandise, is that like it really is at the end of the day, even if you try and source your own stuff, like the t-shirts themselves end up coming from China somehow, even if you make your own, etc., etc. So like, I get what you're saying, but like, it's just the general argument that to be a lefty or a commie or I don't know, one of the people that would turn up to Invasion Day rallies, the idea that if they buy anything in a marketplace, in a market economy, they're in support. They're truly a supporter of capitalism. It's pretty funny. Like, how do you escape it, even if you buy on Temu and stuff like that? Just here to watch a trash fight. How you going? Great 3 streamers I enjoy on at the same time. What the hell am I supposed to do? Hey? Good luck with your conundrum. Anyway, here's where you can get... Yeah, I know. Anyway, besides that, here's where you can get your new mystery t-shirt. That's so good. That would have been great. And then I put up an ad for Ground News. Hey, fuck Ground News.
Fresh polling this morning reveals Pauline Hanson
has overtaken opposition leader Susan Lee as preferred Prime
There
Minister.
it is.
To discuss, we're joined.
Bask in the glory. Bask in the glory. Look at that. One nation, a primary vote. Interesting. 24 Liberals, 21. Oh, wow, the coalition Liberal Nationals. Damn, fuck ground news.
By One Nation MP, Barnaby Joyce. Barnaby, good morning to you. Nice to see you this morning. I see you've got your
Not
party hat on.
Barnaby.
Well, Carl, I'm trying to make sure everybody wears a hat.
You are.
And if it's a bit too dry, if it's a bit too sunny, you're going to get
Exactly.
yourself into trouble.
All right.
What is going on, man? So good. Sneaky Ninja, you didn't answer my question before. Hey? Stop writing in capitals. Unless you did and I missed it. Yeah, stop writing in capitals. Tell me what a Marxist is. Oh, no, tell me what Marxism is. Come on, man. You can write it in capitals if you want. I'll let you. Got a big old potato chip on his head. Yeah, it's pretty funny. And like, he was stumped. Something about sunshine. I don't know, man. It's too early in the morning.
It's a bit too sunny, you're going to
You know,
get
Exactly.
yourself into trouble.
All
I'm
right.
hearing
One thing
feedback.
is you're not in trouble at the moment. You're some kind of political genius, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean,
I wouldn't say
what
that.
we've got with
Genius.
the coalition is they've got so much love in this relationship, they just can't have one marriage. They're going to have three.
Oh, the question. What is, you said something about like, it's a Marxist something. What is it? Let me just get it. I think the woke virus is a Marxist illness at its core. If it's a Marxist illness, what is Marxism, or what is to be a Marxist? Like, do you have an idea of what it is, what these people do? What do they think about? What's their worldview?
And now we've just what you one marriage. They're going to have three. And now we've just what you said then. They had a divorce and got out of the house and got to the garage and went, why am I doing this? And he's going back into the house and all the votes.
Sounds like he's an expert on divorce. Hey, he knows what what it takes to clear out your house when someone's terminated their relationship with you, because you are a precarious relationship, man. Explain Marxism without using the word communism or socialism. Please explain. The proof will be in the pudding if One Nation's still going hot come 2028, let alone if One Nation do well after the election cycle and they can say there's a new coalition. Yeah, it is far away, isn't it? Eh? Almost as it's the same amount of time when we get to determine whether Trump will be king of America or not and put an end to all democratic processes. It'll be a big year, 2028. Ravy baby, he reminds me of a tinned Vienna sausage. Thinking Ninja Marxist, from my understanding, is anti-capitalist beliefs that want to make everyone equal. It aligns with one of the cornerstone progressive values of egalitarianism. Interesting. I actually like your answer. I just would say that the cornerstone of progressive values of egalitarianism has existed beyond, like, well before Marx. So I would actually argue with you that, like, liberal society, free society has an obsession with equality and egalitarianism already. What Marx would have done is reframed the discussion about egalitarianism and equality and made it about class only, as opposed to this lofty notion that everyone's just an equal because of, I don't know, their birth, where they're born, or their race, or their religion, and all these sort of ideological things. Like, Marx brings it down to, if you want equality, the working class has got to be in control. But, like, you know, the understanding is, from my understanding, it's anti-capitalist beliefs that make everyone equal. Yeah, it's anti-capitalist, and it wants to make the working person equal. I don't know about the other classes. I'll have to get back to you on that one, Sneaky Ninja. But not a bad response, though. You are more enlightened than most people that throw around that type of rhetoric. Man, that One Nation narrative is strong with Carl, isn't it? Hey, he's loving it. It's not a hard interview so far, is it? Marxist is just faux Robin Hood. Did I pass the test? Yeah, that's pretty good too. Let's take that. Stealing from the rich. Is that something you cannot get down with, though, dilemmas? Hey, don't you like the Robin Hood story? I think everyone can get down with that. I'm surprised you wouldn't be able to enjoy a Robin Hood's like narrative, right? Everyone can enjoy that. I award no points. LOL joke. Okay. May God have mercy on your soul. All right, back to Barnaby.
What is going to hear at the electorate is they're going to remember the divorce as they look across the dinner table, and then they're going to remember the other divorce. And it's just chaos.
He's an expert
You're
in
not dull,
divorce.
Barnaby. Look, Pauline told me at the weekend she wants to be PM. Something no one, I don't think, ever thought realistically possible until this week. In your mind, is it possible?
Well, I think what Australia is looking for is clarity, unity, and strength. It's so important.
So much for the leader there. Hey, just say it, bro. Yes. Yes, I think my leader, my faithful leader, can be PM. Why is he playing politics with that one? I thought he's the man. Hey, he says it how it is. I think it depends on what you would call rich. A landowner's rich. So how much land do you own to be rich? I don't know. It's a good question. But like, let's trade then rich for the idea of ownership of the means of production then. So like productive agricultural land consolidated in the hands of like a few monopolistic style companies or corporations. They might not even be from your nation. Let's say they control the land, or like all of the industrial land or the commercial zone land in your locality. If they own most of that land, then yes, you can take that off the market. But like, should you go and take somebody's house? And if they have a rich house, no, I guess not. So like, let's do Robin Hood for the members of the bourgeoisie, the economic rulers, the people that control. We were watching some of them in the World Economic Forum the other day. We start from the top and work our way down through the class of richness.
Important in politics, and you know what you see with One Nation is a strong message. That's a constant message. An issue with immigration. People can't get a house. We're bringing in people who, to be quite frank, in some instances.
Look at that. There's the one. There's the big stat. This one's for you, Ninja Nurse. Came in at the right time. Sorry, I'm late. Are we pissing on the Australian right wing? I'm wet. We are critically analysing the Australian right wing. If that involves some piss, then maybe. But like, here it is. 26 preferred PM. Little do they know she can't be PM. Not in the current circumstance. Something's going to have to change. But yes, 26 Susan Lee getting hammered by 10 percentage points on the One Nation front runner. This is a crazy time for Australian politics. Dilemmas would rather be Robin the Hood. Oh, wow. There you go. Especially after discussions we had yesterday. 99% of all statistics are made up. Winky face. Golden dome of piss. Oh, wow. That's what we have to do now when we refer to the Golden Dome project. We have to make piss analogy jokes, right? Like golden showers kind of stuff. Interesting. Thank you. It's going to become a thing.
Is causing serious problems, and we saw that unfortunately at Bondi in the most tragic form. We've got issues with intermittent power. We now hear that our power bills are going up another 25%. Yet they still believe in the Paris Agreement. You know, we believe in pensioners in Penrith, not the Paris Agreement, and chasing some idiotic idea that Mr. Bowen or anybody else.
Have you noticed how many times, I'm pretty sure it's him, they mentioned Penrith? Very interesting. There's like a section of Western Sydney, which is overarchingly, I would say, like a Labor kind of place, Western Sydney. Massive voting block because most of the people in Sydney live in Western Sydney. But like, there's parts of it that will swing, Liberal or coalition back to Labor. So they're really focusing. They've got to win the battle for Western Sydney. Penrith has got to go. It's got to happen. It's actually only convention that the PM is chosen from the lower house. Nothing in the constitution about it, or the PM itself. Yeah, good clarification there. Thank you. Albo is getting almost 40 though. What does that say about Australians supporting the Workers' Party? Well, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about Lee being 10 points behind. So this is the thing. The conversation as we were talking about like 2 weeks ago, what are they manufacturing consent for? They're manufacturing consent. It would seem they're honing it in now. And it's really about like, who do you want? Susan lies, double S Susan, lying about her name. What do you want? Pauline. What does she say? She'll kick the bastards out. Like, who are you going to prefer? Eh? Susan the liar? Or someone who's going to, yeah, kick the bastard out, which is Australian, I would guess, for, getting rid of the deep state, right? That's a Trumpian trope. Are you ignoring me? No, I'm not. What did you say? Sorry. Your channel already has a great vibe. I honestly feel like some custom visuals. Oh, you could look even more aesthetic, professional, and eye-catching. What do you think? Not interested. Thank you, though. Sorry, I didn't see that message. All right, let's go back to it. Yeah, keep throwing shade. Just watch those poles climb and scratch your head and wonder why. Susan Lay is cute, but not a real person. Yeah, she's not actually. Yeah, well, like, she's not real, is she? She's the front of the face of the lobby groups that are owned by or run the coalition. She's just the face of it. Ravy baby, he really looks like a giant baby in a hat. Yes, a red baby in a hat. They also love tagging on Bowen. He's barely on the media. I feel like they are trying to create an enemy to rally against. Albo is too popular to beat up. So they're picking one of his minions. Maybe that's why they didn't show him so much. They understand the tactic. And then, like, if he's out answering questions, then like he's on the chopping block. So like, keep him out of the limelight. Susan Lay is inspirational for her work ethic, but too performative in her views. Susan SS, yeah, and there's plenty of connotations when you call her Susan SS, right? Kick got a Dan Saltman quota to meet. LOL, yeah. All right.
Can change the temperature. We want to make sure that that thing that drives the cost of living is dealt with, and we don't start chasing philosophical butterflies. We deal with the reality of pensioners and the struggles that they have every day, and small businesses are going, and of course our heavy industry, which is overwhelmingly gone.
Do you want to be PM?
He didn't answer the question, though, did he?
Yeah, because everybody wants to be PM. Carl, you want to be PM.
No, I don't.
Sarah wants to be
I
PM.
couldn't stand
Everybody
politics.
wants to be PM. But we're also got to be realists. You know, you got to do what you can. And
he's not ruling it out. Hey, watch out. She's let him into the party. He's done it before. He's going to be like, in the back. You watch. Watch out, dilemmas. What are you going to do if Barnaby stabs Pauline Hanson in the back? No one saw it coming. We did. Bowen is actually really articulate and stands ground when he's given a platform. I think this is why they keep him off the media. Interesting. Don't want to be PM. There can only be one. Ninja knows. Why not? Go for it. Barnaby say everyone wants to be PM. Barnaby is based to be. All right, let's call him that from now on. Base to be Baby Barnes. Actually, I don't know which to choose.
And do it for your nation. And now we have Tim Wilson out today saying that the leader of the National Party is basically doesn't have the national interest at heart and is irresponsible. I don't know how this family is going to go when they're all sitting back on the front bench. It's going to be something to see, but I'm sure you'll have fun with them, and so will the advertising agencies around about election time.
I always thought David Littleproud might be a bit left for you.
That was a divorce where I did got out of the house, got in the car, and I kept driving.
I got you, Barnaby. I got you. Hey, let's look at this poll right now. The interesting thing about this poll, and look,
there it is.
There's only one poll that matters that anyone ever says to you in politics, and that's election day. So we're a long way off that 2 years. But let's look at the.
I still can't believe he didn't rule it out. One, he didn't answer the question, unless I missed something. Did you see it? Did he say, yes, I want Pauline Hanson to be the Prime Minister? She's the leader of my party. I want her to be the Prime Minister. Did he actually say yes or no? Did, what was it? Based to be? Did based to be say that he wants Pauline Hanson to be Prime Minister? Because if he's truly that based, then he doesn't see her being PM and he wants the hot seat, then we know what's coming. Base to be's coming. And he's going to be PM. Step aside, Ninja Nurse. Base to be's coming to get ya. My bitch ex-wife. LOL. Yeah, I know. He just can't get over his experience with divorce. Oh, Carl has a Grindr account. Notre Dame has spoken. Yes. And I wonder if he's matched up with Barnaby before. Pauline would have to resign from the Senate and run for an electorate. Well, accordingly not to dilemmas. It's actually just a bro code that you pick the PM from the lower house. It's not actually in the Constitution. At this point, it's impossible for Pauline to be PM. You never know for AS. And Barney be right there behind her.
Here, the primary vote. Now, it's not beyond reasonable comprehension that with 6 points to go, one nation might find itself with the most significant primary vote in a poll in this country within a very short space of time.
Well, that's the desire of the Australian people. I don't get carried away with it, Carl. You know, that's an indicator, not a vote. But it shows to us the Australian people are willing to give us a go, and they were looking for clarity, unity and strength, and we're offering them that. And I want to make sure that we just keep trying to earn their respect. And at the election time, we'll see what happens. But people know the direction we're going to take Australia. They know the strength that's going to be on issues such as immigration. They know the issues we're going to deal with on such things as intermittent power. We're not scared to say we want to give you the cheapest power, it's coal-fired power. And that's the sort of clarity that people respect. And what the vote we get is really up to the voter. And it's also up to the voter what vote the coalition.
What do we do? Constitution, I guess we'll ask. Does the Australian Constitution specify how the PM is chosen within a party or a section of the two houses of Parliament? We are trying to establish whether Pauline Hanson in the Senate can become PM. Brief response, please. Source, if possible. The Constitution does not specify how the Prime Minister is chosen within a party or by sections of Parliament. And yes, in theory, Pauline Hanson, a senator, could become the Prime Minister, but only under specific political conditions. How the PM is chosen constitutionally. Constitution never mentions Prime Minister. Under Section 64, the Governor-General appoints ministers, including the PM, who must be members of either the House of Representatives or the Senate. By Constitutional Convention, the Governor-General appoints the PM, the person who can command the confidence of the House of Representatives, the lower house. The person who can command the confidence of the House of Representatives. Interesting. I wonder why maybe that's why they want a PM present in the lower house all the time, so they can command the House of Representatives. Interesting. Wait, I missed something. We've literally had a senator that was PM, by the way, John Gorton. Happy to be proved wrong. Are you all getting hung up on Pauline being PM? You should be focusing on the seats one nation is going to win. They only need a handful of seats in SA to basically get the balance of power. There you go. I literally said that we've had a senator, and it was PM, John Gorton. I want to remind everyone how full of shit the polls are. Remember that leading up to the last election, Labor won with a landslide. The polls were predicting a minority government days before the election. Bill Shorten lost the unusable election. Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump in another landslide when the polls had them neck and neck. Another example of manufacturing consent. Hey, that's a good call at the end of that comment there. Eh? Always looking for good examples of mankind. Okay, I didn't know that. Oh no, the cooker was right. LOL. 10 points to One Nation. You forgot to add that at the end. I was right. Another 10 points to One Nation. Do you think the right wing in the Australian Parliament is trying to manufacture a Whitlam-style dismissal of Albanese? Oh, that's a long play. I don't know. I haven't got enough dots to connect for that one. Unless you could fill us in. Ravy, baby, she's been galvanizing with Gina and Trumpy. If she gets an injection of funds via Elon Musk-style campaign, that would be interesting. Gorton did, yes, after Holt died. Manufacturing consent. But in what direction? Dun dun, Mancon. All right, let's do this.
Gets or the Labor Party gets. Remember, the Labor Party is pretty low as well. If you had a lower house seat on 32%, I'd say, mate, you're there by that much. These.
All right.
He's lost for words.
I think I cut you off at the right time. Always good to talk to you, Barnaby. It's been a week for you. We'll see you next week. Barnaby,
Thanks, Carl.
Pauline Hanson has surged ahead of Susan Lee when it comes to Australia's preferred leader in another blow to the embattled opposition. Let's go live to Emily Saunders, who joins us in the studio.
Same thing over and over again. Yeah, I guess it's a cut from the news anyway. I can't blame them. Got to run this story. All right, let's do this. Let's find out about Susan S. Lie. What's going on there? What's happening? She got control of this thing or not? Tell us what to think, please, Channel 7.
As rivals circle for her job, support is finally coming Susan Lee's way. Colleagues today went on the public record rallying around their leader.
Oh, thank God. They went
Nationals
on the record.
MP Colin Boyce wants his leader, David Littleproud, to hear his voice.
The National Party is committing political suicide doing this.
Telling 7 News the coalition split will cost the Nationals funding, staff and possibly seats, laying much of the blame at the feet of his leader.
David has made some bad...
Like, is this the end of the Nationals? Is that the real long game here, actually? It's just like, look, we need a Conservative Party and like regional areas are where it's at. Let's just replace the Nationals with One Nation. This is what we're hearing. This guy's plea is like, you're going to kill One Nationals. Like, we might not get funding. We're going to lose to One Nation. Not the Liberals. Not the Liberals. Us. We're fucked. Don't you see? So good. I find it crazy that we just exposed right-wing groups preparing to assault our capital, to steal our prime minister, and a fuckload more. And right after that, a March for Australia protester. Look, that's an interesting point, hey? Like, I saw that in the news cycles at the end of last week. Did everyone catch what KK Online just said? That there was a plot, apparently, to steal the Prime Minister. Hey, I think the NSN were foiled for that one, hey? But a plot to steal the Prime Minister. Crazy stuff. You blink and you miss it, though, right? Blink and you miss it. Yes, the next step after woke populism is nationalist populism. I don't know, man. Nationalist populism, I must say, has been around a lot longer than woke populism. That's for sure. Especially if woke is just a 21st century phenomenon. There's been nationalists that have been around for a while. And popular too. Hobo Joe. Ninja knows it's hard to... Oh, wait. Miss Love and FJ Pod said that Little Proud has Down syndrome. Now can't unsee it. Hard not to see. That's what you guys are talking about. All right. Well, yeah, look. One Nation. They're screwed here. Nationalism is becoming cool again. Okay. Right. Australia is so cooked. Don't worry. That's why we pay so much attention to world politics, specifically American politics at the moment. We seem less cooked when you think of it like that.
decisions recently, I think. He said some things that he shouldn't have said.
Mr Boyce says after the Bondi massacre, the Liberals and Nationals had a big political advantage over Prime Minister Anthony Albanese.
And the coalition has somehow managed to turn that political advantage into a monumental disaster.
Read between the lines of what he's saying. It's just like Bondi was an absolute boon for the coalition. Thank God Bondi happened, because it was absolute boon for the coalition. They've wasted the whole thing. all those people died in vain because we haven't capitalized on it politically. Oh man, politicians.
One that has put Liberal leader Susan Lee's job in peril, with Conservative rivals Andrew Hastie and Angus Taylor jostling to replace her. Liberals from the moderate and centre-right factions staged a public show of support for Susan Lee today, doing their best to play down the prospects of a challenge.
It's kind of disgusting. Well, like when he said it like that, yeah, it didn't sound right. Fashionistas have a global agenda. Engineers, One Nation is running candidates in rural areas. The Nationals have split from the moderates to try and preserve their seats. It's that expression, trying to save the furniture. Yeah, but like this ejection from the power of the coalition could spell their doom. And so like this guy's like, oh, let us back in. He's like clawing at the door. Hey, let us back in because we're not going to be able to beat One Nation like this. Hey, it's the Nationals that are being sacrificed at the altar at the moment. We didn't use those people's deaths correctly for us to regain power, pretty much. Empowered by the US, it's a show for the fascies everywhere. Interesting.
Hitting the airwaves one after the other.
I support the leader. Susan has my absolute support.
Well, Susan's the leader, and I always support the leader. What people want is leadership. They don't want tantrums.
Susan has done everything reasonably expected of her and deserves our support.
Colin Boyce says he won't follow Barnaby Joyce to One Nation.
Categorically no.
Although...
Hey, this guy speaks his mind. Like that Barnaby Joyce interview that we watched before was fucking pathetic. He asked him, do you think she should be PM? And I don't think he said yes. And then he asked, do you want to be PM? And his response was, hey, man, everybody wants to be PM, right? Right? Or is it just me? No, it's everyone. Also, new people in the chat. Plug, plug, plug. Induction Nathan in the house. Morning. We're up early today, aren't we? Just a little, bro. I was feeling too keen. Too keen. Got to get into the Australian politics. It gives me life. Yes, yes, plug, plug. Good idea. 4AS in the house. All right. If you are new here, come and join us on our propaganda machine. You won't question it ever if you come and join our community. This is where we drop our propaganda and have a good time. We also have like a stream chat there, which you can see in the corner. So you can pop stuff there if you get done by the algorithm and you get censored. Let's just say. So yeah, come and join. If you're watching this for the first time, I don't know, on YouTube or something, like, subscribe, follow on Twitch, etc., etc. And if you haven't already and you're watching on YouTube, hit the fucking like button or I'll break your legs. It's frustrating, the MSN trying to make lay a thing. Well, they're pushing it, right? Look, they've made a mistake here and they're potentially going to lose more than they gain from like this division. Like sometimes, you know, the division works and then everybody rallies behind the party. Again, newfound, you know, they rise from the ashes. But like in this case, maybe this wasn't the greatest idea right now. Sneaky Ninja, the woke left are the biggest fascists. Volt is right as usual. What did you say? Oh, Volt, nationalism leads to fascism. Can't have fascism without that nationalist element. It would seem. It would seem. The Discord sustains me. Yeah, there's some people that do some good work on the Discord, and good on them. Propaganda. Nemesis 10. How you going? Lay is the best opposition Labour have had since Turnbull. Interesting. She's doing all the work for him, hey? Which is what he was saying, this guy. It was like, we had them in the palm of our hands after Bondi. And we missed it.
Having said that, a day is a long time in politics and the political chessboard keeps changing.
A board on which leadership rivals face a stalemate. Mark Riley, 7 News.
Dun, dun, dun. So that was last night, I guess, which was the mainstream media narrative coming out on this one. And then this is this morning. This is what happened this morning, which we've already seen thanks to Carl. We'll watch Channel 7 on it. All of a sudden, that was last night, and bang,
Littleproud is staying tight-lipped, holding off on revealing his front bench amid swirling rumours of a coalition reunion. Let's go live now to Josh Martin in Canberra. It's like a bad relationship, Josh, isn't it?
They just keep doing the relationship jokes, man. Poor Barnaby went through a divorce and they keep on just taking stabs. Can't have communism without the socialist element. Well, you're right there. Absolutely. Litty bros. I think what's most likely, to be honest, is Susan gets replaced by Angus Taylor, shifts the Libs back onto the alt-right trajectory and reunites the coalition with the Nats. And Taylor is a lot more palatable too. He's subjectively attractive, and not Urukai cosplayer like Dutton. That's pretty funny. He's also smart. Dude's a Rhodes Scholar, academically too, which isn't easy to achieve, to be honest. He's way more dangerous than Dutton. I don't know, man. Ex-Queensland Cup. What's not to love? Queensland Coppers. Indigenous woke is not real. It's an attempt from the right to manufacture an invisible enemy. Aren't they all invisible enemies? But this one's a good one. Okay, the woke invisible enemy. How is woke nationalistic? Indigenous woke culture wars distract us from the class war they don't want us to fight because they are outnumbered. Baby Littleproud is such a silly hobbit name. It's got that vibe to it. Yeah. Taylor is a Rhodes Scholar. He's not alt-right. Woke Nats are just woke MAGA and woke riotoids. Savage.
Off again. What's going to happen?
Who knows, Eddie? And I think both sides now realise that they need each other, especially as One Nation surges in the polls. Their one main argument was that they were both parties of government, but if they're split up, that's not the case. 7 News spoke to Colin Boyce, a Queensland Nationals MP, who said if the two sides stay split up, it will be suicidal for their electoral prospects. Last week, David Littleproud said the Nationals couldn't work with Susan Lee, but now seems that he's walking that back. He's yet to announce a new Nationals front bench, nor is Susan Lee, although she was expected to by next Tuesday. There are still talks of a potential leadership spill, but even Andrew Hastie and Angus Taylor have been unable to get the numbers in hand to roll Susan Lee. So even when they're divided, Eddie, it seems they can't do that. They can't even get organised to split up. They can't get organised to get new leaders. The whole thing is a bit of a mess.
Yeah, watch this space. Thank you, Josh.
Go ahead, Josh. Hey, what a difference the evening news session makes to the morning news session. Hey? Everyone was talking about Nationals holding strong. What they're going to do in the face of One Nation. Now they're coming back together. Wow. It's hard to follow. Farmers are more empathetic figures in politics than coppers. Taylor is dangerous. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. There are alt-right scholars and scholars subbing to scientific racism to this day. At least that's the perception in the media. The member for Hobbiton has the floor. The Honourable Littleproud. Gravy baby. Bro, acting like eugenics isn't a thing. Hobo Joe, dang, they need Susan to take a bit more of the downfall before Taylor or Hastie challenge leadership. The kingdom of men is too woke. They are trying to infiltrate the Shire with their LGBT and pro-choice ideology and Antifa, trans-Tifa ideology. They're the worst. Domestic terrorists, really. It's the Alex Preddy, Renee Good defense. They're a domestic terrorist. We can do whatever we like. All right. Here's what is this? 7:30? As the federal coalition implodes, One Nation's vote is surging. ABC, tell us what to think on this one. It's always good to have the bastion, as conservatives like to complain, the bastion of the liberal media establishment, funded by the taxpayer, pure socialism, the ABC. So I wonder what their opinion is on this one. to that YouTube commentator, Taylor is from the old right faction of the Lib Party. He's not alt-right in the hasty One Nation vein, but there really isn't much of a distinction between the two, to be honest. And being a Rhodes Scholar doesn't automatically make you not alt-right. One of my professors is alt-right and a Rhodes Scholar. Joanna Howe, look her up for a laugh if curious. Abbott is basically alt-right too, and he was a Rhodes Scholar.
I hear the train rolling around the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck
in Tamworth. The country has come to town. The crowds moving between the Peel Street buskers can hear both types of music, country and western. Many of the visitors are on song with a trend in Australian politics.
Are you one of these 18 to 20% of people who are considering voting One Nation?
Yeah, well, I don't know if they're going to stand a candidate in my electorate, but I would definitely consider it, yes.
Steve Brown is here from Bridgewater, Victoria, to watch his son Tom perform. He's also a Conservative voter who's grown frustrated with the coalition.
The net zero thing, I feel like they've got this agenda that they're just going to send us broke at all costs for no reason. It's still a massive voter base in the middle, and I think the Liberal Party's gone left of the middle. And I think One Nation and they're filling the void.
Chris is from Melbourne.
Normally I'm Liberal.
Right. And are you considering voting for One Nation?
I'm thinking about it very seriously.
And why?
Well, I think there's too much division in the Liberal Party at the moment.
Fucking good line of questioning there, eh? She looks like she's been voting for the Liberals for a long time, eh? Since they gave ladies the vote. But and here we are, eh? I'm going with Pauline, eh? Damn. Liberal Party left of middle. What a fuck. Well, I guess on some issues, eh? For these people, eh? Voting for net zero is as lefty-loody as you can get. Yeah, well, I'm not voting for those townies. What do those commies know about farming? Is it Chris with a K? Wrong generation. She wishes. Chris with an I. Liberal ladies lunch vibes, lol. Wokeism is just progressive ideas that pushes society forward. Reactionary thinking is right-wing thinking, which is conservatism, conserving the past.
Since Pauline Hanson re-entered Parliament in 2016, One Nation's primary vote has been slowly rising, from 6% at the last election to 18%. According to polling firm Resolve, its highest ever. A separate news poll last week put One Nation's primary vote even higher at 22%,
Dun, dun, dun.
surpassing the coalition for the first time.
In the first 6 months, they took it pretty much from the coalition and their older base. More recently, they've started taking that from Labour as well, so they're hoovering up vote from both major parties.
Hasluck's vision was a single society.
Pauline Hanson's positions haven't changed much since her maiden speech to Parliament in 1996. Protection of local industry, a disdain for political correctness, and, of course, reduced immigration.
I and most Australians want our immigration policy
love
radically
showing this clip, don't they? Hey, remember? Remember where we came from? Huh? You all laughed. Look at it now. Huh? So good. One group looks to pressure the other into not being and existing, and the other group just wants freedom and to progress past a supremacist culture. Ravey baby. To quote Ethan Klein, I'm ordering lunch. Can't do that under communism. No lunch for you. Own a car. Champagne socialist. In all seriousness, though, if they sustain these numbers, what does negotiating with the Senate look like in 2027? The right use of the term, the right use terms like use terms like wokeism in order to hide the true actual policies put forward by leftists. As if people seen the real policies, they would switch beliefs. Communism equals no technology. Derp derp. Sneaky Ninja. Pauline predicted the futures. Lefties can't stop coping and seething. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, look, they keep playing this one clip. They're just like, sorry, see, look at what happened. Where were we? This is where we started. Look at her early in her transition. Savage. I know Jag would be happy if he was here to see her.
Reviewed, and that of multiculturalism abolished.
Dun, dun, dun.
I believe we are in danger of being swamped by Asians. And it is about Islam. It is about the people that we brought into the country. They're not people compatible and suitable for this country.
Miss Hanson's been on
all of
the same message for the last 20, 30 years. And it's starting to resonate with people because Liberal being so close to Labor and they're dragging the Nationals further and further to the left, whether willingly or otherwise.
Hey, it's the coalition. The Nationals, upstanding as they are being dragged around by Liberals. Can't have that. Also, there is nothing wrong with reactionary politics, and it's despicable how conserving society has been garnered negative connotations through progressive propaganda. Fair enough. Fair enough. No, there is obviously a point to conservatism. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. That's why you have divisions within parties themselves. People take a more conservative approach. People take a more liberal approach or progressive approach. And so like that unity, call it dialectics, that unity between conservatism and progressivism is what moves society, but it moves forward. That's the thing. Like, it moves as a result of that struggle. And if progressivism is pushing or pulling conservatism all the time along with it, kicking and screaming, it's moving, and it moves in a general trajectory of that nature being pulled behind it. So look, conservatism is important. But what really matters at the end of the day is who's pulling their agenda forward. And everything centers around that. Accidentally said the quiet bit aloud, Pauline? They're not people. She said it and then they're not people that are compatible with the Australians. They are people, though. I better not say that. I wonder what group she will dislike next to try and win power. All large metropolitan and progressive cities are failing. You've swallowed the neoliberal pill on that one. That's a bit neoliberal of you there, Sneaky Ninja. There's 100% something wrong with reactionaries. Reactionaries are one thing, but we're talking about conservatism here. And conservatism is just politics in the same sense that progressivism is. They dialectically relate to one another. I would love to hear what Johnny H thinks about this whole situation. He's quick to criticize Albanese, but I've not heard him give his own party any advice. That's an interesting point. Has anyone seen what John Howard has to say about this coalition split? We got to go back to the man. He'll analyze it for us. He'll tell us what to think. Please, Johnny, tell us what to think. No doubt in my mind, the reactionaries deliberately retarded and retarding things. If you think conserving our past is good, can you honestly, you can honestly get fucked. It goes to show how uninformed you are, just completely ignoring history. Honestly, it's gross and childish. Dilemmas, I guess you caught her out there, baby. The polls will come down for sure now, mostly due to fear of change. There is nothing wrong with reactionary politics. Sick argument, bro. Should we have conserved slavery? Because the status quo is dope, right? Why is this gremlin hate watching leftists? KK sounds pretty based. How do you multi-stream? OBS extension. What a question. No, it's restream.io. Restream, I can just link it to OBS. It's not like an extension of OBS. I'm just running it through my browser. Where'd that question come from? A Dash Sabra. Are you a streamer? Is that why you're asking? 100% emu and kanga don't walk backwards, motherfuckers. Keep pushing forward. I mean, if we're talking about conservative politics in respects to the environment, then I'll be conservative any day. But right-wingers don't have that conversation, like the conservationists, like that type of conservation. Hey, we share ideas without personally attacking each other. Punch up, my dude, not across. Yes, sir. Okay, good luck streaming. Yeah, everyone calm down a little bit in the chat. Let's just chill. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. We punch up, not across. That's a good one. All right, let's go.
New England farmer Steve Coxhead was the chairman of the Tamworth National Party branch until October, when he and much of the branch shifted to One Nation.
Well, I like to put it that I didn't leave the Nationals left me.
He's disdainful of the climate policy of the federal Nationals leader, David Littleproud.
He's not listening to his membership, and that's why, in New South Wales in particular, the New South Wales Nationals are bleeding members, and I believe that One Nation are listening to people, and they have mainstream Australia's best interests at heart, and they are best placed to represent my interests. And I believe a lot of regional people are feeling the same.
The guillotine, which is when you have to vote.
The Nationals' reputation took another battering last week when it split from the coalition. As it imploded, 730 was in Tamworth with the party's former leader, professing sorrow at the schism as only he can.
This is more marriages than a weekend at the Gold Coast.
He loves his marriage analogy stuff. Seriously. He's still not over his divorce. I can't believe she kicked me out. Not fair. Oh, man. Chat's popping off today. It's a bit heated. I'll actually punch in 3D so anyone can get it if they get in the way. Like that Bart and Lisa episode where they fight. Punch in 3D. We punch up, not across. Also me. Coxhead giggle. Which head are we talking about? LOL. Hey, calm down.
Barnaby Joyce's decision to defect to One Nation in December looks prescient. Is today the mess in the coalition a good day for One Nation?
Yeah, it's almost like I believe they're on a recruitment drive for the One Nation. It's just chaotic, and is chaotic by their own design.
Early start. Yeah, love Jeff in the house. How you going? Oh, yeah, we've been going through Australian politics as a break in between the chaos of world politics, and wow, it's been interesting. We've been watching what is it, based to be Joyce. He's just so based, and he was asked, you ready, outright, like, because all the polls are showing that One Nation is, or Pauline Hanson is above Susan Lee as preferred PM. And it's like, crisis for the coalition in the face of destruction by One Nation, specifically the Nationals. And they asked this guy, based to be Joyce over here, whether or not he would support Pauline as PM, considering the fact that she's one of the preferred candidates for PM, and he wouldn't say yes. And then when they asked him if he, based to be Joyce, wants to be PM, he was just like, everybody wants to be PM, come on, ask another question, please. So, like, he's not going to support Pauline when push comes to shove, and he's going to try and take the reins of power. This is the long game for Barnaby. He's been like, I can't become PM from the coalition, but I could do it from One Nation. It's Barnaby time. Base to be time. Oh, yeah. There it is. So that's where we're at right now. Love, Jeff. That's how far we've come with Australian politics. And now we're watching the bastion of the liberal establishment media in Australia, ABC. Give us the lowdown on, as the federal coalition implodes, One Nation voting is surging. Dun, dun, dun. Say it ain't so.
Barnaby Joyce says he followed his supporters.
I had basically almost branches leave and join up and make One Nation branches. That was happening long before I was joined One Nation. So it's a wave, and I was part of it, and I wasn't the creation of it.
What in particular is driving it?
A malaise, a sense of frustration. an overemphasis on climate change as opposed to costs of living, a reluctance to firmly deal with immigration, and by so doing bring problems in and push up, such things as housing prices.
I think he has had too many beers, this guy. Like, sometimes he starts forming a sentence really well, and then he starts, like, losing it a little bit, and you're like, uh-oh. Hey, had a few too many last night. Stop, it's Barney time. I'm a cheese wing in the house? No way. Miss Ray, how you doing, man? How is everyone? I guess we're getting more One Nation movies, eh? Relative told me that movie is circulating. In the aged care system? Oh my God. I don't even have to pay for it. I'm just going to go hang out at my local aged care facility and wait for them to put on the super progressive movie. That's awesome. It's good to have you, Gum and Cheese Wing. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. How can you see this man drunk and cheating on someone so openly and being like, this man supports conservative values? It's the same mysticism with Trump, right? All the, hardcore Christian style conservatives. They're just like, no, Trump's been sent by God, obviously. Can't you tell? Almost, Ravy Baby, almost like there should be an external force causing division in order to form a new right-wing coalition to position the Libs as centre and Labour as far-left socialists. Joke. They're not that bright. Just here to watch your trash fire. Enjoy the stream, folks. Off to lurk in the background. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. Litty Bros. I'm being sarcastic, to be honest. My point is that we've been destroying the environment for centuries now. You already know my position, or can largely guess them. Based boomers, LOL. All right. I don't know how much more of this I can watch. See, why does the ABC sometimes let their comment section open for scrutiny and not others? I wish there was more gold in there than just two people. Too bad.
Peel Street is with Barnaby Joyce.
Thank you for what you do.
I try my very best.
Good for the country. How are we going with the gun thing?
Yeah, the gun thing has really peed me off. No one should impinge on our rights to have a firearm. We are not the criminals. We did not murder those poor people at Bondi Beach.
Oh, I just thanked him for hopefully going to save our generation, because I know at the moment our country's been run by a bunch of idiots.
Hey, Barnaby's going to clean up the place. Interesting question about the gun control stuff. It is very interesting. What are you going to do about our guns? Cracks knuckles. Here I come. ABC. I am unemployed and online. It is interesting, actually, been doing such a piece on Barnaby. It's so goddamn easy to be a right-wing politician. It's actually depressing to watch.
Here in Tamworth, support for One Nation doesn't feel like a passing fad, one that'll rise and fall from the charts like a one-hit wonder. The convictions here are deeply held that the major political parties are ignoring the most basic concerns, like crumbling services and the rising cost of homes. Issues that for many voters are directly linked to too much immigration. One Nation is likely to win more Senate spots in 2028. But
you reckon he just walks around like this normally? Or is it just when the ABC are there with a camera kind of thing? He just walks around. Hi, Dal. How you going? Like, just regular Joe out on the streets seeing what the constituents wants. 25 viewers? Damn, dude. Yeah, we got. Today's going well. People are interested in watching the coalition. And it's drama, it would seem. Spandong in the house? Yeah, not just Tamworth, mate. How you going, Spandong? How are you? You should watch the Professor John Lott video up on the Discord. He's coming to Australia this year. I wonder if Burke will cancel his visa like they did with Carl Benjamin. Is it the one about the guns? Like, let's just scroll up in the stream chat. Is this the one here? Free the people. Media is dishonest about guns. Guest, John Lott. This is the one, I think. That's in the stream chat, if you're interested to know what John Lott thinks about guns and why the media is dishonest. What they didn't show you was the 30 other interviews where people told Barnes and Hanson to fuck off. Yeah, I wonder if they got any flack, No, I don't want to shake your hand. Get away from me. It's getting to the point where the only way we can address the rising cost of homes is by tanking the real estate economy. If One Nation was serious about this, why aren't they saying it out loud? First of all, they don't want to come across as commies. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you really want to help with the cost of housing, people are worried about that. You've got to take housing off the market. You got to do it. And people come here for E, they stay to rip into me. You and others. You have a coalition going on, Dilemmas, eh? Of people that get ripped on. Oh yeah, John Lott is quite good. Moopa in the house. Moopa in the house. How you going? Volta, see, that's the biggest lie of the right, linking everything to immigration. You think right-wing parties will fund these services and housing. Yeah, it's neoliberalism. It's neoliberalism. If people are really upset about what the fuck is going on, it's just like, well, both parties come under, the major parties, the Union Party, they come under a neoliberal world order. So their policies are neoliberal. You can't spend money. Like, spending government money is like the biggest sin ever in neoliberal politics for some reason. So they're talking about, you know, crumbling services, can't afford a home, no infrastructure, what's going on? It's like, well, if the government can't spend money because everyone's scared about debt, and they've been convinced by neoliberal propaganda for like fucking 50 years now that government spending is the worst thing ever and you're going to tank the economy if you do that, then there is no spending. There is no spending on infrastructure, services. Hey, what are these things? Luxuries. We can't afford that. We've got to get rid of the debt. We've got to balance the budget. Love Jeff, always going with his gut from the pub, politics, or pussy. So good. All right. Back to Tamworth.
If the party's polling numbers hold up, could it become a force in the House of Representatives?
Even if One Nation get 30-40% primary vote in a particular electorate, they require the preferences of another party to get them over the line, to get them over 50%. And there's currently no indication that the major parties are going to preference them to get them over the line. So it's very, very difficult for...
Do you reckon like the Nationals, or the Nationals, I guess, yeah, the Nationals will block One Nation to save themselves? Be like, no, we give our preferences to Labor. Give it to the Labor candidate. Just God, please don't let One Nation take over. Or will they be like, here's our preferences, you go for it. Passing of the torch. Here's all the Nationals' preferences, One Nation candidate. You were going to win anyway. You have it. The Nationals are over.
To see One Nation getting more than a handful of seats.
The party, in a sense, is in the delicious position of being able to articulate all the problems without having to solve any of them.
You know, that's a case of, if we get the vote, we get the chance, don't we? You know, and I can tell you right now, I'd say you take immigration. I say, look, you're going about it all the wrong way. Build the houses, build the schools, build the roads, build the dams, and then talk about how many people that you think you can absorb.
This will be the last stand for Barnaby Joyce as the member for New England.
How are you?
Good. You're doing a great job, mate.
We need Pauline. John, how are you? Good to see you. Well done.
But he's a stayer. Well, politically at least.
People have been very good to me, and I can't drink them all. Otherwise, I find another planter box.
At the next election...
He made the joke about the planter box. Hey, he's down, he's hip, he's cool with the young people, hey, making the jokes. He's on it, he's on it. Whenever I say Drunk Tomato, I'm thinking of the Nationals off the bat, bro. I come from a biased position around social services, as I am recently disabled and in limbo with government assistance. It's been really hard not to be able to work and trying to afford my meds and docs. Fair enough. Man, that's why, like, when they say, hey, we can't spend money on government services, can't spend money on infrastructure, got to get rid of the debt. It's outrageous. It's an attack on working people. And for what reason? Why? It's our money. Hey? We have a central bank. We have a reserve bank. They can print more of it. It's okay. We can make the money. We should spend it on us. That is a really good point. Labor will give their preference to the Liberals to keep One Nation out. Yeah, the Liberals give their preferences to Labor to keep One Nation out. One Nation will give their preferences to Labor to create an enemy they can fight against in Parliament. But how does this all work in the Senate? It's the long game. Here's that 3D chess.
Stand in the Senate for One Nation.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, mate.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much for joining Pauline. Now keep doing the good work, all right?
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
So good.
Well, as voters increasingly embrace One Nation on the Conservative side, the Liberal and National parties continue to nurse the bruises from last week's coalition split. 7:30's political editor Jacob Grieber joins me now. Jacob, let's start with the Liberals.
Who's editor?
Editor Jacob Grieber joins me now.
Where's this guy from? Wonder. Is he political editor from the ABC? Maybe that's why they haven't named it.
Jacob, let's start with the Liberals. There was last week after the split a lot of fevered speculation about Susan Lee being rolled imminently. What's the state of play now?
Oh, you'd have to characterise it as a bit of a suspended moment this week, these few days leading up to next week. There's a lot of dry tinder around, politically speaking, inside the Liberal Party. No question about that. There is a view...
How many of these blokes in cowboy hats do you think are anarchists? They're anarcho-communists, eh? That's for sure. Bruises, dude, those cuts are deep and arterial.
Even among moderates, that her days are numbered. It's just a question of how many more are left. There is an argument that she should be given more time, but there's also a view that the way those polls are going and that effect from One Nation that we just saw in Adam's piece shows the way the pressure is mounting on her for a circuit breaker. So it's likely that next week will be a very lively week on that question. The two people to watch closely are clearly Angus Taylor and Andrew Hastie.
If you're here to watch these streams for the coalition drama, it's going to be ramping up over the next week or so. So, you know, we have time. We have time. Ravey, baby. To gum and cheese wing. Ever since I saw Gnome in oversized cowboy hat, I cannot help but see them all as the Scary Movie trooper hat that gets bigger each scene. Interesting.
From the right of the party, if they can come together to an agreement, and there's definitely the prospect of that happening by, if not over the weekend, then the right's unified, then it can mount a challenge. And then it's very much on.
It's interesting, though. I mean, the two candidates you mentioned there, Angus Taylor, Andrew Hastie, both on the right of the party. And as Adam's piece just showed us, that pressure is there from One Nation on the right. But let's not forget, they also lost the last two elections, and historic defeat last year by losing, seats in the centre and votes in the centre and those Teal seats, of course. Is there much discussion you're picking up within the Liberal Party right now about the direction they want the party to go in, who they want to represent and appeal to? Or is this, at the moment, still more about personalities?
They don't know whether they're coming or they're going, hey? Yeah, I think you're looking too deep into that one, bro.
Look, there is a blend, but it is much more about the personalities. Who's got the ticker, who's got the experience, who can rally the base, who can excite voters, who can connect with voters, because that's what's missing at the moment. That's why they're in this state in the polls. And so there's a very active debate about who's best placed to do that, and there are plenty of views and counter views. The other question, of course, as you alluded to, is what on earth does the
suggestion would keep the right divided? Eh? Well, it looks like they're doing that themselves. One Nation seems to be the one that's doing that. The OF, the Ov Revolution, bring back ScoMo. Eh? Imagine people in rural areas wearing a Kubra and other assorted wide brim hats. I don't get it. Did I miss something else you said? No.
Liberal Party stand for in 2026 and in 2028 when the next election is likely? And that's a much tougher question. Is it about chasing One Nation and trying to out One Nation, Or is it indeed about building a very broad coalition that appeals to a broader set of voters? That's a very lively debate. But you do get the impression, David, that at this point, they're sort of arguing about who the CEO should be of this company, but no one's having a debate about what on earth this company does, or are the products it sells even relevant anymore?
Thank you. I understood the corporate analogy. Oh man, where the bloody hell are you, ScoMo? I can't do this anymore. That's awful. Oh, I made a corporate joke. That's my realm, bro. Stay out of it. All right. This is probably the best analysis you're going to get on this situation, honestly. And it's fucking Sky News. So, Larp Jeff, if you're listening to this, they have done it twice in 2 days. Yesterday, they said they were wrong about the Alex Pretty situation. They were wrong. They shouldn't have said that he was a domestic terrorist. And today, they're going to debate over whether One Nation is a legitimate player in Australian politics or not. Let's, take the mask off from all the manufacturing concern over One Nation. They bring in someone who argues that they're not a political reality, it would seem. Sky News doing all the critical journalism in the last 48 hours. Let's have a listen.
Not to discredit One Nation, Pauline Hanson, I think there's certainly a Barnaby effect there as well. You've got to look at what's happening in the UK too. I think there are parallels. Hang on, I think there are parallels there. I mean, they've just lost Suella Braverman to Farage. I think there are parallels here, and I never put anything past One Nation.
Well,
let me speak.
Just on that, I was actually there last week and talking to a bunch of people, and they said the thing that came up talking to people was that the Tories' polling position actually improved quite a lot in the second half of last year. And the reason that most people I spoke to attributed what they put it down to was the fact that the discussion, the political debate in the United Kingdom in the lead up to the disastrous budget that they unveiled recently was all about the economy. So Farage and Reform surges when the political discussion is about something like immigration.
Listen.
When it shifted back to the economy and the idea that someone's got to be the government, they've got to be the adults, the polling shifted in favour of the Conservative Party. So when we're looking at this...
So when they do polling in the UK and they're talking about two Conservative candidates, Farage and the Tories, when people are asked about migration, they're just like, Farage, every day, baby. It's like, all right, who do you want to handle the economy? Ooh. Yeah, I got to go Tories on that one. Sorry, Farage. It's an interesting phenomenon. Very interesting.
Surge in One Nation, I think, in favour of the Conservative Party. So when we're looking at the surge in One Nation, I think one of the reasons that One Nation has surged, I don't discount that the dysfunction is one of the reasons that's done it, but there's also because the more people talk about immigration in the non-Labor side, and they have been talking about it a lot, that is Pauline Hanson's special sauce. It's not the Liberal parties.
Special
it's
sauce.
Unsurprising if you're talking about
her special sauce. Her superpower is talking about immigration. Dun, dun, dun. They shine the light in the sky sometimes with Pauline Hanson. They're just like, quickly, we need somebody to talk about immigration. That's her weapon of choice. And so when you fight in her territory, if you want to talk about migration, she will win every day of the week, ladies and gentlemen. So if you don't want to meet her in her preferred battleground of choice, where she has the most support, don't talk about immigration. Don't go there.
Something that is a core, anti-immigration is a core One Nation strength. If the Liberals want to talk about that, why wouldn't people think, no, I want the real deal. Give me the cask strength stuff. I don't want the Liberal Party. I want someone who I know really believes in that stuff. If and when the discussion, political discussion moves back onto the economy, I think you're going to see a drift back from One Nation to the Liberal Party.
Indeed. But they've got to start talking about it. I mean...
Well, they do indeed. They've got to stop talking about themselves for a start.
They've got to stop. But even when they do have that kind of that clean air, if you like. I mean, they're right to go after, you know, the Rorts and Annika Wells before the break. And then I think Susan Lee putting the pressure on to get a Royal Commission, which was certainly what the families in Bondi wanted. I think she's done all those things and that was right to cover over summer. But we are still in a cost of living crisis. Interest rates are about to go up. We're going to get inflation data. There's a housing crisis. I can't remember the last time a Liberal or
Japanese
national...
bond market's also just gone into meltdown.
I
Don't
saw
forget
that.
the Japanese bond market.
Okay, I won't forget the
Don't forget the Japanese. We spoke about that yesterday. Someone brought that up. One of the things we got to look into. Japanese bond market, how that's going to up the world, and how the Americans, while everyone's been talking about Davos, are just blockading Iran, slowly building up that blockade. The AM agenda. Isn't that a little on the nose? Isn't that title on the nose? Yeah. Dilemmas. If that's Pauline's sauce, then ready, steady, you make my spaghetti ready. Heat up that sauce. It's dinner for one. It's dinner for one. One Nation. Damn, there it is. You should get on the fucking marketing team, Dilemmas, for One Nation. Hey, Pauline's cooking up her special sauce. She's coming to get ya. One Nation doesn't have a cohesive policy on anything full stop. Outside of culture war slogans and protest positions, their platform on everything are inconsistent, reactive, and non-existent. Non-existent, LOL. Yeah, savage. You, LOL, come on, bro. Come on, Spandunk. I know you like some of Pauline's special sauce. Are you saying you want to slurp Pauline's special sauce? Yes, over hot pasta, baby.
Going to be a big.
No.
No.
I'm
You
not
laugh,
laughing.
but the Japanese bond market's going to be a huge thing going forward this year.
Yep, I agree.
Massive thing.
But when's the last time we had any Liberal member talking about the economy?
I want to know why, actually, they think that's so poignant for this discussion. Is the Japanese bond market tied to the Australian economy? Have we bought a significant amount of Japanese bonds or currency as a nation, or our corporations, have they invested in Japanese bonds? Or our super? Brief response, please. Source, if possible. Remember, spaghetti is straight till you get it moist. Hey? Hot and moist. You can't just get it moist. Hey? Very interesting. So many good analogies. All right, wait. Direct link? No. No formal direct link between Japanese bond market and the Australian economy. Indirect exposure? Yes. Via global financial markets, interest rates, and risk sentiment. Australian government, no significant holdings of Japanese government bonds. Interesting. Australian corporations and bank, limited and indirect. Some financial institutions may hold amounts of diversification or liquidity, but not systematically important. Superannuation funds, yes, some exposure, but typically small and diversified with global bond portfolios. Interesting. Japan is a major global capital exporter. If JGBs sell off sharply, Japanese investors may repatriate capital, which can affect global yields, impact the AEUD, equity markets and risk. So everyone's just going to jump out with all of their capital, just be like, whoop, and jump out of Japan. And that'll flood the rest of the world with a bit of extra capital. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants too much capital doing nothing, in excess of capital. Well, let's be honest, capital in the monetary form. That might cause some inflation problems, devalue a few things for sure. Super funds may hold some Japanese government bonds, but not at scale. Interesting. Poorly postulate. Viewers, oh God, it's advertising. All right. Let's finish this one off.
I don't know.
Can you
It's
remember?
funny you should talk about poor old Annika Wells. Well, no, it's funny you brought up Annika Wells. I mean, after Bondi and everything that's happened there, and then now all this, I'd actually forgotten poor old Annika, and which is probably what she wants. But and I can't be the
Sky
only one.
News,
When
the
you
voice of reason. I know, kids. I'm scared too. Yeah, they're the only ones having this debate. Like all the mainstream, the ABC, they're just like, oh yeah, oh it's horrible, oh wow, coalition splitting, oh One Nation rising. But like these guys are talking about, like, is it legitimately a thing? Is One Nation an actual option? Can this happen viably? Or when people think about economics, they think coalition, but when they think about migration, they think One Nation. And until voters can reconcile the difference between those two things, they're not going to have the impact that everyone's predicting they're going to have. Now, from I'm picking tomatoes in the garden. This sauce situation is upsetting. James Cameron knows nothing geoeconomics or anything in general, to be honest. Nothing screams in touch with everyday Australians like right-wing Delantes suddenly discovering Japanese barn yields. Yesterday it was culture wars. Today it's Japanese government bond markets, because nothing explains grocery prices in Penrith like monetary policy in Tokyo. Savage assessment again. ABC will say One Nation is terrible till One Nation is the one paying their bills. I thought it was the taxpayer that paid their bills. No, it's whoever's in power.
mentioned, I suddenly thought, I have not thought about that probably since mid-December, unsurprisingly. But yeah, there's that still bubbling away in the background.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it certainly is. Well, not really. It's
sure.
It's kind of they've changed the rules. She survived, and that's it. I mean, if the coalition, well, not the non-coalition, the Liberal Party can turn their attention
the
coalition can turn their attention to the economy, maybe they will get some traction. But James, we are out of time. We'll see you next week.
Oh, well, it's good to see you.
It's good to be here. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's enough. We're done. We're done. Actually, one more thing. Let's look at the comments. I love it how they use media to tell people what to think. Hey, this guy knows. Watch out, bro. What a load of crap. Media hacks. Fuck, it's no love in the Sky News comment section at the moment. Damn, savage. I had cause to attend Gold Coast University Hospital the other day, and I was shocked to be told by the shop selling drinks that they can no longer sell original Coke because Big Brother once again is trying to tell us how to live our lives. No shop in the hospital is allowed to sell it anymore. Hey, this is a real grievance with society, this one. This is the start of communism. So good. So wondering where this one is going. This is the start of communism. When a large organization like the Gold Coast University Hospital starts telling you what drink you're allowed to buy, that's it. We don't sell Coke in this hospital. It's because we're communists. This is how I knew it. This is how the commies come. This is how it starts, man. When hospitals stop selling Coca-Cola. I tried to warn people, but they wouldn't believe me. This is how communism comes, man. Bro is dressed like a Nazi from Indiana Jones. One Nation only has to stop wasteful spending, put Australia first. We'll march forward when the waste and greed stops. Susan Ley will never be PM of Australia. Savage. No, it won't. People are sick of these woke, money-grubbing monsters. Damn. Liberals have sold out conservative values again and again and again. No way voters will never drift back to Liberals, no matter what they do. They sided with Labor over a lot, but siding over the hate speech was the last straw. Someone's still not happy about the hate speech laws. We haven't really been happy with them either, I guess. All right. Communism means Coke Zero only. It's like that. That's the implication, isn't it? It's just like, what do you mean I can't buy Coke Original? What is this zero? This net zero Coke? See you later. Clearly, they're using Coca-Cola to rally a guerrilla force of blue-haired Revolutionaries, yes. To be fair, all hospitals have stopped selling things in their vending machines that they deemed unhealthy, e.g. chocolate and soft drink. They've got chocolate? No. I could deal with Coke, but they've taken chocolate away. Funny how at 3am none of these people are awake for me to complain to while I'm uncaffeinated and hungry. Yeah, it's a funny joke till it's something you use every day. But like, that's the joke though. Like, that's the actual joke of a comment like that, is that it's not under communism. This is happening in the free market. You've got a hospital in a free market system telling people that they can't have stuff that should be available on the market. That's the problem with capitalism. It's not even communism, but it's just like, ha, see, when I don't like something, that's communism. When I do like it, it's capitalism. Oh yeah. Banning bright clothes for distress, for the distress it can cause. Is that a reference sign? It's not the free market. But it's a market system. It's government intervention. But this is a market system. This is what government does in a market system. They're not a communist government. Like, seriously. Like, honestly. They're not. This is a market government. It regulates things for the market. They didn't stop stocking it because it wasn't selling. They're not allowed. Derp. Yeah, fair enough. And they're not allowed in a free market society. Isn't that weird for a free market society to be like, no Coke in your hospitals? It is weird. Doesn't sound like it's working. I love how people complain when company is boycotted for unethical decisions, i.e. refusing to sell a cake for a gay wedding. This is labeled as political correctness gone too far. The truth is, it's just the market economy. It is. Like, you can call it communism all you want if that helps you sleep at night, but it's happening in a free market society. So it's not communism, even though it's funny to be like, ha, that's communism, dirty commies. It's funny, but it's not real. It's not real at all. It doesn't mean health requirements for food being able to be purchased in a hospital, lol. But Labour is red, so they are commies. Yes, they are. All right. Enough with Australian politics. I'm done. We're going to go to world news now. Let's move this little train along. Should we do China first or India? No one really cares, I guess. Their full sugar coat didn't meet health requirements. Is that supposed to be a surprise? Yeah, it's happening in a free market society. That's becoming more communist through the hospitals not selling Coke. Like, I'm just saying, it's ludicrous in the sense that if they were really becoming more communist, they wouldn't start with hospitals selling more Coke. They'd make sure that unequivocally all hospital services were completely free. Everything was completely socialized. That's what they do with a hospital, not tell people that they can't buy Coke there. It's not the same thing. That's the point of the comment. I know what you're saying. I get it. But it's not. It's not communist at all, unfortunately. Again, as funny as it is, has anyone ever tried the food at a hospital cafeteria? I don't think full flavored Coke is the most dangerous thing in a hospital. It's not a surprise. It's ridiculous to tell me I can't buy it because you, as the government, deem it too unhealthy. The market economy is when patients want me to leave a ventilated patient so I can pick up Uber Eats order from the front lobby. No way. That actually happens. Some patients order Uber Eats and you have to leave other patients behind so you can run to catch the order. That's something else, isn't it? Hey? There's the market that we know and love. There it is. It's woke not to sell ciggies to under 18s. Yeah, no, it's communism. It's communism. Say the same. Say that I speak the truth. Yeah, savage. That's a crazy truth, isn't it? All right. I'm going to pick China then. No one had said anything on this. Let's have a look. I want to look at what's the go with Canada and China. I would like to know a little bit more about that. What's happening there? People have been speaking a lot about this Canada-China deal and like why Trump was making a big deal about putting 100% tariffs on Canada in the wake of this deal, which was being negotiated, I thought, like a couple of weeks before Davos even happened. But then after Carney said that stuff about Trump, supposedly, in Davos, then like Trump's like, fuck you, I'm going to put 100% tariffs on you if you start trading with China. And like I thought this deal was in the bag. Apparently not. Spandog, as an adult, you should be able to buy whatever you want. Yeah, but that's as an adult. But like all those poor kids that want to buy ciggies under 18, that's communism, isn't it? Eh? Fucking commies. Stopping under 18-year-olds from buying smokes. There are definitely more dangerous things in a hospital than coke. Like Palestinian nurses. Oh. And yes, on that, what did they do that was so dangerous? What did they do? They offended someone who is not even Australian. Is that the Palestinian nurses that we're talking about here? They offended someone. I think the government has your best interest at heart as an individual by taking away your freedom in the name of security. You're brainwashed. Yeah, but it's not communism though. Like, I'm not arguing that it's not it's like them taking away your rights in the marketplace. I'm not saying that that's a good thing exclusively, but it's not communism either. It's just stupid to call it that. This is what happens in a free market. It's right in front of you. It's there. It's happening in your society. It's happening, man. This is really happening. Let's ask Healthy Harold what he thinks from Bankstown Hospital. Is that what we're talking about? I think that's what they're referencing about the Palestinian nurses, or dilemma, as you say. The one in Bankstown who offended someone. Didn't do something like dangerous. They were Palestinian. Baby, woke commies not letting me smoke ciggies on hospital grounds in Queensland. Had to go across the road. Goddamn commies. Yeah, it's not communism exclusively. It's just censorship. Yeah, okay, it's censorship. It's a breach of your civil liberties, which happens in, and like, let's be fair here, it happens in free market societies and communist societies. But it's not about communism exclusively. It happens where there is, as you're describing, the overreach of the state. And the free market's got a lot of that. A lot of that. They were not Palestinian. Oh, okay. There you go. Dilemmas. Right back at you, brother. All right. I want to hear about Canada and China.
Now, US President Donald Trump has threatened 100%.
So loud. Damn. Sorry.
Tariffs on Canadian goods if Ottawa moves ahead with a trade deal with China. That deal would cut duties on Chinese electric cars in return for lower levies on Canadian agricultural exports to China. Trump has been particularly riled up by Canada since Prime Minister Mark Carney's blistering speech. Canada would cut duties on Chinese electric cars in return for lower levies on Canadian agricultural exports to China.
So that's the main part of the deal, if I'm hearing this right. Canada's going to lower tariffs on electric vehicles, and China's going to lower tariffs on agricultural produce from Canada. This is the big thing, the world trade changing event, apparently, is a little bit of a trade deal between Canada and China, and Trump's going to hit them up with 100% tariffs if they move forward with this shit. Okay? Yep, and nationalist societies happened in Nazi Germany too. Very right-wing there. Hospitals censoring my ciggies. Oh no, I read that. Hospitals censoring my ciggy smoke to the general public, and respirator patients trying to get some air. We need new terms for our time. Communism, fascism just don't seem to cover it anymore. It was a joke. Yeah, back to it.
Trump has been particularly riled up by Canada since Prime Minister Mark Carney's blistering speech against his pursuit of Greenland. Now, all right, let's go to...
So, like, if you weren't aware, Mark Carney, the PM of Canada, gave, like, a blistering speech to Davos, so like the World Economic Forum, where he called out like this idea that the West hasn't kind of basically benefited from the free trade America has provided, the free trade system that America has provided. And when it's suited them, when it's been other countries that have kind of had to fall to the exploitation of that system, that world trade system, it was okay. But as soon as like now America is threatening Europe through Greenland, then like it's no longer okay anymore for us to benefit from the American system. He's calling out the whole world order basically and saying the world order is ending, and basically it's thanks to Trump being a douchebag. And so Trump didn't take kindly to it, and then all of a sudden he's now pissed off about the Canada-China trade deal and wants to implement 100% tariffs on Canada if they go ahead with their trade deal with the evil Chinese. And so like that's, I guess, yeah, it was a good speech. We watched Cardi's speech. It was good, but like it was just liberal stuff, like ideologically just liberal, kind of like we need to save world trade. Everything's better when we make money, right?
Toronto and bring in Sean Mellon.
Particular World Banker Carney, let's trust him. Exactly. Like I say, his speech was just at the end of the day. It was like, come on. World trade's better when we're all making bank, right? When corporations do well, we all do well.
Really interesting time to be a political commentator, Sean. Let's start by asking you why Donald Trump is so threatened by the idea of Canada doing this particular deal with China, and is the Canadian government taking this threat seriously?
Hi, Anthony. Well, it's a bit of a complicated story because it seems like a kind of deranged eruption on the part of Trump. He seems to be referencing not...
Like these people, like they get these experts in, and the best they can do is like, we're seeing some type of deranged response from President Trump here. I don't think we've ever noticed President Trump with irrational behavior before. This is absolutely groundbreaking, isn't it? And you're like, come on, man. Seriously, every time he does something, you assess, it's like, is he crazy? Is this really happening in this day and age? I just don't know what's real anymore. I never advocate for increase in smoking areas. As a smoker, I would really like very clearly labeled sections, though. I get confused.
The deal you referenced from earlier this month, which covered a couple of trade irritants between Canada and China. Canada dropped the 100% tariff on electronic vehicles, allowing 100%. A relatively small number of Chinese-made vehicles into Canada in return for China dropping export tariffs on Canadian canola. So a relatively minor deal. Trump seems to be referencing a much broader kind of free trade deal between Canada and China, which is not happening. In fact, we haven't.
But that's not the story that I was getting like about this from the mainstream media. When you just look at headlines and you don't actually read the article at all or watch the actual piece of content. But yeah, they were making out like it's massive. Canada announces free trade deal with China, opening the two markets to become one. They will now be known as Canada from now on. Like it didn't happen in that way. It's just like they agreed on electric vehicles and canola oil. Like that's it. That's it. What's going on?
From Prime Minister Mark Carney today, but his senior minister in charge of Canada-US trade posted on social media, and I'm quoting, "There is no pursuit of a free trade deal with China, forgive me. What was achieved was resolution on several important tariff issues." In fact, under the Canada-US-Mexico trade deal, Canada is specifically prohibited from pursuing a broad free trade deal with China, and there's no indication that Canada seeks anything of the sort. What seems to be happening here, as I think you mentioned, is much more Trump being miffed by Prime Minister Mark Carney's recent speech at Davos this past week, in which he talked about great powers bullying of smaller powers and the importance of middle powers like Canada banding together to counteract this kind of pushy and bullying behavior on behalf of the great powers. Trump's already showed his annoyance with that, saying that Carney was being ungrateful and saying, claiming
they're going to do
Canada...
it, man. They're going to take the fucking state. You watch. I saw something else the other day come up in my feed. I haven't had a chance to watch this stuff yet, but another like Trump supporting the separatist movement of Alberta. Alberta's going to secede from Canada and it's going to become part of the US territory. Canada is not safe in all of this. You watch. Canada's going to become the US soon enough. Then Greenland, then Northern Mexico, all of Central America. It's happening, baby.
Wouldn't exist without the U.S. More of these kind of deranged statements we see from Mr. Trump from time to time. So not exactly what's happening other than another Trump eruption that may not lead to anything.
Sean, at this point, are the Canadian people behind Mark Carney, as we assume he's talked the talk in Davos, as you pointed out, and it's now time to walk the walk? Are the people behind him as he does so?
Certainly the Canadian people are in favour of standing up to the United States. There's this term, elbows up, a hockey term, which refers to not taking this kind of stuff from the United States. And Mr. Trump, again, was jabbing at Canada, referring in a social media post to Mr. Carney as Governor Carney, referring back to his earlier claims that Canada should be the 51st state. Carney and Trump had been getting along pretty well, relatively speaking, but it seems after Mr. Carney's very well-received speech that got a standing ovation in Davos that the bromance appears to be over.
What? He got a standing ovation for that? And Trump didn't? Hey, now we know. Now we know what's really up with this situation now, why Trump's really upset. Hey? Carney got a standing ovation for that? For that? This is outrageous. 100% tariffs. Let's do this.
Political commentator Sean Mellon, thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Good on you. All right, let's see what else we can get about this one. Canada. Oh yeah, what do the Chinese have to say about this? Everybody forgets the opinions of the poor Communist Party of China. China slams US threat of imposing 100% Canada tariffs over elevated Canada-China trade ties. Yeah, it's not even a free trade deal. They're just getting some electric vehicles, which China has an excess of anyway. And canola oil, which I'm assuming the Canadians have an excess of. So they're just like, let's just make it easier.
Hi, good afternoon. Question from AFP. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that the U.S. will impose 100% tariffs on Canadian imports if Canada finalizes a new trade deal with China. This follows a similar warning from President Trump on Saturday. What is the Foreign Ministry's comment on this? Thank you.
China believes countries need to approach state-to-state relations in the spirit of win-win rather than the mentality of zero-sum. And through cooperation rather than confrontation. China and Canada have established a new type of strategic partnership and made some specific arrangements on properly handling the economic and trade issues between the two countries. It's so official, Chinese kind of responses to things as well. So like Western media is all like about flair and got to keep people watching. And this guy's just like, it was beneficial to both parties to have this trade agreement. Let it be known to the people. And we also hope that people stop being confrontational on the world stage. That suits no one. And like that's the most you get out of it. Eh? People should be less aggressive, please. This is world trade. This reflects the spirit of equality, openness and inclusiveness, peaceful cooperation and shared benefit. It does not target any third party, serves the common interests of the people of both countries. We're just doing trade over canola oil and electric vehicles. Like, come on, it's just us. Why does the US have to get involved in this at all? and is conducive to world peace, stability, development, and prosperity.
稳定与发展繁荣。
So good. Why do I have to explain liberal economics to you people? Seriously, we're just talking about trade here. Oh my god, so good. Canada's trying to trade a deal. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, which source was that? You just know that this guy and Kevin Rudd shared a few drinks at a strip club in Beijing, eh? Sometime 100%, eh? 100%. And that one would have been on the party, for sure, eh?
Disputes. And the trade deal between Ottawa and Beijing that slashed tariffs on Chinese-made EVs is opening doors to thousands of lower-cost EV imports into Canada each year. And it means more affordable options and a chance to expand trade beyond the U.S. But critics also warn it could put Canadians' auto jobs at risk. Karina Huber filed this report for CNA from Montreal.
The latest vehicles for Canadian consumers are on display at the Montreal International Auto Show. More than 30 brands are here, and roughly 40% of the lineup is electric.
Quebec is known for the EV market across Canada. I think we're #1 across Canada, if I'm not mistaken. And the Montreal Auto Show is just perfect for them. They can cross-shop all the cars under one roof, and they can choose whatever they want.
Vehicles from Europe, the United States, South Korea, and Japan are on display. What you don't see are Chinese-made cars, despite China being the world's top EV producer.
That's set to change with Canada's recent decision to reduce tariffs from 100% to 6.1% on up to 49,000 Chinese EVs per year. That amounts to roughly 3% of annual car sales in Canada.
There you go. Hey, they've carved out a section of the market. Interesting. What was it, 45,000? I wonder how many cars Canada imports every year. How many cars per year does Canada import? Very brief response. Find a source if you can. Canada imports hundreds of thousands, according to available volume reporting. Annual vehicle import reported was 700,000 in 2024, down from 800,000 the year before. Okay, interesting. They purchased 1.7 million new vehicles in 2023. Yeah, right. Wait, what's this? Like I said, depends on the movement, on the smoke, and the amount of... Oh, you guys are still talking about the smoke thing. Yeah, right.
The policy shift follows a landmark meeting in January between Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney and Chinese President Xi Jinping, who agreed to lower tariffs on Canadian...
Yeah, City, 16th of January. That was like 2 weeks ago they did this. And like after Carney's speech, what, last week now? Trump all of a sudden doesn't like the trade deal that was agreed 2 weeks ago. All of a sudden now he doesn't like it and wants to put a wedge between China and Canada so they don't sell EVs and canola oil to each other. It's going to bring down the American empire, isn't it? EVs and canola oil.
Agricultural products in return. The deal also supports Canada's goal of doubling non-U.S. trade over the next decade, as relations with the U.S., its largest trading partner, grow more strained. Diversifying partners is what Carney calls a necessary shift for a new world order.
We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers.
Canadian consumers looking for more affordable...
Can you trust that banker? It's a good point, whoever said that before. Maybe Sneaky Ninja? Can't remember. Can you really trust that banker? Come on, look at him. He's a big, tough man talking to Trump. Everyone was hoping he'd do it. He just wants his trade to continue, his mates to keep making money. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe for more so you don't miss out. If you're on Twitch, make sure you hit the follow And here is our Discord invitation. There you go. Go join us. Drop your propaganda. Join in on the fun. Don't be shy. We don't bite hard.
Options could benefit. Chinese-made EVs can cost $10,000 to $15,000 less than comparable models and receive strong reviews.
China hasn't just caught up; they've jumped far over the rest of the world, and their cars are very good.
Nevertheless, Mordu says Chinese automakers will face hurdles entering the Canadian market.
Selling and distributing vehicles requires an infrastructure, and it requires regulatory approval to sell individual cars in the Canadian market.
BYD and other Chinese EV makers don't have that infrastructure yet. But Western brands like Tesla, which manufacture in China, already do, and could be among the first Chinese-made EVs to benefit. Tesla has equipped its Shanghai plant to build and export a Canada-specific Model Y and has a network of 39 stores across the country, giving it an advantage. Canada's EV manufacturing footprint is currently limited. Still,
even Tesla, who's cornered the EV market in Canada, it's just like, yes, we've just moved out, we've upgraded our Chinese production capacity to suit the Canadian market. Our Chinese productive capacity. Hey, that's the real kicker on that one. Where is it actually produced?
Stellantis builds the Dodge Charger Daytona EV in Ontario, but sales have been weak. General Motors shelved plans last year to produce EVs at an Ontario plant once slated to be Canada's first full-scale EV facility. Its future is uncertain. While Canada's EV output is minimal at the moment, Unifor, the union representing Canadian auto workers, warns Chinese EVs could threaten Canadian jobs in the long run. Ontario Premier Doug Ford is calling for a boycott of Chinese EVs. Others worry about antagonizing Trump as Canada prepares to review its free trade agreement with the U.S. But Julian Karagesian, a former special advisor at Canada's finance ministry, says trying to appease Trump hasn't helped.
The spear point of Trump's trade policies is to get auto production back into the United States. No American cars were going to be made outside of the United States. They're going to come home from Mexico. They're going to come home from Canada. So we're losing auto production from this administration. So we might as well do what's in our interests.
To ease some of the labor concerns.
I think it's a fair point. Like what he's talking about there is like there's a lot of the way that America wants to industrialize pins on Canada and Mexico being intricately linked in American auto production. Like it's basically the cars I think will get assembled, they get put together for like final distribution in the US. But like Canada and Mexico will be huge in that supply chain. Value adding at different points, constantly crossing over the borders, etc., potentially seeking tariffs. And so like it is in America's interest, the US interest, to make sure that Canada is as crippled as possible in terms of selection of cars. So like they might not want them to have access to Chinese cars because it's just like that little wedge that gets the Chinese into the Canadian market. So like there's an interest there, but like outside of that, outside of that, what's really going on here?
Mr. Mark Carney says the deal could attract joint ventures and Chinese investment. But with Trump officials vowing to block any Chinese EVs from entering the U.S., marketing Canada as a destination could be a tough sell.
Then again, Chinese officials tend to think long-term, and the Trump administration won't last forever. That could mean more Chinese EVs appearing in Canadian showrooms before long. Karina Huber, CNA, Montreal.
See, I told you, the Chinese just want to wedge into the market. They starts with 45,000 vehicles, and then before you know it, they control your entire industry. That's how the Chinese get you. The Americans are just trying to save Canada with 100% tariffs. Thank God for the Americans and their economic warfare. Where would the world be without its economic wars? Ask the North Koreans, ask the Cubans, the Venezuelans, the Iranians. All right, let's have a listen. Now, this is the new atlas. I'm not sure if you've come across the new atlas before or not, but like, definitely worth a big fat crack at it. if you are trying to understand global politics, like how it all fits together on a chessboard, this guy has some amazing theories, I would say, backed up by his empirical studies, as always. Let's see what he has to say about Canada going over to China and leaving America behind. Is this the start? And Canada is going to ally with the Chinese, and they're going to build their economic ties to China, and America is going to be left behind. We will see.
And now Canada. Let's talk about Canada, because I saw this. Trump threatens Canada with 100% tariffs if it makes a deal with China. And I see so many people, again, I don't know if they really believe this or they're just pandering to their audiences, telling them what they want to hear. And I will show you the material reality of Canada's relationship with the United States versus the fantastical relationship people imagine. They imagine that Canada is finally standing up to the US. I have people asking me, can Canada fight the US using guerrilla warfare? This is all absolutely, utterly ridiculous.
Why not? Why can't the Canadians fight guerrilla war against the US if push came to shove? The Americans threatened NATO by taking Greenland, and Canada's like, you're fighting against Greenland? They're allies of ours. We're going to take you on, America. US of A. This guy's just throwing shade at that theory. Killing it. Red and yellow are evil, down with the brightness. So I did do my cultures and morning practice of wearing black. As you move through the stages of grief, you start introducing colors. Oh wait, we're talking about different stuff. Okay. Didn't Trump tell Switzerland or Sweden that America saved them? They would be speaking German without America. Not knowing German is the primary language there. Interesting. Yeah, I think he was going off about Switzerland last week. Oh, Trump.
Canada is already so economically, militarily, and politically integrated with the US, it has no practical agency or independence. Look past the political theater and see the material realities. Let's see the material realities. This is where Canada exports all of its goods and resources and services. The United States, overwhelmingly. Over 75%.
75%
China is a blip.
of their trade, Canada's trade. $430 billion. Is that where did Canada export all products to in 2023? This looks like it's from a Harvard University source that he's got here. He's got some table that shows where the exports of Canada go. And then you have the big kind of maroon color there is the United States. You have China, Asia, which is green. And then Europe in the blue. And you can kind of see a little bit of Africa and a little bit of Oceania in there. And like 75% of Canada's exports all go to the US. China doesn't really, like, if 75%, and they're not even like it's the biggest outside of that, like exclusively. Europe's a big player in that as well. Not as tied to the Chinese as some people have been making out, it would seem.
And even compared to Europe, China is just there compared to all of Europe. Let's look at imports. Again, well over half of all of their imports come from the United States. China is there, it's sizable, but negligible. Are you going to tell me that Canada is going to seriously risk its stability, political, economic stability, over just slightly, taking this from 9.8% and maybe ratcheting it up to 10%? Do you think they're actually going to threaten political and economic stability with the US over that? And the answer is no, this is theater.
Was that someone's rooster, or was that, no, he has roosters always in the back of his content, this guy. Yeah, he must live with roosters. But yes. I feel like he's going to admit the point that America is moving towards a more protectionist economy. Canada exports to America now but how much appetite is America going to have for Canadian goods after these tariffs? Yeah, fair enough. But like, you know, a bit of tariff warfare isn't going to stop the wall of trade, the wave of trade that goes on between the two economies. They are. He's right. They're absolutely intricately tied together. I think they were saying during the height of like the tariff discussion about what America was doing by putting tariffs on everyone. Somebody explained that the way cars are made, they actually set up industry close to the borders. So in north of the northern states of the US are like industrial production facilities that do trade with people right on the southern Canadian border. And so like car parts or the parts of a car go back like 5 or 6 times over state boundaries, national boundaries between Canada and the US, 6 times before you get an end product on one side of the border. So like they're just like, even in the face of tariff warfare, like what are they going to do? Just stop doing? Everyone's just going to shut down their trade relations. Canada is so tied to the US. And I think the point of all of this propaganda that we're watching at the moment is really trying to, like, especially what this guy is saying, is like, hey, just because they have a trade deal over EVs and canola oil doesn't mean Canada's going anywhere. And I think, you know, Trump knows that 100% tariffs is going to hurt Canada, but it's also going to hurt Americans as well. But like, he's putting the ball in Canada's court. This is Mr. Art of the Deal. He's just like, do you really want to risk that? Hey, we have a lot of trade. Hey, hope you enjoyed your fucking speech at the World Economic Forum now, dickhead. Here's 100% tariffs. What are you going to do now? Hey, not so tough now, are you? Bad boy. Is Canada and America are just intricately linked. They're basically, from an economic standpoint, the same country because of the way they set themselves up in the supply chain.
Let's continue. What we're watching is part of wider political theater where the US is declaring its new global rules and making examples of those who don't follow them. That applies to Venezuela. They said, we own the Western Hemisphere, and anyone that defies us, we will literally murder you, kidnap you, or murder you. That's what we will do. And then they kidnapped the president of Venezuela. They murdered hundreds of Venezuelans in a war of aggression, very short, but still a war of aggression nonetheless. And now they are saying Canada, actually they're saying no one's going to do business with China. And here's Canada saying, we're going to still do business. You can't tell us what to do, even though it's all complete theater. And the US will make an example out of them to set a precedent for other nations the US doesn't actually completely control, so that they can set the precedent and then apply this pressure to nations that actually are considering working more closely with China. Countries like Thailand, where I'm based, for example. So this theater with Canada is wholly artificial. The rule is China must be isolated. Canada, who has no genuine interest in working with China and no significant relationship with China. Really, when you look at this, there's no serious relationship Canada has with China. If all that trade disappeared overnight, Canada would continue being Canada. If all of its trade with the US, exports and imports, were shut off, Canada would be sucked up into an economic black hole.
It's an interesting way of looking at it. It's very Marxian, I must admit, in the sense that, like, look, come on. If Canada was cut off from China overnight, would Canada implode and cease to exist? Would it be the end times for Canada? Nah, not really. Yeah, it would suck. But like, they get a lot of stuff that comes through the US. So if the US imports a lot of Chinese stuff and manufactures or adds value at a certain point, then sends it over to Canada and they add some value, like, they'll still exist. They'll still be alive indirectly with China, just not directly anymore. But like, the US, it's a fair point. If the US just literally was like, that's it, no more trade. They shut the northern border. They built the wall and shut the entire northern border. No more trade with Canada. Canada would, its economic system is too tied to the Americans, and its economy would collapse. And that's like a fair way to look at actual world trade and geopolitics as opposed to the culture war stuff. It's very interesting. I like this guy. There is also the risk that America will trade with China through Canada. Yes, and vice versa. The bourgeoisie are not going to give up an opportunity to make money just because they don't like you. Yeah, they're still going to make money. They're still going to make their their money. Canada was cut off by China overnight. America would sweep in with a bailout package and buy Canada. There's the long game for you right there. We'll cripple them first, and then we'll buy it. It'll be the Canada Purchase after we strangle them with economic warfare. The Canada Purchase. It cuts both ways. I don't think Trump can impose 100% tariffs without killing his own economy too. They're very reliant on Canadian crude, softwood lumber, and potash, to name but a few things, but crucial things as well, especially the potash. Very, very important. Yep, and a specific chemical study. Oh, wait, it's still doing the smoky thing. All right.
And you cannot expand your trade with China fast enough to compensate for that. And everybody should know that. Shouldn't even have to explain that. So the rule is China must be isolated. Canada, who has no genuine interest in working with China, will set the precedent and example for other nations not fully captured by the US of what will happen if they don't agree to isolate China. Years ago, the US declared the need to consolidate control over its proxies. That goes back to the Biden administration, the National Defense Industrial Strategy.
Jag's in the house. I love how he says continuity of agenda. It's so good. It's his version of it's capitalism, baby. It's his one. Continuity of agenda. I'm telling you, people. I say it every time and no one makes it. And no one calls it. I'm back. Had to make a gym run. Welcome to the stream. All right.
Strategy and now the national security strategy under the Trump administration. They have both emphasized the fact that America alone cannot continue pursuing primacy. It needs to consolidate control over its proxies and use them more aggressively. That is the consensus, Republican, Democratic, doesn't matter who is in the White House, who is controlling Congress. That is what the unelected corporate financier special interest actually driving US foreign policy. That is what they said is going to happen, and that is what is happening.
It's an interesting theory. It's like in a world basically where the US knows that like this isn't 1945 anymore. It's not post World War II Reconstruction. Like the world can be independent. Its allies can do things independently if they really wanted to figure it out. And so like what's a better way to control your allies or your proxies than by bullying them? Just reminding them all the time who's boss so they don't go run away with somebody else because it's too hard to militarily control them. There's too many of them and you have to spread yourself out too thinly. And so you have to remind them constantly of, who's the top dog by basically bullying them into submission time and time again to control your proxies. UK, Canada, Australia, China. I shared the new atlas with Uncle and he didn't seem too interested. I'm shattered. I'm fucking shattered. We have to offer your uncle something of value. That's crushing. It's crushing. But we had him on that one. For sure. Back to the drawing board. We have to impress upon the esteemed uncle somehow. To pay him back for the network state.
And U.S. official U.S. government papers have reiterated this necessity under both the Biden and Trump administrations. I showed you where they did.
I was honestly shocked he didn't dig it. I'm crushed, bro. In peace times, it's better to be allies, but consolidating control to a single leader does create more efficiency during war. Only then. They were still driving Audi and BMW in London after World War II.
In order to successfully confront and defeat a rising China. Again, the US does not have enough. They think all of their proxies combined on paper come somewhere close to equaling China, but they need to exercise more direct control over these proxies. As it is right now under the status quo.
So what he's talking about there is this concept that like Americans think that they can battle China, its economic power, China's economic power, because it is so vast now. Its productive capacity is so huge versus the American productive capacity. If the US just controls its allies, basically controls Canada, controls Mexico, controls the Europeans, and I guess like by extension other people like in Australia, New Zealand, people in the in what do they call it? In the Indo-Pacific. If they can control all of them, their economic power combined might rival China, but they can't economically compete. So you've got to keep them all in line. And so this stoush with Mark Carney is like Trump just reminding Canada that like all their trade is with the US. So we will cut off our nose to spite our face. We will fuck, who cares? The American businesses aren't going anywhere if I put tariffs. Yeah, it might hurt them, but it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you more, buddy. And I'm willing to sacrifice wave after wave of American businesses just to control you, Canada.
The US does not directly control them to the degree they would need to successfully confront and overpower China. That is what we're watching. And that is what it has been and is doing both in America, in the Americas, across the Atlantic, in Europe, and everywhere else. This theater is meant to manage public and political perception as it does. So that's all this political theater is meant to do. It's meant to draw people into the drama, people that are conservative or liberal. They're going to pick their sides and root for their team, and they're all going to miss the big picture where the US is simply consolidating control over these proxies they already have politically captured, and they're going to use them in an unprecedented way, more aggressively than ever, to encircle, contain, divide, and destroy nations like Russia, Iran, and China, and they will do it at the expense of their proxies, not themselves. If you thought this video was...
There you go. We're all just being fed into the American meat grinder. Like a bleak assessment of the situation from Mr. New Atlas. As always, bleak, but to the point. God damn. My conspiracy brain says the Crown was making a statement ousting Andrew prior to the Epstein files release and the leaks regarding Trump's involvement. Interesting. What have I missed in the chat? And is America the strongest leader among the allies? That's a good question. Strength is unity. I don't think the US paints a picture of strength. Power? Sure. But not strength. Desperation even. Combine economies, trade routes, social systems. It would be more efficient. Yes. If it's unilaterally accepted. Unilaterally accepted is a pretty funny concept as well. It's like, well, it's a unilateral decision. You have to accept it. You don't really have a choice, eh? They're going to make that decision anyway. It doesn't matter if you accept. Think about this. Japan got the bomb dropped on them and 20 years later invented the bullet train. What has Australia built in the last 20 years? Good question. It was just 3 EP, but specific. Oh, you guys are talking about the secondhand smoke debate. It goes. It is alive and well. The debate continues. Dun, dun. All right. Apparently the UK are doing the same thing at the moment. Or like Keir Starmer is, resetting relations with Beijing and China. So I want to have a look at that, actually. China's just killing it. Everyone wants to do deals with China in the wake of Trump. Okay, scary, scary Trump being a big bully. Let's just talk about China and our beautiful relations with China.
The first and last time Keir Starmer met Xi Jinping was on the sidelines of the G20 in Brazil 2 years ago. Before that, British and Chinese leaders had not held a formal bilateral sit-down for 6 years.
6 years. The lesson of history is that the more we're able to deal with problems, the world is safer when leaders talk.
Now Starmer is heading to Beijing.
I love how they say it. Like, it's just so insightful as well when they speak, world leaders. And they're just like, we're all safer when everyone works together. Really? Wow. I'm going to try me some of that. Oh, yeah.
He's hoping to expand foreign investment and trade ties. A delegation of British business leaders is even travelling with him. all in an effort to draw a line under what had become a difficult relationship. One which saw Chinese telecoms company Huawei banned from the UK's 5G networks on national security grounds. Criticism over the detention and conviction of British citizen Jimmy Lai under Hong Kong's national security law. And 2 Brits charged in the UK under the Official Secrets Act for allegedly spying for China. They denied it and the charges were later dropped. If this was the high point in relations, then all of that perhaps...
No way. Is that she with the Queen? Hey, look at those two rubbing shoulders. Very interesting.
The lowest point. Now, there are cautious hopes of a reset. And they're off to a good start. Earlier this month, China got the go-ahead from the UK government for what will be one of its largest embassies in Europe, here at the site of the old Royal Mint. China bought it in 2018, but it's been delayed ever since. And it's been hugely controversial, largely because of security and spying concerns. With China presenting itself as an alternative to the US, in recent weeks prompting questions across the UK, Europe and beyond about America's reliability as a partner, could Beijing's outreach efforts be working?
China is committed to fostering common prosperity with its trading partners through its own development and making the pie bigger to the global economy and trade.
France's president has visited China twice in recent years. Germany's leadership has travelled there 4 times. And Canada's Mark Carney has just returned from Beijing.
Canada and China have reached a preliminary but landmark.
See, it's interesting, isn't it? Like all the talk, they're just like, oh, in the face of instability because of the great Trump bully, let's just all increase our relations with China. As in, like, you know, they're just making trade deals with China about stuff, and then they can say, look, we're doing something about big bully Trump. We're going to trade canola oil for EVs. Eh? Look at us. Decoupling from the US. Eh? We're not the bitch. We're not Trump's bitch. No way. Of course not. Look at us talking to China. That's what you people want to see, isn't it? Eh, plebs?
A landmark trade agreement.
Back in London, Keir Starmer says his approach is to, quote, cooperate where...
Everybody loves Elizabeth. The monarchy died when she did. Eh? That's an interesting call. That's an interesting call, that one. Eh? I guess you could say it did. Like, it's lost its relevance now. She was the last anchor from an old tradition. Oh shit, maybe it was on the money regarding the crown. Don't tell Trump. He's working on it.
Where we can and challenge where we must. A leader led, after all, by what he describes as British pragmatism. Victoria Innes, TRT World.
There's nothing like British pragmatism, eh? It's one of our core traits, it is. Now let's have a look here. Did anything actually happen as a result of this? UK rejects Trump's demand, refuses to snub China after. What's this? No. What are the comment section? Worry about China's spy. Why CIA and Mossad operating freely in the UK? Yeah, China wants to build fuck off embassy. Must be an operation for some intricate spy network. Neck minute, CIA, Mossad, openly operating. President Xi should also ask Starmer about freedom of speech in the UK. Savage, bro. How's that firewall going, hey? Because now we have online ID. Presidents of the world are lining up to visit China. Well, that's what they want us to think, isn't it? This guy's on it, hey? In the face of evil Trump, everyone will line up to do a shake the hands with Xi. Just to calm everyone down a little bit about how crappy geopolitics is. I hope China won't trust the Western terrorists. Savage, this comment section. Bad mouths China day in, day out, then goes to China with a begging bowl. Hey, this is a savage comment section, seriously. Oh, man. All right. Let's get some other perspective on this one. What's this? Sky News UK? Yeah, why not? Let's do a UK version of this story. A Sky News UK take on this. We like a bit of Sky News, don't we? Oh man, did that not work? But Trump's done so many deals. His hands are bruised. It's all the deals and the handshakes. That's what they told me. Ah, that's why he's got a purple hand. Too much handshaking. Hope he washes those things first before he touches anyone with them.
As a Brit, this might be the strangest place in China. It's been built to exactly emulate a British town, although now it's a little deserted and dilapidated. But is this a good metaphor for UK-China relations? Well, the British Prime Minister is coming this week and he wants to give things a bit of a revamp. So what's on the table? What will be the stumbling blocks? And how does China see it? This place is slightly odd. It's a little bit like being in West London if West London had been slightly forgotten about. Look, this is the Thamestown pub. Some familiar faces. We think this one's meant to be Princess Diana. Oh, David Beckham.
What the fuck is going on here?
Phone box, I wonder if it works. No. But there is a serious point to all this. This place was built in the 2000s, a time when China was getting richer and opening up, a time where all things British were considered desirable, and a time when there was real promise in the relationship. But things have changed since then. China's become more self-sufficient and more wary of the West. And the UK has spent 10 years flip-flopping on its China policy. Previous governments had very little engagement at all. It's that Keir Starmer wants to change. It's the reason he's here. So what will they be discussing? So top of the agenda is trade and investment. And when you boil it down, that is probably the key reason that Starmer is coming. And actually, both markets have different advantages. Both have things that the other one wants. The British sell services primarily to China, things like legal, financial and universities, whereas the British buy from China more manufactured goods. In the past, things like clothing and toys. Of recent times, more electronics and technology, things like that. There will probably not be a big overarching trade deal, but look out for things like the removal of non-tariff barriers, increased access, and perhaps cooperation on sectors that are important to both, things like renewable energy or technology. But in reality, both are hedging a bit because their bigger trade partner, the US, has been a little unreliable of late. The big elephant in
the... This is what it's all about. The US causing all this instability. That's why they're coming together. Because they want to like diversify their investments a little bit. Hey, maybe we should agree on the things that we can, because evil Trump is on the loose, tearing up the world economy.
The room will be spying and national security. It's the key balancing act that visiting leaders here have to strike. How to trade off between risk.
Stumbled into a TARDIS. How English of me.
An advantage. It could be particularly awkward this time as there's been a recent spate of accusations about Chinese state actors getting close to influential people in British public life, most notably Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. It is true that the Chinese state has a broad and sophisticated network of espionage and influence. And although it might not come up in the room with the leaders, Keir Starmer will have to keep an eye on British public opinion. That's particularly true as the government recently approved...
It's crazy, isn't it? They're just like, it's just so matter of fact. It's like, and like everybody knows, you know, China has just the most sophisticated spying and intelligence operation known to man. And like, hello, what about the CIA? What about MI6? What about Mossad? Oh, no. It's just China. It's just China and their incredible spy network across the globe. That's what you have to really worry about when you let them build an embassy. An embassy, a building that everybody gets, usually, when they have relations. Hello?
His mega embassy in London, which its critics are saying might be a base for Chinese spies. As always with China, there will also be thornier issues on the table, things that they fundamentally disagree about. Starmer might bring up the war in Ukraine. Can Xi use his influence over Putin to stop the fighting? And Xi Jinping might bring up Taiwan, the self-governing democracy that he sees as part of China, an issue that he wants the West to leave alone.
The
But
orange
perhaps the
juice
most
is
immediate
loose.
case will be that of Jimmy Lai. He's one of Hong Kong's most
Pine Gap like, oh yeah, gotta watch out for China. Eh?
famous pro-democracy voices. He's a British citizen, and he was recently found guilty of national security offences that the UK sees as politically motivated. Can Starmer do anything to secure his release? So what does China make
Pardon me, crumpets, not Chinese spies.
of it all?
No.
Do you know who the British Prime Minister is?
不知道。I'm sorry.
他说马克龙。
Macron. No, Macron. 他是法国的。对。
I don't know who is the current, because actually in our mind about the West only has one name, is Donald Trump.
The reality is the UK is
good.
not considered to be that big a player.
That's so funny. Actually, we don't give a shit about the British. We don't even know who the fuck they are, really. All we know is America. That's what really matters here. So like UK, just like Canada, going over doing some secret deals with Trump, it really means nothing at the end of the day. It's just a bit, it's just for us plebs. It's just a bit of show for us plebs who are frantic because they think that Trump is tearing the world to pieces. Don't worry, it's okay. We've got a deal coming with China. Everyone, it's okay. We still have a big trading partner. That's not just the US. We have the Chinese too. Let's just allow them to have some EVs. That'll solve everything. Okay? Leave the elderly alone, lady. Yeah, sorry. I know he's so apologetic as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't really give a shit about the British. Come on, let's be honest. All that matters is the US.
It's seen as being closer to the US and having not made the effort that other European nations have. Be in no doubt, this is a moment of huge opportunity for China, coming just at the time where Donald Trump is fracturing his traditional relationships with Europe.
All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland.
The victory for China will
So
be as
good.
much in the
It's just a place called Greenland. Remember when he said it? Remember when he backs it up with it? It's just a piece of ice. It's just a piece of ice with some minerals. Why is everybody so edgy? Like, come on. It's just a fucking piece of ice. Forget who you're dealing with here.
Symbolism of the UK rekindling this relationship, just as its one with America is on slightly shakier ground. Look out for some gestures of goodwill, for example, visa-free travel. But remember, China always plays the long, strategic, calculated game. It will not give any ground it doesn't want to, and it will be pushing for its advantage amidst the broader geopolitical picture.
Did he actually say that? Yeah, he did. We watched these speech. It was an hour long. We got through. It took like 3 hours to watch it in the stream. And he was basically, it's just a piece of ice. Like, why is everyone getting so upset about this? Seriously. Do they know who I am? Who wants a piece of ice? Seriously. Very interesting. Oh, yeah. And confusing Iceland and Greenland. Sound man. Eh? Take that to the ego, Kier. Yeah, take that. And not so important, Chinese don't even know who you are. Actually, let's do this quickly. I do want to know about this.
Welcome.
It's the BBC. It's the BBC. Yeah, I want to know what they have to say about it. We said we'd talk about this later. Iran. We're just going to have a quick break. Strap yourself in. All right, back on it. You're getting censored. You're getting censored? No way. For saying that. For talking about Trump. What's Trump said about Greenland. Damn. Watch out for the censor today, ladies and gentlemen. A bit hardcore. You might have to go over to Discord and put your censored comment in if you want it read out. Ninja knows. Breaking news. I don't know if anyone knows about this. Holly Valance has recorded her 90s hit Kiss Kiss for the upcoming Pauline Hanson animated movie series. Please explain. Hey, it's coming out. Holly Valance Kiss Kiss. My ass. Hey, super progressive movie. I don't mean to distract from the topic, but this was way too important not to share. Oh, let's have a fucking look. Hey, why not? Let's get a break from this boring world politics. Let's do this.
Mwah. You will respect my pronouns. Not all ladies have ovaries, some have a penis. They say that I'm a he, but I'm a she.
Oh, is this from the movie? Is this the thing? No way.
I gotta be another D, and I don't care what people say. I'll never be a him or them a they. Cause I'm a real biological woman, a real biological woman. As you know, I'm not, I'm the original thought. I was born this way, it's in my DNA. I'm a real biological woman.
My baby has no gender. I hope it's a bender. Don't choke on your woke. Joke.
My dope is embedded in my
Don't choke on your work. So good. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just hitting the classic brain rotted take. Oh man. Ninja knows. Thank you for sharing. Oh my god.
Got flags in my biotechnology. Favorite song from the river to the sea.
Right, favorite song from the river to the sea. Oh my god.
Q plus, you bigot. Cause I'm a real diabolical lefty, a real diabolical lefty. Ideology, feeding hate in you. I'll intimidate, I'll indoctrinate. I'm a real diabolical lefty, a real diabolical lefty. Check your bias at the door, pretty. We identify as M's and Z. More rotations than a windy derby bee. Obese is body positivity. You're fat. I'm cancel culture, virtue signaling vulture. You can only be my mate if you can menstruate. I'm so far left that you look far right. If you're pale, stale, and male, get out of my sight. Got 2 dads on every TV ad. No one wants a hetero cause they're contraband. Welcome to country, it's not your land. It's your wife's boyfriend.
It's your wife's boyfriend. It's so bad. Watch your butt. Did you hear about the TikTok censorship controversy since Ellison buying it? Like as in, like in the US, Ellison, old Larry, up to his tricks. He's now in control of TikTok. He's got his hands on the sacred algorithm. Is that what you're talking about? We have to watch this together. Please. My ears, my eyes, my ears. She's not wrong though. Oh man, I'm gonna have to turn that one into a GIF. Yeah, I know. Like I was trying to think of it actually. Like, how would you do it? Would you do like a late night session on Twitch or something like that, where you don't get picked up? I guess. Like, and you could stream it somehow. Like, how would you watch this together? I feel the wrinkles in my brain smoothing as we speak. TikTok is starting to censor anything considered anti-Zionist, anti-ICE, or about Epstein. No way. But this is obviously TikTok US we're speaking about here. All right, they've got access to it now. And like Larry Ellison and the Zionists, like, come on. Hey? Epstein has been censored where you can't even say his name in DMs? What? Come on. Twitch only and no recording the VOD. This is like the book on surveillance capitalism. Here it is. This is a full recognition of the power of surveillance capitalist infrastructure. And if you have got a propaganda machine as powerful as TikTok, it is the way that people get information for the most part now, through like short videos, concise videos, and TikTok has that power. You got to take it back for yourself. You got to get back. You got to claw back that information control power. That's what the American state does. Controls world opinion through its soft power. And TikTok, just got to tie up that loose end. You can't even say Epstein in a DM. That's mental. That's mental. Twitch only and no recording. Interesting. Discord watch party? Holy shit. Is that a thing? Could we do that? That's interesting. Couldn't stream the UFC. Either that or a Discord watch party. All right. Even Discord has been blacking out streams for pay-per-view content. Okay. Yeah, it sucks. They have that thing. They can black stuff out. It's like 90 to watch that Hanson junk or some shit, isn't it? Like they priced out anyone that would hate watch it, to be honest. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, it was $99. I checked in Sydney anyway. I don't know about other places, but it was $99 to buy a ticket. I missed out, man. And that was just in my friend's Discord. I prefer to watch the entire movie in 60-second segments on YouTube shorts, personally. Like what we're getting right now. I'll chip in to watch this. I'll do it. I'll do it. So good. Wait, is this what it actually looks like when they censor your comments? No, this is what a censor looks like. No way. Look at that. Have you seen the Epstein files? When I Epstein, this message is maybe in violation of our community guidelines. Epstein, this message, Epstein, no way. That's crazy. That's what it looks like. That's what censorship looks like, man. Hey, where's the right wing now? Hey, the saviors of free speech, letting Larry Ellison do this to TikTok. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. You're a fucking masochist. You better believe it. I'll pay for this shit. Notorious for copyright complaints. Oh, UFC and fights are looking for people streaming their content to claim like 1 minute of coverage. I just returned. Ugh, what the hell? What the fuck? Dude, this is a song that's come out of the new Pauline Hanson movie. How did you get on this? This was only 3 hours ago they released this. Ninja Nurse. So do you want to tell us something? Do you have a sneaky admission to make? Have you subscribed to Pauline Hanson's Please Explain? How did you know? Censorship is taking over. Freedom is slowly dying. This is surveillance capitalism. This is surveillance capitalism. Social media was supposed to be this idea of, it's the marketplace of ideas. You can trade information anywhere. You can learn anything. But like, no, surveillance capitalism is actually about careful censorship, and behavioral modification. And they could do that behavioral modification very, very well. I have a far right account that feeds me this content. This is how I discover what their talking points are. Well, it's Kiss Kiss, baby. Kiss Kiss My Ass official music video.
Doing hard time for my hate speech. You can shovel your opinions in the leaves. Cause I'm a real pathological, so fake. Real pathological, so fake. Trying to run me out, but we don't multiply. So stand aside, cause we're the DEI. I'm a real pathological, so fake. Trigger alert, trigger alert, trigger alert. A real biological woman, a real diabolical lefty. A real pathological, so fake. A real biological woman.
Oh, man. So good. So painful. It's all these things at the same time. She's got some real balls. Hey, let's go to the comment section. Who is here before 1 million views? I can't stop listening to this song. That's the real funny reality of this. Like the type of people that are listening to this type of stuff, about someone being super progressive, is the conservatives out there. Can't stop listening to this super progressive song. So funny. Kiss Kiss was ripped off by a Greek by a Greek Turkish song. Not very One Nation. fuck is this song is number 1 in Australia? What the fuck? No way. Is it? Is it going to be number 1? Shout out to all those that helped make the movie. Adore you, Pauline. Brilliant. Well played, Pauline and Harley. I love this. Lefties hate being told the truth. Righties hate to be lied to. And that's the real distinction in the culture wars. Triple J's hottest 100. Here we come. Oh my god. Far out. Thanks, Ninja Nose. Thanks. Holly once said everyone is progressive till they have money. What's this? Let's have a look at this one. We're getting dumped with an article here. This is going to be good. Pauline Hanson, Holly Van Ant's song hits number 1 spot in Australia. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's hit number 1. And you've heard it here first. Oh, man. And there was no need for Elon Musk to push it on X. A song released by Pauline Hanson and performed by Holly Van Hunt has hit the number 1 spot on the Music Apple iTunes best-selling song charts. The One Nation later released Kiss Kiss XX My Ass on Australia Day, which mocked trans people, snowflakes, and woke culture within hours. It had been purchased enough times to soar past the 2 songs that topped the Triple J Hottest 100, Oliver Dean's Man I Need, and Kelly Holiday's Dancing 2 into the top spot. There you go. Believe it. There you go. It's beautiful times that we live in. I put the clip in the Discord. Number 1 on iTunes. There it is. Holly Valance. Here we go. Pauline Pants Down, Do Your Thing. Now that's a number 1 that we can all get down to. Let's listen to this.
Everyone starts off as a lefty and then wakes up at some point after you start either making money, working, trying to run a business, trying to buy a home, and then realize what crap ideas they all are. And then you go to the right. Everyone starts off as a lefty and then
you wake up one day as an adult and you go right. You never go back. Bet the ABC executives loved that. Yeah, they probably did, actually. They probably did. Interesting. Wait, what did you say, Voltato? Or are you a lefty and become washed up and marry a millionaire? So now you're a righty grifter, hey? Are you a lefty and become washed up and marry a millionaire? Hey, that's the secret to success. Just find yourself a millionaire. That's what I need, actually. Gotta find myself a millionaire. Sugar daddy. Then we can pour money into this channel. Everyone is lefty until you become a failed porn star and actress. Then it's everyone else's fault. No way. Porn star too? Hey, interesting. If anything, this just shows how crap the Hottest 100 has become overall. Yes, I was thinking that. I was like, really? If all it takes is Pauline Hanson to drop a song in Australia for the Hottest 100 to be meaningless, that just shows you how fucking crap Triple J's Hottest 100 is. It's so funny. Oh, man. The Finno was here. I wonder what they talk about when they mean you become adult when you're a Republican, ? A pop star, bro. Oh, Reed? Ah, too bad. That would have been hilarious. Yeah. Reed? No. It was funnier the way I said it. I'd love to drop the obligatory, can I fix her? But nah, she's literally broken. Ha. Corn brain rotted? LOL. Same, right? Can't it all be the same? It's pretty much the same type of stuff. All right. Back to the serious stuff. Iran. What's going on there? I did say we're going to catch up on that, but like, is Trump's armada going to attack Iran? Dun dun dun. Tell us, BBC. She might have done a spread for Zoo at one point. Eh? Do we have to watch more Holly Valance? Seriously? Come on. All right. One more. One more.
Decided to let rip on a few pet peeves on the Conservative GB News channel this week, including criticising Australia, even though she says she loves it, for being a woke nightmare.
The Australia I grew up in was unreal. It was so fun. And we didn't seem to have all these problems. There wasn't all this sort of like, the woke stuff's really gone big in Australia.
What's the example of that?
Stuff they're teaching children in school.
Right.
I don't think sexuality and children should be in the same sentence. And I don't think anyone's sexuality is anyone's business.
Decided to let rip.
Woke rubbish in schools. Who would have thought, Dave? Who would have thought? David's in the house. There you go. And so after free public education, which in most countries includes college, people start making money and think socialism is a scam and anti-democratic. Eh? I know, right? Socializing the cost of reproducing humans and getting them ready to be in the economy. Eh? Got to take that free public service and then trash it once I start making some real coin. Oh yeah, she was on UK Zoo cover. Pre-internet gooner. She can't make a coherent argument. Everything she didn't like is work. Is woke. Woke up. Very interesting. Yeah, she was kind of stumped. Like, I thought she was going to make a claim like that in a setting like that. Like, have a good example there. She was like, I don't know. What's a stereotypical one? Sexuality and pushing that on young people. Yeah, let's go with that one. It's fun to be gay or anything you want, but why teach it to children, man? Hey, I don't know. Speak to Holly. She has a gripe with it. Really, she let me tweak her top ends till she peaked. He actually went to Hong Kong for years working in journalism before coming back to Australia to fight the wokies. Who's this? Who are you talking about? Tweaking the top end. See you in the NT. Gender identity isn't necessarily about having sex. I doubt they are teaching kids about sex, but nothing surprises me with the amount of crazy people everywhere. Has anyone seen her Kiss Kiss video? Don't lecture us on sexuality and children. Savage. There it is. Hey? Yeah, I know. She's part of the machine, man. Well, it looks like everything is getting all PC again. South Park 2010 reference. How once every few years the media ramps up divisional stories and tactics. The South Park law of everything. They've covered it all. All right. Oh, Adrian carried the bloke on the screen. Right. Got it. All right, let's do this.
To the Global News podcast on YouTube, where we go behind the headlines to find out more about a story and why it matters. Today, President Trump says a big armada is heading towards Iran in the wake of a deadly and brutal crackdown on protesters by the regime. I'm joined in the studio by our defence correspondent, Jonathan Beale. Jonathan, tell us about the extent of this armada.
No, I don't think it is as big as the US Navy presence in the Caribbean. I think I was told about 20% of the US Navy was in the Caribbean when the US launched that military operation in Venezuela. What we do know is that the US already has a military presence in the Middle East. It permanently has a naval presence. So there are a number of destroyers, 3 destroyers already there. So I think it's the arrival of the USS Abraham Lincoln strike group that has given President Trump reason to say that an armada has arrived.
And the fact that they've arrived in the region with those comments of President Trump, there's no way this could be a coincidence, is there?
No, because we know that this carrier strike group was in the South China Sea. It was not the area of operation that it was meant to be in, but it was suddenly diverted, changed course. I mean, it's taken, best part of 10 days, maybe even longer to arrive where they need to be now. But they need to be there because, we've heard President Trump up the rhetoric. First of all, saying that help was on its way for the Iranian people. And then also making clear now, as he says, there's an armada there. So they have diverted considerable resources. We shouldn't just look at the naval assets that have gone. I mean, as I said, the US has a significant military presence.
Couldn't help yourself. Good job. Sexuality in children. Check out some of my music videos, kids. There it is. Check it out in the Discord if you're interested.
In the region, bases in Saudi Arabia, UAE, in Jordan. So it's the arrival of more military hardware to an area which already had quite a lot, and then lots of aircraft arriving. And when lots of aircraft arrive, you kind of...
Trump is 100% going to send us into a war with Iran because he's an idiot with no military experience. Like, is it him, or is this some other long range kind of plot that's happening? Is it really his policy, or is it just kind of following the general trajectory of what all the US leaders do? They'll follow the same narrative when it comes to Iran. He's just continuity of agenda. He's just keeping it real, keeping up that US pressure on the revolutionary government of Iran.
I've asked, well, is that preparing for strike action? And you look for a couple of things. First of all, what kind of aircraft? Yes, fighter jets, which can deliver weapons. A lot have turned up in the Middle East in the last 2 weeks, but also tankers, which they would need to refuel them. And then just as significantly, a lot of transport aircraft arriving at those US military bases in the region. And if you look at open source intelligence, some of those transport aircraft are carrying air defense systems. And the reason why you want air defense systems is because you're worried about retaliatory strikes, because Iran still has the ability to carry out its own strikes. It's got a large stockpile still of short-range ballistic missiles, anti-ship missiles as well. Now, we don't have detail from the US military as to exactly what has been sent, but you can assume there will be, of course, US Army personnel on the ground in the region, not in Iran, I'm saying. There will be US Navy.
Dilemmas. Good thing Iran has such tight gun laws. Look at how the government is keeping its citizens safe. In the context of what we spoke about yesterday, where you have Alex Pretty, who had a gun on him and still got shot 10 times by his government. The gun didn't help him. Yeah, thank God he had that loose weapon that fires on its own. When they say guns don't kill people, people kill people. And he had a gun, what did you keep calling it? A 320 something? 320? That fired itself and got him shot. It seems like in this case, guns do kill people. His gun misfired, and then he was shot 10 times for it. It's interesting. Iran has such tight gun laws.
Air Force, we know, has a large presence there at the moment. Air defense systems, and probably the US Space Force to jam signals and the likes as well. So, this is a whole force operation, and the US military, which President Trump is keen to remind us, is the most powerful military in the world. And I think he will be, building up his forces if he takes that decision to carry out a military strike, which, let's be honest, is not going to be as easy as it was during Midnight Hammer, because that was, focused targets. It was...
Let's not promote the false narrative. His gun misfiring is what got killed. Just saying, if you follow that type of thinking, it looks like it is guns that kill people. Got him shot multiple times. But yes, I see what you did there. Cautious reminder as always. We're not getting much out of this guy. Like, he's saying some interesting stuff about them ramping up their presence and logistics. They're moving things around. They want anti-missile technology. Because, look, Iran is no Venezuela at the end of the day. Iran is fully ready to really do some damage and to shit up if they want to take them down somehow, like they did with the nuclear facility. Iran is ready. So it's definitely a different beast to Venezuela. But like now, all of a sudden, Iran's back on the agenda. Let's watch together over the next couple of days how people start to talk about Iran again. They're going to start to talk about, like, you know, new information coming in about more deaths and all this sort of stuff as they manufacture consent for some type of action on Iran. The majority don't experience. Oh, this is a separate conversation. There's some interesting side conversations and hustles going on today. Smoking, children, and sex education.
To try and set back at least, or to destroy Iran's nuclear program, specific sites, lots of aerial imagery. It's not clear what exactly would he do this time round.
Presumably, though, this fleet of warships will be using intelligence from what? The Israelis as well as the CIA?
Well, they certainly have a close relationship. And I think that, you know, there have been certainly US spy planes flying in the Gulf, both manned and unmanned, gathering intelligence. They'll have a considerable amount of intelligence from the last time they carried out strikes on Iran's nuclear program, and I suspect have been monitoring the situation for some time. But, you know, if you're an enemy, you will disperse your forces. You will do your best to change the position of ammunition stocks and supplies, hard-to-move factories, which could be targeted. And if you're Iran's leader, supreme leader, then you probably will be taking precautions as to where exactly you stay and move around. So, but I think if and, you know, we have to discuss, I suppose, what are the potential targets. There's a much longer list than Iran's nuclear program, and it is probably much more difficult to decapitate the Iranian regime, if that was President Trump's goal, than it was taking out some nuclear sites.
But we know from last time they still have bunker-busting bombs, so-called. Are they going to need them if there's an attack now?
Well, they could certainly use them. And I think it's worth remembering, you know, while we focus on what the military buildup in the region is, those bunker buster bombs that were used during Operation Midnight Hammer to target Iran's nuclear program flew all the way from the States, those B-2 bombers. There was a lot of movement of forces around which were diversionary. So essentially to try to keep the enemy guessing. And in the end, the fatal strikes, if you like, to Iran's nuclear program were delivered by bombers that flew all the way from America. And they've done that before. They could do it again. So I don't think we should just focus on what is on the ground in the region, but realize
Oh, damn. I'm muted. Sorry. Audio. Whoops. Sorry. No, just saying, like, this is a good point that he's making. A really good point. That, like, if they really want to, they can fly from the US to strike Iran, as opposed to this, like, nonsense that they're building up an armada. Very interesting. Very interesting commentary there. It's a fair point, too.
that there is a lot more firepower they can call on from back home. I think you'd also got to say this time that when Operation Midnight Hammer happened, there was a retaliatory strike, if you remember, on Al Udeid Air Base, a US military base in Qatar.
Seen widely as a token retaliation.
Well, and seen as a token because there was plenty of advance warning. They emptied the base of non-essential personnel. They knew the missiles were going to be fired. It has essentially been telegraphed by Iran. This time, it may not be the case. And, I've spoken to people who do wargaming in the Middle East and essentially look at the stocks of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles, anti-ship missiles. Remember, Iran has provided Russia with drones. Shahed drones are an Iranian product, essentially. They have lots of those. And Iran is threatening retaliation. And that is why you're seeing the US, and I think at the urging of countries in the region, not just Gulf countries, Israel too, to have air defenses in place if Iran retaliates, because it could still potentially overwhelm some of those air defenses. It has enough weapons to do that if it wanted to. But again, of course, the danger for Iran is that just escalates and then it all gets out of control. And the consequences for Iran, which does not have a military as capable as the US, will be worse than for the US.
You've said the US has the biggest, most powerful military in the world. Would Iran really...
Say the line. But like what is also been brought up as a pretty good point already is that like Iran ain't no Venezuela. Like you don't just fly in and do what you want. Like big territory, hard to take. If so easy, probably would have done it already. Like it's an interesting terrain to work in. Not just flying in bombers in the middle of the night to blow up nuclear infrastructure. But you just said America has the biggest military in the world. Surely Iran wouldn't want to fight them. Like, on what terms? I think that's what really is that question here. Is like Iran could strike back, and what is the US going to do? Actually wage war with Iran? That'll be a difficult one. No, maybe they'll just get Israel to strike them from afar. Then they've got at arm's length.
Really dare take it on?
So, I mean, it's a question, isn't it, of a regime survival. If the regime felt it was, and let's be honest, it's been in a perilous position with the protests and the...
What's the comment that you made before? Who was it? Who said something about the regime language that they're using? Somebody called that out before. Litty Bros. What's the... What did she say? Regime is going to be the word of 2026. Right? Say it again. Say regime. Oh, the regime. Yes, the regime. Regime.
Rates. And it's taken, pretty... It's more than robust. It's violent, repressive action to try and quell those protests amongst its own people. What would it do if it was attacked and it felt that the regime was about to collapse, was in danger of collapsing? I think you then got to ask, if they're prepared to do that to their own people, then there is always the potential that if they have the weapons, which they do, they could take retaliatory action. I mean, it is a sort of... It is not quite the nuclear button in the sense of the real nuclear button, but it is for Iran. If everything's going to collapse and regime survival is essential for doing something like that, then it's possible they will.
I realise you have to qualify your answer. You can't see into the future. But is Donald Trump going to do it?
I don't know. Let's be honest. We don't know.
Who the fuck knows? Come on. I don't know. What are the odds like? Jag, have you been watching the odds of changing? Has that person come in and made another bet that Iran is going to be struck by the US anytime soon? What are the odds on that one? That's how you really know what Trump's going to do. The Americans got dumpstered in Iraq and Afghanistan through insurgency. There's no shot they take Iran apart. It's just imperial wish casting. You have the sequence wrong. First, Israel strikes, then cries when they get hit back. Then they call a ceasefire, reload, then strike again. Rule-based order for the win. So good. I haven't checked the odds lately. Let me check and report back. Thank you. It'll be interesting, right? It'll be interesting to see, because we were looking at this like 2 weeks ago when Iran was all the hot action. That's all the world could talk about, and now we're back here again talking about Iran. Oh, it's so funny. All right, enough from you, buddy. Let's get some different propaganda on this one. Let's get CBS. Apparently also now owned by Ellison. So like this is the TikTok censored version of the news for you.
Welcome back to Takeout. U.S. Central Command has confirmed that the U.S. Abraham Lincoln aircraft carriers and its strike group have arrived in the Middle East. This coincides with President Trump publicly mulling military action in the region due to civil unrest inside Iran. The commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps warned against the move, saying that his forces have their, quote, fingers on the trigger, unquote. CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd joins me now. Sam, always good to have you here. It was discussed about a week ago when the president was contemplating military action that the Israelis sent a signal, don't go yet because you don't have all the things you need in the region. Now it appears we have the things we need in the region. What does that suggest?
Well, these military assets could serve two purposes. In the first instance, they could try to deter the Iranian
No bias at all. Got it.
Regime for doing more bad things like violence against protesters and other forms of brutal repression. They could protect U.S. forces if Iran does choose to retaliate after a strike, and they could actually launch a strike against the regime. The Trump administration is playing a lot of different hands here. It's moving its military assets into place. Trump is signaling the door is open to negotiations. There may be covert negotiations underway anyway, and importantly, Major, they're also likely ensuring the safety and security of Americans currently in the region. We saw that Qatar had recommended that U.S. forces draw down at the Al Udeid base, but Iran still has a very advanced intelligence service, cyber capabilities, and it still does have proxy capability in the region, and that puts American lives at risk if the U.S. strikes and Iran strikes back.
I have read, Sam, that it is somewhat problematic for U.S. military strikes in Iran designed to help protesters, because unless you dislodge the regime, you might kill protesters inadvertently because you have to attack
So good. This is like, but if we strike Iran, we'll kill the same people that we're using as a justification to strike Iran. And we're saying that we have to strike Iran because the Iranian regime is going to kill these people. But if we kill them by striking them, are we any better? Surely we are. No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Fuck the protesters. They don't mean nothing.
That are not isolated like the nuclear facilities, places that are embedded in high-density population areas within Iran, and the regime might double down on the protesters and its refusal to bend to the great Satan, the rhetoric long used in Iran to refer to the United States.
The U.S. administration has had military operational plans, O plans, for various things against a regime for a long time.
I like
various parts of the
Is that what they call operational? Right? The big O. They have O plans. Different type of O plans that I have, usually. But let's go with this one.
U.S. government have been designing and practicing for the range of scenarios here for a very long time. But you raise an important question. What is the purpose of another U.S. strike? We have seen the Trump administration strike to stop Iran's support for terrorism. We have seen the Trump administration strike to curtail Iran's nuclear program. So what ultimately is the purpose of another strike? Is it to dislodge the regime? If that is the case, a military strike may not be the best option. Covert action, some other form of operation may be better suited to targeted attacks to take out the top tier of the Iranian regime. So I would imagine those O plans, those operational plans for military strikes, covert action, and more are being actively refreshed.
Those O plans, I love that. Yeah, they're planning for the big O. All right. Hey, sounds like a good night. So crazy. USA just want their resources to control the country. We all know they don't care about the people. They care about the money / capital. Yeah? And that's why they just like, they're really discussing this like it's their business. They're just like, and if we really want to take out this evil regime, this is what we have to do. Send in special operations. Don't strike the country. Send in special ops. This is why we train these people to destabilize other people's sovereign governments. Hey? Doesn't matter whether you like them or not. It doesn't matter. We train these people to topple regimes. This is how we do diplomacy. They're speaking about it so candidly. Like it's just normal. Hey, we don't like these Iranians. Hey, this regime. Let's just fucking take him out. A strike is too much. It's too much.
Conversations, President Trump posted something even today about the future leadership of Iraq. There are lots of destabilizing things going on in Syria. The conversations between the president and the new leader of Syria continue, but that doesn't seem all the way stabilized. These things play into all these calculations, do they not?
They sure do, but Iran does hold a special place for the Trump administration and for American national security. Iran is the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. Iran has continued its march towards a nuclear weapon.
Depends how you define state sponsors of terrorism. The US by proxy through the CIA, do also via proxy funding terrorist organizations count as the biggest state sponsor of global terrorism? Surely not. It must be the Iranians. No one else would benefit from using terrorist organizations. No, it must be the Iranians. They're the only people capable of such things.
Until the recent strike, and the regime just murdered thousands of people. And so the reasons for striking Iran are certainly there. There are other options as well. At the same time, Iran is facing this pressure internally. It's facing external pressure, Major. It has been degraded in terms of its proxy capabilities in places like Iraq, in places like Syria, in places like Lebanon. So the regime certainly feels cornered, and that leads really to a difficult situation for all actors involved.
Tough question to answer, but I ask it anyway. What should we look for in the next couple, 3 days?
We should look for the military assets actually moving into position and firing range. They are currently in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. They're making their way to their desired destination. And what we should really look for is a U.S. government warning citizens to leave, moving embassy and other military personnel out of the region, airlines canceling flights, another notice to airmen that private aircraft should not fly over parts of the Middle East. Those are, to me, trigger points that something is coming.
Sam Vinograd, great stuff as always.
Something's coming. Can't say what. We won't say what. It's coming. Wait, is this topical or is just putting in memes? We're celebrating Australia Day. We say Invasion Day now, don't we? Do we? That's my Leonardo DiCaprio. Do we? Based on data through early 2026, Russia has caused one of the highest, if not the highest number of fatalities in recent years due to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine initiated in 2022. Is that in relation to something they said? Or are you just spitting facts? All right. Little palate cleanse in the stream chat for y'all. Yeah. Going to be fire in the stream chat today. So many side hustles going on. Hey? Gotta watch out. All right, so here we go. We're finally getting it. Here's the manufacturing consent machine. He's turning, ladies and gentlemen. The last, 5 hours, the conversation has been like, have you seen the armada they're amassing, the US? And now all of a sudden, almost if it was on cue, are you ready for manufacturing consent? Here it is. New videos emerge from Iran as death toll continues to rise. We haven't talked about it for 2 weeks now, but would you believe it? The death toll's still going up. Hey, we're getting reports. We're just reporting it. We're not actually sure it's happening. We're just reporting it. Interesting. There's your main con machine working. Let's have a listen.
Hour of the programme focusing again on Iran and new footage that's emerging of the unprecedented crackdown on protests earlier this month. The internet blackout is now patchy after weeks where a total shutdown made it incredibly difficult to establish what was going on. Well, each new glimpse gives us an idea of the horror
the
and also
same footage we were watching 2 weeks ago. The same footage. They're still using this. Can't they get AI to make some stuff for them? Like, seriously, they just keep showing the same stuff and telling us to be prepared, normalizing the world population that the US is going to strike Iran. They've got nothing. No one can do anything about it, so just get over it. What's this? Lee or United for Australia. In relation to who's the biggest terrorist? I was censored? Really? I can't speak about that. Are you talking about like on YouTube World? You were censored? I thought you normally exist on Twitch World. For this very phenomenon.
The scale of what has happened. The US-based human rights group says it has confirmed the killing of nearly 6,000 people since the unrest began, and it's investigating another 17,000 reported deaths. Meanwhile, a US aircraft carrier has arrived in the region, raising the possibility that President Trump may follow through on his threat of military action against the Iranian regime. More on that in a moment. First, though, let's look in more detail about what is emerging from Iran. Merlin Thomas from BBC Verify was telling me more about the video footage she's been seeing.
These are videos that have recently emerged online, and we've been able to verify these, and they give us an idea of what's happening inside the country. So, for example, we've seen protesters evading Iran's heavy surveillance infrastructure by disabling CCTV cameras. So you can see someone climbing up onto the post, disabling that camera, damaging it.
Hey, you got to admit, this guy, I hope he's a gymnast or something like that, whoever they are. That ballsy climb all the way up there.
And you can see crowds cheering on below and cheering as that camera is damaged. Elsewhere, we've also seen...
Is it really new footage, though? I know they put the little thing there. BBC Verify examines new footage from Iran.
Other protests going on inside the capital, where we've seen hundreds of people protesting on a highway in West Tehran. And then we can also hear multiple rounds of gunfire in the background and people beginning to scream. And in other video, we've also verified from a different city of Mashhad, we verified footage of snipers stationed on top of a roof in broad daylight with, as you can see there, a rifle leant against a wall and one man speaking on the phone while the other is smoking. But these are, glimpses of...
Like, have they not watched, like, any American politics that happens outside? There are snipers. There are snipers on roofs. There's fucking snipers on roofs protecting ICE agents as they do their operations. Like, oh my God, we've got exclusive footage. They have snipers on the roofs in Iran. Dun, dun, dun. So good. This is what they're using. I remember during COVID, there was satellite imagery of mass graves in Iran that came out. Did those satellites just suddenly turn off or something? If 30K have been killed, where's the graves and the imagery? Well, like, we had an interesting discussion with someone the other day when they came in, and they were just like, what was it, like, thousands of people have been killed. The bodies are piling up in the hundreds, if not the thousands. And we're like, really? Can you show us the footage? And it was a struggle to find the footage that people were referring to. If it's happened, it's happened. Like, you'd be able to see the evidence of it. But we just get the same footage on roll from Iran, and they just change the story. They just don't change the footage, unfortunately.
What is happening inside Iran, but it's worth saying that although these only recently emerged, these videos are believed to have been filmed on the 8th and 9th of January. So those are some of the deadliest nights for protesters so far inside Iran.
And as the blackout becomes more patchy, more accounts, not just videos, come out, but there have been accounts from fathers who've gone to hospitals.
So many of these good second-hand accounts, thank God. The media doesn't need actual evidence. Get in there and make it about you. What's this? I was high as fuck last night and realized something. Donald and Donald. So Donald Duck, and then upside down, Donald with saggy face. That's a good one. When a Serbian guy kills some random Austrian in Bosnia, so you have a New Zealander have to fight the Ottomans in Gallipoli because the UK has declared war on Germany in response to their invasion of France and Russia. That's interesting. That's world wars for you. Just send in the working class to die. Dilemmas, this one is interesting. What 13-year-olds think healthy masculinity looks like. Picture of our mate. Hey? Everybody's mate. The goat. And then this one, actual healthy masculinity. And that's what Bluey's dad. What's his name? Bandit, is it? Interesting. I don't know if we're gonna get anything, but like you can see the Mancon, the manufacturing consent machine, in overdrive for this one. Well, it's not overdrive; it's ramping up. Hey, they're changing gears. Oh, US is in position. We better start talking about all those people that have died thanks to the regime. Better use the R word a few more times. I've only said it 3 times. Is that enough? Here's the Australian take on this. This will be good. Is Iran's regime about to fall? Dun, 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 dun. Haven't spoken about it for 2 weeks, but it's back, baby.
Iran is on the brink.
The bully of the Middle East must now make peace.
For almost 50 years, the regime has oppressed its people and sown chaos abroad.
ASIO and the federal government have declared Iran responsible for at least 2 attacks on Australian soil.
These were extraordinary and dangerous acts of aggression.
But after years of pressure from Israel, the US and protesters at home, could the regime be about to fall?
Just asking the hard questions, ladies and gentlemen. Just asking the hard questions. Are they about to fall? What do you want us to believe, Channel 9? Tell me, please.
Protests in years, and the government's cracking down.
A communications blackout ongoing as Iran's authorities try to stop the world from seeing this.
Cars set alight, state-controlled media buildings up in flames as the sounds of gunshots rang out across the city.
The death toll is now in the thousands, and Donald Trump's been considering military action.
He's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary.
I love the music in the background. Ding, 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 ding. It's like, oh my God. Scary Arab flavor to it.
Is that better than Iran?
Now you're telling me about hanging. We'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
But we've seen large protests in Iran before. In 2009, the so-called Green Movement demanded fair elections. Rising fuel prices in 2019 brought thousands to the streets. And in 2022, the death of a 22-year-old in custody for not properly wearing a hijab saw thousands march against the regime. But these protests now are different.
Bandit. Bandit is a mad lad, can I just say? Bandit is a sick dog. He's an absolute sick dog.
So she's saying that what you're actually seeing on the news or social media, it's only 2% of what is actually happening on the ground.
And all I say to them is help is on its way. I say make Iran great again.
So how good is the scary Arab music in the background? Oh, it's so good. Painting that picture. Oh, man. This is some good propaganda, this one. It's got like all the theme music and everything. The dramatic strings, the tension rises. Will Iran's regime fall?
Let's look back to 2021.
In Tehran, hundreds turn out to celebrate their new president. But in this election, millions refuse to vote. Voter turnout less than 50%. That's the lowest on record after some candidates were disqualified from running, sweeping Ebrahim Raisi, an ultra-conservative judge, into office. I'm very happy and hope has formed in my heart again, this supporter says. But for many Iranians, hope has been dashed. Ebrahim Raisi is under US sanctions over human rights violations. He's accused of a role in the execution of thousands of political prisoners 3 decades ago. But he's endorsed by the only man who outranks him, Iran's supreme leader. Russia, Syria, Iraq and Turkey have been quick to congratulate Raisi, who'll take over at a critical time.
I've seen some interviews that don't seem to think the US can handle military intervention in Iran, and it would have major consequences for Israel. Yes, and like I can see the argument, or I've seen the argument made multiple times about them just not it's just, they're not going to actually invade them militarily. It's just not an option. They don't have the power, the capability even. Like it's just a non-goer. But like, what do you mean it has major consequences for Israel? Like as in, like it's not going to suit their interests either. Like they're not ready for a proper like destabilization of the region through all that war. I'm assuming that's what they mean. It's not right. It's not going to be beneficial to them. And they're in the firing line too, right?
The United States wants the new leader to curb Iran's nuclear stockpile in exchange for removing American sanctions on Iranian oil, which have had a devastating impact on the country's economy.
Iranians have been frustrated for a long time. Inflation, corruption and crackdowns on dissent have rattled the country. Protests flared up again in 2022.
Supporting a growing revolution, Dariush Alizadeh killed for beeping his car horn. Shameless, a woman cries out.
What? Like, just listen to the audio. A man killed for beeping his car horn. And like 2 days ago, or 3 days ago now, we saw in the US, man killed for protecting woman from being pushed over by ICE agent. Is it really that different? Like, who's the more oppressive, honestly? Who's living under the worst or the more dire circumstances? Someone who gets shot for protesting by beeping the horn, or somebody who gets shot for protesting while protecting another person? Makes you think. Israel needs time to build up the Iron Dome again, right? And wouldn't be able to withstand a true Iranian bombing campaign. Yes, especially given their capabilities. Okay. They need to stock up the Iron Dome. Let's just call a break, please, for now. We need to restock so we're in a better position. Interesting.
As stunned protesters gather round. The 22-year-old, the latest to die in demonstrations over the death of Mahsa Amini in police custody last month after an alleged breach of dress code. Students at an all-female university keep her memory alive, chanting "Death to the oppressor." There are signs of defiance across major cities. In the capital, Tehran, videos are blurred and uploaded to protect identities. Internet across the country now believed to be deliberately shut off. Human rights groups estimate more than 150 people have been killed since the 17th of September. The government telling women and girls they shouldn't be seen. Their voices were silenced when state-run television was hacked. It was a call to arms. Join us and rise up, it read. And the message is spreading. An elderly man with a walker.
I wonder who has the capability to take out Iranian state television like that, hack it and put an image of the supreme leader with crosshairs on his head. I wonder who would have that capability. I don't know. Let me think on that one.
Among those chanting, joining the fight for freedom.
It's the beating heart of oppression in Iran, now alight and seemingly under attack. Human rights groups in Iran claiming an armed conflict was taking place behind the prison walls. The chaos unfolded as anti-government demonstrations intensified across the country for a fifth week. In the country's northeast, a statue of the former leader and founder of the regime, Ayatollah Khomeini, decapitated. With a warning from the current ailing supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, saying no one should dare think they can uproot the Islamic Republic.
And then came October 7, the attack on Israel by Hamas. Thousands were killed in the initial violence and hundreds were taken hostage. For the next 3 years, Israel and its allies traded rocket fire with Iranian proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis in Yemen. I covered the war in Gaza and experienced some of these attacks firsthand.
Get your helmet. Start the car.
This is a really interesting piece that we're watching here as well. So like this is the summary of like all of the recent troubles that Iran has had, the regime has had. And so like just here's a reminder. This is a good manufacturing consent piece. Here's a reminder of all the horrible things Iran has done over the last 10 years. Just condensed for you down into a 17-minute piece as to why you should also get behind the end of the Iranian regime. Hey, don't forget. Remember what they did on such and such occasion? This is a good piece of propaganda, I must admit. I bet the Israeli production team did some really good editing here. Oh man, almost as good as when they hack state television. Hey, that's pretty fucking crazy. That's a good one. Now watch out.
The aerial bombardment blown apart by the Israeli defence system.
Well, the Iron Dome did its thing.
Yeah, it did.
Did you see that one?
Yeah.
We're on the road between Ashkelon and Gaza, and the sirens have just gone off. We've had to run from our vehicle and get low because rockets have come through. It felt like a couple of dozen were perhaps intercepted by the Iron Dome, and you can really smell in the air the explosives, and there are plumes of smoke all around us.
An Iranian-backed barrage. Hezbollah firing more than 40 rockets into Israel and the IDF hitting back. Airstrikes carried out in southern Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah fighters. Tonight, America anticipating Iran will carry out an imminent attack. The US president with a blunt one-word warning.
Don't.
But Iran's supreme leader...
So good. It's all I can manage at the moment. Don't do it. For God's sakes, don't do it.
Leader has vowed retribution for the attack on its embassy in Syria, declaring Israel must be punished. The Revolutionary Guard gave the order. And at blastoff, Iranians celebrated in the streets. But ultimately, Tehran's weaponry failed to pack a punch.
We intercepted 99% of the threats towards Israel.
For its part, Tehran said Iran is not seeking to escalate tensions in the region, despite firing hundreds of missiles and drones in retaliation for Israel's killing of Iranian general in Damascus.
And then in May last year, another shockwave. The Iranian regime mourned the death of President Raisi in a helicopter crash.
Early drone footage of the burnt wreckage indicating the fate of those on board. Two of Iran's most powerful people killed hours after this video was taken.
Raising the temperature in the country once again.
A prayer at the...
Can't help but think of Palantir when you hear those sort of stories, right? What type of surveillance apparatus do they have? Does the American deep state have? When you just have, hey, the most powerful people falling out of the sky from an adversary. Very, very normal stuff. There's two powerful people to just, you know, whew, helicopter crash. No.
polls before casting a ballot. This is a markedly quiet election day in Iran. Early estimates show only 1 in 4 eligible Iranians are voting. Unfortunately, some people think that the president has already been selected, says this woman, but we must vote.
For a moment, there was hope as the Trump administration restarted some negotiations.
They have the choice of 4 candidates to replace President Ebrahim Raisi, who was killed in a helicopter crash last month. 3 belong to Iran's conservative hardliner factions, while 1 candidate is known as a reformist, vowing to improve relations with the West. God willing, we will try to have friendly relations with all countries except Israel, he says. There is deep discontent over the country's ailing economy after years of corruption and US sanctions. Anger.
Are you going to do normal time today? No, actually. I'm going to go push past a little bit. I've got extra room at the moment. I'm going to be going a bit later. Probably till like 5, 6. Are you looking for a raid afterwards? Let me know.
Over the severe crackdown on political freedoms and women's rights, all while tensions escalate in the volatile region.
A quiet street in Rome, and behind those walls, inside the Omani embassy, talks which could reshape the world. It was a good meeting. The negotiations are moving forward, Iran's foreign minister says, after a second round of talks with Donald Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. The US wants Iran to stop production of enriched uranium, which it believes is aimed at making a nuclear bomb. Tehran suggesting it's open to negotiation. And while Donald Trump is looking for a diplomatic solution, the US president won't rule out military force.
They can't have a nuclear weapon, and if they have a nuclear weapon, you'll all be very unhappy.
But in the end, old nuclear tensions reared their head.
Tehran lights up as Israel makes its move. Targeting the rogue state's nuclear program, striking what's viewed as the heart of it, the Natanz nuclear facility, in what Israel has called a preemptive strike.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival.
The so-called 12-day war was now underway.
Iran's health ministry reports at least 224 people have been killed since Friday's attack.
I was thinking about an impromptu stream tonight with this heat. I've already finished work, but I need to get a haircut today still. Okay, well, let me hit you up after the break, and I'll tell you when I'm planning on finished. But yeah, I'm going later today. Going for a big stream today. I have the time.
Still, the US president believes we will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Make the Middle East great again.
I hope there's going to be a deal. I think it's time for a deal, and we'll see what happens, but sometimes they have to fight it out.
And they're doing just that.
1 week into this war, Israeli strikes have killed at least 639 people in Iran. Iran's retaliatory attacks have killed 24 people in Israel. At the heart of the conflict, claims Iran is developing a nuclear weapon. But the US intelligence has suggested there's no evidence to prove that.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
A sign of internal conflict as Iran insists its nuclear program is peaceful.
And just when the world thought the conflict couldn't get worse, it did.
The United States has officially entered Israel's war with Iran.
Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace.
After days of uncertainty, Donald Trump
There it
ordering
is.
American warplanes.
We're almost here with the story. And do you remember when they sent the bombers in to finish it up? Did we see Elon's peace joke? I actually did, They want a piece of something in terms of peace. Was that at Davos, that one? Funny how we haven't seen Tulsi in the news since that statement. I was thinking the same thing, but I'm like, oh, well, I obviously just don't keep up with what's going on. But so you haven't seen Tulsi around. Who said that? Tell me who said that. Tulsi Gabbard? Yeah, she doesn't get much airtime these days. It's good for you doing these long streams. Different hours attract different viewers. Yes. Yeah, there's definitely different waves of people that come in through the day. It's very interesting. Yeah, interesting. Was that Elon's joke? My friend dropped that joke yesterday. The sneaky joke. Piece or a piece? You want a piece of it.
To the Middle East to take out 3 Iranian nuclear sites.
Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular...
And she also said that it wasn't completely destroyed as well. That's another thing. She really fucked up twice, didn't she? Because I'm pretty sure they had reports coming in from intelligence that, like, it's not completely done. And then she got in trouble for saying that as well. It's not completely destroyed, Mr. Trump.
Military success.
The president who promised peace through strength, tonight leading America into war.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Jane, this really is an extraordinary development from the US president. In the past 48 hours, we have now seen America bomb Iran. The US president then declaring it's time for peace. And in these past few moments, Donald Trump saying there is now a ceasefire in place between Iran and Israel.
As the two sides accused each other of breaking
and now ever since then, he's been able to add that to the 8 wars that he has stopped. I've stopped 8 wars. And they still won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize. Like, seriously. Are they watching the same news that I am? I am the president of peace. My God. 4AS. There's some new people in the chat. Plug. Good idea. It's been a while. If you're watching this, make sure you hit subscribe or follow wherever you're coming from. And join us. And here, come and become part of the Discord community and share your propaganda. LOL, I thought that was new news, LOL. Well, all of this. Oh, sorry, we're just watching the Iran's regime about to fall. Like, they're giving us a summary of all the important Iranian events that have happened over the last, 10 years. So we can all feel comfortable in normalizing whatever happens, whatever the US decides to do with the evil regime. And they've decided to take it out. As we heard the American commentators before on CBS, I think I was saying that the regime's got to go. And like, why would you risk an invasion? Just send in the special operations team, the big O. We'll do that. We can do it that way. We can destabilize that regime. Good thing he bought that Peace Prize. Yeah, and he got the FIFA Peace Prize as well. He's rolling in Peace Prizes these days. I just cooked me some mapu tofu with potatoes and avocado with Indian flatbreads. LOL. Well, welcome back. We're working our way up to, we're in June 2025. And we're working our way up to, is America going to strike Iran? Also, notice how all these military actions are just quick, easy wins, only reinforcing the hubris of a failing empire. Yeah, it is just like quick strike, bang, bang. Look, we're still top dog. Don't question it. To be fair, Drone King Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize while engaged in a war with Iraq/Afghanistan. It's not like the Nobel Peace Prize is given to people that actually push for peace. Yes, and he got it quite quickly too in his presidency. In the first term, not like second term Trump over here. Hey, it means nothing.
Bruce, the biggest blast came from the US president.
I'm not happy with Israel. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand?
I remember that. Hey, people were, oh my God.
Fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
People in Israel and Iran have just spent the first night in 13 that wasn't interrupted by airstrikes. Here in Israel, especially in Tel Aviv, there is hope that this ceasefire will hold, but not everyone is confident. News of the truce led to a sea of support for the Supreme Leader.
I mean, Kissinger got one. That's so good. If the award has any credibility before that. It was dead afterwards. It's so good. Notice how it's only countries without nukes. The Nobel Peace Prize was invented by Charles Noble because he created dynamite and killed so many people in World War I and II. The Peace Prize has always been a big joke. Is that true? I saw an interesting comparison of the current trajectory of the US and the fall of the Athenian Empire after the Peloponnesian War. Interesting, because someone brought that up yesterday. We were looking at, what was it? Was it in Hedges' post that we're looking at, like Thucydides analyzing the decay of the Athenian Empire and the boomerang empire effect, where they start turning the oppressive tactics on the periphery. They start turning it on the core, kind of thing. And yes, it was Hedges. There you go. Oh, the million dialogue that you're talking about. Mr. Hedges. Alfred Neville.
Always external threats unites people internally, no matter how they dissatisfied they are with their government.
But a warning on the front page of the Tehran Times, Iran's finger remains on the trigger. 3 days into this ceasefire, and we've now heard from Iran's supreme leader, a video address released of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. His location is unknown. In the address, he claimed victory for Iran in the 12-day war and said his country delivered a severe slap in the face to America and that it crushed Israel. He said Iran could attack American centers in the region again.
I would like to congratulate the great nation of Iran with all those claims that the Zionist regime were making. They almost were crushed under the blows of the Islamic government.
So how did this cosmopolitan, western-facing, oil-rich crossroads of the world fall into the grips of such a brutal regime, concerned only with its own survival?
Iran's nuclear program is
like, look, I'm all for criticizing someone based on how brutal they are as a regime. But, like, you know, let's be honest. If the shoe fits, like, you got to be as equally as critical as the type of society that you produce as well. Let's be fairly critical and call out all the brutal regimes, the R words, of the world today. It's not just in places like Iran. That's for sure. Fun fact, some of Australia's gun laws are written with the Terminator Uzi 9mm scene in mind. Or at least that's the legend. Gotta thank Hollywood for that one.
Started 2 decades before the Islamic Republic was established in 1979 during the Shah of Iran. Even at that time, the United States and Israel opposed Iran's nuclear activities inside Iran.
It's one of those ironies of history that it was the Atoms for Peace program that first gave Iran the nuclear know-how to create reactors for peaceful uses, but then could be converted with the help of Pakistan later on into potentially a nuclear weapons program.
Which nation wants to work on such a horrible weapon? That raises question. Or which regime? I think the Iranian
It's so good. Wait, I didn't say the R word. Let me just say it again. The regime. Which regime would want to make such horrible weapons? I don't know. Let's have a think about all the countries around the world that actually have nuclear weapons. What evil psychopaths would want nuclear weapons? Any with an R word in control of their political systems? Let's just find ones that we call regimes. Those are the evil ones. But other governments, legitimate governments, that's fine. They can have all the nukes they want. Just not the R word ones. Hate those regimes.
have no wish for that. They want peace and they want life, and that is what the regime is taking away from them.
The regime is very unpopular amongst people. People are very unhappy with the regime's policies in general.
Now the Iranian regime is facing pressure at home and abroad. It's hard to confirm how many people have died in these recent protests, but some estimates put the deaths well into the thousands.
An acknowledgement from the Ayatollah.
So good. Like, we don't actually have any idea how many people have died recently in the protests. Some people say it's in the thousands, others in the millions. We don't actually know. We're just reporting it. Eh? Possibly the billions. We'll get back to you. Channel 9 is so fucking hack. They go, oh, it's important to understand how the Islamic Republic was established, and then they just completely ignore the fake CIA MI6 deposed their first democratically elected government in Mossadegh for oil nationalization and reinstall the Shah. Yeah, oil nationalization was a big thing. Interesting. Yeah, they didn't spend long on the Shah and what happened in that scenario, did they? That's why Australia doesn't have nukes. The R word. See, I knew it. We have an evil regime. We have an evil regime. Australia's always had evil regimes. That's why we don't deserve nukes. It's the R word. You can only have guns or nukes if we say it's okay.
Iran's supreme leader admitting for the first time thousands of people died in the rallies that gripped his country for 2 weeks and placing the blame firmly on the protesters.
2 weeks? Buddy, have you not listened? They've started up again. Did you not get the memo? They never ended. Okay, if you're saying that they lasted 2 weeks, that is discounting the current narrative, which is, hey, did you know that people are still dying in these protests? They haven't finished, bro. You missed the memo. 23 hours ago, they missed the memo that the protests are still going.
Human rights groups estimate at least 3,400 people have died at the hands of Iran's security forces. The exact toll unknown, as the country is still under a communication blackout. Footage that has made it out shows security forces firing.
They haven't answered the question. They just recounted all the steps up until now for us to believe that Iran is worthy of striking. So it just all normalized. But they haven't answered the question, is it about to fall? They haven't answered that question at all. Hey, they're leaving more questions.
To crowds in at least 6 cities.
A lot will hinge on how Trump is prepared to respond. And he's shown in Venezuela he's not afraid to use military force.
That was the what? They didn't even address it. They didn't even address it. Like, give us your opinion, Channel 9. Is it about to fall? Come on. I could have told you that one for free. Given things in Venezuela, it is a possibility. Well, thanks for the analysis. My God. They also completely ignored the Ayatollah issued a fatwa declaring nuclear weapons haram under Islamic law, and they will never make them. Here's the part of the interview that he starts talking about the Athenian war with Sparta. Interesting. Is this ye old Hedgies? Hedgies.
War.
Oh, this is somebody else.
It's a book written by
Danny Haifong. Interesting.
For what's happening today is the Peloponnesian War. It's a book written by Thucydides, who was this Athenian general who was trying to analyze this 30-year war between Sparta and Athens that really destroyed the Athenian Empire. And he goes on and lists the mistakes that the Athenian Empire made in order to doom itself. And it's the same mistakes that the Americans are making as well, okay? So after the Persian Wars, Athens came across as a savior of the Greek diaspora, okay, across the Aegean. And so it's very similar to, how after World War II, the Europeans thanked America for saving Europe from fascism. But the fear among the Europeans is that the Americans would abandon Europe like they did after World War I. So they created NATO. And the idea of NATO was to ensure that America would always have a military presence in Europe and defend Europe against the Soviet Union. And you could argue that as part of this deal, they created something called the Bretton Woods agreement. Okay, and the idea of the Bretton Woods agreement is that the U.S. dollar would become the global reserve currency to facilitate global trade, and to ensure that the Americans would not abuse this exorbitant privilege, the U.S. dollar would be pegged to gold. Okay, so that was the agreement after World War II. Problem is, 1971, America was bankrupt. Okay, America had spent billions on funding this pointless war in Vietnam. America was funding the Great Society, Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, which was a great program for Americans, but which was also bankrupting America as well. America had spent billions on the space race as well, sending a man to the moon. So by 1971, America...
Like bankrupt if you consider that currency needs to be tied to something and can't just be fiat. And it's just like, let it ride. They figured that out pretty fast. And they were able to keep people depending on the US dollar without it being backed by anything. Hey, it's fucking clever. That's what it is.
It was bankrupt. So Nixon basically said, you know what? I know we promised to pay everyone back in gold in exchange for US dollars, but you know what? Forget that. Where US dollar will not be pegged to anything. Okay, so too bad. Just imagine US dollars as a tax you pay in order to be free. Okay. And after the Soviet Union fell, everyone had no choice but to buy into the system, right? And this created over-financialization in the U.S. economy. It allowed the rich to get richer and the poor to remain poor. And then basically America became very lazy and shifted its manufacturing to China. And because of all this, we are in a situation where we are
became lazy. Eh? That's cute. Well, became neoliberal and decided to undermine its own working class for further profits from a cheaper section of the global labor force. So fuck you, American labor. Hey, we'll take it up with China and we can still keep our profit margins, increase them from the other side of the world. Hell yeah, let's do this.
Today, where basically America is living off rent it collects from the rest of the world. It basically colonizes the entire world. And the mechanism it's able to do this is, of course, through the US dollar. And this doesn't work fine until 2022, when Putin invaded Ukraine and showed that he's willing to challenge American hegemony. But not only that, but the Americans used their financial system. They weaponized the financial system in order to sanction Russia. And the classic example, of course, is SWIFT. It basically knocked Russia off SWIFT and it sanctioned Russia, but it failed. And it showed that the U.S. financial system isn't as powerful as you imagine. The other thing that America did, which is really stupid, was it basically seized $200 billion in Russian assets. So this is money that the Russian central bank had stored in Europe and America, and basically America said, nope, it belongs. You can't touch it anymore. Okay, and this caused massive panic around the world because if you put your money into America, you do so because you think it's protected by law, and if America can just seize your money for any reason, then people are not willing to put their money into America anymore.
So does he bring it back to the Thucydides trap? And like how it's comparable to Athens, or he's just saying like as Athens consolidated its power over the Greek people through some type of united agreement, some Athenian empire that they headed, that was their overreach and their downfall. And we're looking at the US overreach and downfall. And it's like comparable to NATO in that sense. Is that the long argumentation that he's making? Yeah, he brings it back to the Athens comparison. Yeah.
So this caused, the Japanese, the Chinese, basically everyone to start buying more gold and in exchange their U.S. treasuries for gold. So basically another way of saying this is that America is this corrupt empire that insists on collecting rent from everyone. People are sick of paying this extortion, and they're rebelling against it.
It's called the American dollar, okay? How dare you? Extortion. They can choose another currency. They just don't want to. They want some of that sweet, sweet American or that US dollar.
And so America is using force, okay? And this is the same thing that the Athenians did back in the Peloponnesian War. And it turned these allies into vassal states and eventually into enemies as well. And that's what we're seeing happening in Europe today, where these former vassal states have come to see that America is actually a real threat to their peace and prosperity, not Russia. But the other thing
it's such a funny observation, isn't it? Watching the Europeans are just like, but Russia's the evil one, isn't it? Isn't it? They're the ones fighting in the Ukraine. But the US could invade Greenland? But we've been very, very vocal in our dissatisfaction about what Russia's doing in the Ukraine. Would we do the same if the US took Greenland? It's just a piece of ice. Why are people getting so upset? It's just a piece of ice.
Interesting about all this, and it's really interesting, okay, is that while this is happening, while America is fighting these while the Athenians are fighting these stupid wars overseas, the Athenians also engaged in a civil war, okay? And the reason why is you have this massive oligarchy that comes into being due to all the corruption. And this oligarchy create like they are fighting amongst themselves for status. And we're actually seeing the same situation in America, where if you think about it, what's happening in Washington is actually a civil war between the deep state establishment, that's financial, right, which is Wall Street, and they came to power through the Clinton or Obama years. Now, what Trump represents is the sort of like the new money. The
What was I going to say?
it's
The
Silicon.
surveillance capitalists, hey? This is a surveillance capitalism takeover. Look, there's so much stuff for the book, man. I'm telling you. It's so much stuff. In surveillance capitalism, the financial world of the neoliberal era is the power is ceded to the surveillance capitalists, who now monitors the world's populations and uses data and behavioral surplus as its currency, its power currency. And so we have a civil war going on between Wall Street and the techno-feudalists.
Is the sort of like the new money. The it's Silicon Valley, AI, surveillance state elite, okay, as embodied in the people like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, right, Sam Altman, Palantir. Okay, so that's the conflict that's happening. And I think that
What's that? MAGA versus, what is it? Dark Enlightenment versus the Enlightenment. Dark MAGA versus original MAGA. Hey.
A lot of this domestic conflict in America, it's driven by this deeper divide within the oligarchy. So this pattern we've seen before, okay, and it leads ultimately what? It leads ultimately to one, revolution in Athens. It leads to two, the entire world unifying against Athens, and three, it ultimately leads to the defeat of Athens. So I think a similar pattern will play out today, where there's a civil war or revolution in America, where the entire world unifies against America because they see America as the greatest threat to world peace. Number three is that this will lead ultimately to the demise of the American empire.
We already have two flash.
Oh man, that's a interesting theory at the end there. Like, do you reckon it'll lead to a point in which everybody unifies against America? I don't know, man. We all seem pretty much in the palm of the Americans at the moment. As time will tell. It's a great comparison in terms of the movement of empires and where they turn their focus and expend themselves too greatly in overseas wars and then tear themselves from the inside out. Great. Like the world uniting against the US. Yeah, a long way to go. Long way to go. The fracture that happened in Rome, though, could have caused a new republic to form. It's just that the outside forces of the Visigoths took advantage of that fracture. Could have been a new age. Could have been the new age. All right, we're going to have a break. Have a quick break. Give me 5 minutes. And then we're going to be getting back into the afternoon session. And we're going to be going for another few hours at least. So strap yourselves in. We're not going away anytime soon. And what are we covering next? I think we're off Iran now. We're going to look at the India and EU trade deal. Central bank chaos. What's going on with the central banks? And some extras. So let's go. We're going to have a break and we'll be back. Sit tight for a few minutes. All right, we're back. Mystery would love some peeling flesh. What's this? Hope it's not the actions of some evil regime we're talking about here. No, we need waiting music. Some slamming, brutal death metal. I can't wait. I can't be left alone in silence with my thoughts. Integer, how you going? Didn't know you were here. Welcome to the stream. Afternoon session. Vote to tell. Hell yeah. So, if Fortunate Son was the song to play in the helicopter during Vietnam, what does Everything Delta was playing when they flew into Venezuela? Oh, hell yeah, I'm pretty sure they hate ice. All right, let's do this. The afternoon session, shall we? They were playing the Team America theme. That's funny. Into Venezuela. America. America. All right, let's do this. EU-India trade deal. I wonder if it is all that it's cracked up to be. Is it a free trade agreement? Probably not. Does it peel the Europeans away from the big bully, Trump? We're about to find out.
Well, India and the European Union have signed a historic free trade agreement. The deal comes at a time when the Trump administration...
Whoa. After nearly 2 decades of negotiation, India and the European Union announced Tuesday they will have reached a free trade agreement to deepen economic and strategic ties. The accord, dubbed the mother of all deals, could impact as many as 2 billion people. That's a lot of people. Interesting. The deal is also one of the biggest bilateral engagements on the commerce that comes as Washington targets both India and the EU with steep import tariffs. Interesting.
Is targeting the EU and New Delhi with steep import tariffs. The accord, which touches a whopping 2 billion people, was concluded after nearly 2 decades of negotiations and has been dubbed the mother of all deals by both sides. Stephen Oken is CEO of APEC Advisors. He says it's a win for many industries.
I think that you look at the easy ones, wines, spirits, autos.
Look at this guy's fucking setup. Look at that bed in the background. Glass door. So you can see into the bedroom. What's going on in Hong Kong? Eh? All right.
The easy ones, wines, spirits, autos, some of that high-end manufacturing is really going to benefit from this. There's a lot that's not going to be covered here. So it's an FTA, but it's only a partial FTA. But there's clearly some winners here that are going to benefit, including...
So is it a fucking free trade agreement or not? I'm confused. Hey? What's happening? It is, but it's not.
Consumers and manufacturers in both countries.
Where there are winners, there are also losers. So who stands to lose the most here?
Well, there are 2 different categories. For India going into Europe, it's going to not be the Europeans because the Indians aren't going to really compete with European companies. It's those who are exporting from their countries to the EU now who have now a new competitor in India, a really strong competitor. So they have to be...
Wait, is that a mirror on the ceiling? A chair in the corner? And you're accusing everybody of being gooners before. You've seen this stuff before.
Watching what's going to happen in Europe. And then from an India perspective, you now have the U.S. and China, which are very strong in India, especially the Americans. They're now getting a new competitor from the Europeans. So it's both the losers are really the competitors that they're going to now have that they didn't have before.
Stephen, this deal is decades in the making. It's been sealed, but sources from the EU and India, they're already calling it the mother of all trade deals. Do you see it that way?
Well, in a way, and you could say, look, that what Donald Trump is, what he's been trying to do is achieve greater market access from India, and he succeeded.
A gooner among gooners. There we go. The truth is finally out. It's all laid out to bear now.
He just did it for the EU, not for Americans and not for American businesses. So in a way, you could say this is the mother of deals, but it's not the mother of FTAs because it's not it's not as significant and as robust as most FTAs. But what it could be the mother of is future deals. It could be the mother of where we're going on global trade, where companies are.
How goes you, fellow gooners?
Countries are starting to come together because they don't want to rely on China, and now they don't want to rely and cannot rely on the U.S. So this could be the mother of deals, but not because of what's in this specific deal, because of what this says of where the global trading system could be going. And this could be two countries, which it took 20 years for them to get this far, but maybe they're executing on what Mark Carney said at Davos, was that the middle powers have to come together, and maybe this is the start of that. So it could be the mother of all deals.
Yeah, so in this manner, wasn't Hayes...
So it could be an important geopolitical shift, but it's not the mother of all deals. It's so hot. As I'm going, my forehead sweat is dripping and providing free lube. It's so hot.
By the actions of the Trump administration since its Liberation Day tariffs last year, of which India was one of its biggest targets.
Well, don't forget the EU as well. And it wasn't just the Liberation Day tariffs from that the U.S. put on India, but it was that additional 25% that Donald Trump put on India because they were, trading with Russia on oil. And then you just had Donald Trump threaten the Europeans with an additional 10% in tariffs if they didn't go along with having Greenland be under the full ownership of the United States. So you had Donald Trump.
There's a topic that I miss. We haven't talked about Greenland in a while. I know we were speaking about it being a piece of ice before, but like, where'd all the Greenland chat go? I enjoy a good discussion on Greenland and its sovereignty. Greenland's gone. Iran's back. Eh? And the manufacturing consent continues. Legit, I'm butchering meat in the kitchen. Pun not intended, and literally dripping sweat standing here. Ice belongs in a blender or my drink, not on the streets. Savage.
Pushing away the Europeans. You had Donald Trump pushing away the government of India. And what China has engaged in unfair trade practices for a long time, including, the excessive dumping of its excess capacity into those two markets. So you had the actions of China, you had the recent action from Trump's, and now you get the U.S. and India. It took them 20 years to get this far. And you have to give some of that credit, of course, to Xi Jinping and some of that credit to Donald Trump, in addition, of course, to the credit of the Europeans and the Indians as well. So
the Chinese, so Xi Jinping and Trump are pushing India and Europe closer together. Eh? It's not as black and white as we thought. Stone Cold Steve Austin has hit everyone in this photo with a stunner, including the president. You're not wrong. This is happening now. Nationals leader David Littleproud to face leadership challenge. Hey, it's happening, man. What is it? SBS News. AU David Littleproud will face a challenge for the leadership of the Nationals when Parliament resumes. Backbench MP Colin Boyce, who represents the Queensland electorate of Flynn, said he would launch a spill motion against Littleproud at a meeting due to take place on Monday, the 2nd of February. The move follows the Nationals split from the coalition partnership with the Liberals over hate speech laws. Boyce said the coalition needs to reunite. The reality is, if they don't follow the course they're on now, we're going over the political cliff, he told Sky News. There it is. A little proud. What's he gonna do? Hey, One Nation really fucking shit up, eh? These are the temps I'm working around today. My God. All right.
Reaching this deal.
Yes, and how do you think the U.S. markets might react? Because I do want to bring in the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He's said that the U.S. is effectively, the EU rather, is effectively expanding business with India, a nation that continues to buy Russian oil, and according to him, refines it and sells it back to Europe, that ultimately is funding Russia's war in Ukraine.
Well, I mean, and this is just another threat that the Trump administration uses over and over and over again, and they engage in these types of threats. They've threatened now Canada with 100% tariffs because Canada was going to enter into an agreement with China on electric vehicles. Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with Russian oil and Ukraine. So this is the type of, you can only use the word bullying. I mean, this is the type of bullying you expect from the United States now, unfortunately. And it's what's leading to these other countries to find different people to trade with, that you can't rely on the U.S.
Trump. What does it say?
Market.
Trump go.
So Canada looks to China.
Trump
you
go
can't
home.
rely on China in the U.S. So the India looks to the EU, and the EU looks to India. And if the United States continues to do this type of weaponization of trade, you're going to see, I think, an acceleration of more of these deals. Now, it's much harder. Mark Carney talked about those middle powers. India and the EU, I don't know if you want to call them middle powers, and maybe in trade, they're clearly not 1 and 2. But you're going to maybe see more of these things coming along the lines if the U.S. continues this type of action.
Yes, and finally, might there...
And so, like, what was the theory we were talking about before, though? Like, this is the way that they placate the masses, the Europeans, in the face of everyone being upset with Trump and his bullying tactics. Really what it comes down to is we need to say something in the face of American bullying. We need to look like we're standing up to the US and its overreach. So, like, we'll do a few deals here, there with China, a few deals with India. Everyone will be like, oh, we're looking after trade. We're securing ourselves. We're decoupling from America. And then everything just continues as normal. America maintains its primacy or its dominance in its relationships with Canada and the EU. And everyone feels a little bit safer in their beds at night. Because, hey, didn't we do that trade deal or something with China and India? We're covered, right? We're good. Matt Bunn in the house. I have arrived. How you going? Hope you're well.
Be some level of consternation in Beijing, which are themselves trying to ink a deal with the European Union. But at the same time, there's been some positive overtures from Xi Jinping over the past 24 hours, hailing the friendship between China and India.
Yeah, and China is like and here's the thing for everybody, right? India has to trade with China and the U.S. The Europeans have to trade with China and the U.S. The U.S. has to trade with China. And so all of that is going to continue. The question is, what is going to be the new rules-based system in place? Because the one that existed that had been built up over 8 decades doesn't exist anymore. And so we're seeing this rewriting. How is China going to act now? How is the U.S. going to act now? And that is why, again, in some ways, this is not as significant an FTA as we have seen in traditional FTAs that the Europeans have or that the Americans have. But
so, like, it's a big fat nothing burger. And they're trumping it up. They're making it out like it's the mother of all deals. And we got old mate here with his suspicious looking accommodation in Hong Kong. Hey, what is he really up to in his Hong Kong visit? Here saying, hey, it's not that great. Like, it's free trade, but it's not free trade. There's provisions in it. I'm just waiting for a country to pull up their big boy pants and stop dealing with Trump. It's not going to happen for Canada. We saw that before. Maybe, no, it's not going to happen for the EU. Maybe like China or the Indians can figure out a way of getting along without the US. But it's not like an instantaneous, it's not a light switch event, decoupling from the US. It's a lot of, a lot of this, a lot of talk.
This could be the mother of all deals because this could be the beginning of the new global rule system, whatever those rules are going to be.
As you say, it's quite the day in global trade. Stephen Oaken, really good to get your thoughts on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and enjoy the accommodation, mate.
Thank you.
So good. Enjoy the ACOM. Thank you. I will. I intend to. Let's see what the Indians have to say about this. I'm going to go to First Post again. But like First Post, I already saw yesterday. All they were doing was using their like American sources for their information. Look at these two coming together. BMW, Mercedes, Audi. Hey. Let's see what the Indians have to say.
It's always a proud moment.
So uplifting.
So that was day one with the European leaders witnessing the Grand Parade. Tomorrow they will get down to business. India and the EU are expected to unveil a trade deal. The Europeans are calling it the mother of all deals.
I will travel to India.
So good.
There's still work to do.
Sounds so colonial as well. I will travel to India, to the Far East, and we will negotiate terms of trade. So good. Yeah, one of the powers have to give manufactured consent.
But we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals.
You just got fact-checked on that one. Not so mothery. What are the terms of the EU-India trade deal? Is it just another Canada gets EVs type of arrangement? Indians now get access to European cars? Or is it more significant? The deal is actually a comprehensive free trade agreement between India and the European Union concluded nearly 20 years of talks. It cuts or eliminates tariffs on vast majority of traded goods. It covers goods, services, investment, custom rules, economic cooperation. Key elements, cars and vehicles. India will reduce tariffs sharply on EU-made vehicles from very high levels, up to 110% down to about 10% over time with a set quota, 250,000 vehicles per year, and gradually more EVs too. Beyond cars, tariffs on machinery, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, aircraft, and many manufacturers' goods will be phased down or eliminated. EU market for Indian exporters, Indian textiles, leather, chemicals, gems and jewelry, marine products, etc., will get preferential access to the EU. Services and investment. The agreement also facilitates services, trade, and investment flows, not just physical goods. Interesting. Is it just another Canada EVs type deal? Not really. And like narrow sectoral deal. This is a broad, deep FTA, but not too broad to be an actual free trade agreement across the board. Does it mean Indians can buy Europeans' cars? Yes. Yes, it does. Ravy baby, the mother of all deals sounds like an evil plan. Who is naming these things? Eh? Colonialists, it would seem. Neo-colonialists. They are learning from Trump. They are learning from how Trump loves to name things. The biggest, beautiful deal. It's so hot. Mother of all deals, the greatest deal, they tell me. They're all saying, house slay mother, the house down, boots deal. Boots the deal is. If Trump was truly gangster, he would make Europe only buy American cars so they won't fit on the road, under bridges or through archways. That's fucking hilarious.
One that would create a market of 2 billion people, accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP. And crucially, that would provide a first mover advantage for Europe with one of the world's fastest growing and most dynamic continents.
Ursula von der Leyen made that statement last week at the World Economic Forum in Davos. So what does this deal entail, this India-EU deal? We should have all the details by this time tomorrow, but here's what we know so far. Reports say the groundwork has been laid. Tomorrow, India and the EU will adopt a declaration. This will mark the end of the negotiations. And while the actual deal may not be signed right away, the formal agreement will be announced. So in terms of outcomes, here's what we can expect. And we'll start with what the European Union gets. One of their key demands was better access to India's car market. Right now, importing a European car is quite expensive. Tariffs run as high as 110%. If you get a car from Europe to India, 110% tariff. That may change soon. Reports say India is ready to slash import duties from 110% to 40%, 40. New Delhi is ready to bring the duty.
That was exactly verbatim the manufacturing consent line that we got from our friend here, our research assistant from the Times of India, from EIJ News, India, EU, FTA 2026. Complete sector breakdown of the $200 billion trade deal. Interesting. $200 billion? You think they say they've got what? It's 2 billion people, a quarter of the world's economy, and it's $200 billion? Come on, it could be better than that. Trump got people to invest, what, $1 trillion? What did he say, Trump, the other day? That he, thanks to his regime, he's been able to get $17 trillion worth of investment guaranteed into the US. $17 trillion he's squeezed out of his proxies from South Korea to the European Union, Japan, and beyond. I love having my small Japanese car. I owned one car all my life, and it's great on fuel. Is it the same continent that wipes with one hand and eats with the other, asking for a friend? The same continent that can't even provide proper water and septic systems to over half of its citizens. To be honest, washing your bum with water is way more advanced than this Western toilet paper. Who does that? Yeah.
On cars down to 40%, and over a period of time, this could fall to as low as 10%. But it comes with a condition. These tariff cuts will apply to only a certain category of cars. These are cars that cost more than 15,000 euros. That's 17,000 US dollars, or about 17 lakh Indian rupees. And who stands to benefit from these reduced tariffs? Major European car makers, brands like Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW. They've been trying to expand their presence for a long time. They want to enter the Indian market in a big way, and this trade agreement will help them. But India is not
bidet gang. Yeah, the Japanese have nailed toilets.
removing all the barriers. It could put a cap on these car imports. So only a fixed number of vehicles will qualify for the reduced tariff rate. The limit could be set at 200,000 cars a year, 2 lakh cars, meaning only a certain number of cars at a certain price point will get the 40% tariff rate. Now, even with these conditions, it's a pretty good deal for Europe. You see, India is the world's third largest car market, and with this trade pact, Europe gets better access to this market. At the same time, India is protecting its domestic players too. There are safeguards baked into the agreement. First, the concessions are only for expensive cars, cars which are priced above $17,000. They will get this concession. Those priced below $17,000 are not included in this framework. Plus, there are protections for EV makers, that's electric vehicles. For at least 5 years, EVs will be kept out of this deal, so they get a 5-year buffer. Now let's look at the other parts of the deal, beyond cars. India could reduce duties on European wines and spirits. This is similar to India's trade deal with the UK, where New Delhi slashed tariffs on British Scotch, whiskey and gin. Similar concessions could be offered to Europe as well. And what does India get in return? New Delhi has two broad asks from the EU. Number one is access. India wants duty-free entry for its garments and textiles in the European Union. And I must add here that the EU grants similar concessions to India's neighbors like Pakistan and Bangladesh. So New Delhi is asking for the same. And this is quite significant because our textile industry has been hit by Trump's tariffs. Indian garments and textiles face a 50% tariff in the United States. So with this trade deal, India is looking to build an alternative market in Europe and support its textile industry. Same with pharma. India is looking for similar concessions for its pharma industry. Both
Apparently, India's a big player on the world stage when it comes to pharmaceutical productions. Okay? So they want to get their textiles into Europe and their drugs into Europe. What a world that we're living in. Like 200 years ago, Industrial Revolution, full swing. You have England with its colonial grip on the subcontinent, on India, and it's basically pushing its textiles on India because it's manufacturing a lot of stuff thanks to the cotton it's getting from the American South, and it's got a control over the Indian pharmaceutical industry of the time. It's got a monopoly on the production of opium, which it then uses India and Bangladesh to create for it, to then sell that opium onto the Chinese and then hook them and then be able to control their economy. And now look at this, EU trade deal 2026. It's now India's turn. You take our textiles from our industry and our drugs, Europeans. And this is the cyclic nature of capitalism. 200 years ago, who would have thought?
could find a mention in tomorrow's announcement. That is what New Delhi is looking for in terms of access. The second key demand for India is mobility. India wants more opportunities for its skilled professionals. That means more visas and easier access to the European bloc. In any successful trade agreement, the movement of people is always a key part. So observers will be watching this part closely to see if the pact includes provisions on mobility. Of course, not everything is on the table.
Hey, this is not going to make the European right wing very happy, can I just say? Hey, are they talking about getting more migrants into the country? Hey, is that what's happening here? I hope not. Interesting how the CBP didn't mention anything about a firearm accidentally discharging in a report filed after reviewing body cam footage of the agents that killed Preti. Officers tried to take Preti into custody. Is this their report, is it? Officers tried to take Preti into custody and he resisted, leading to a struggle, according to a notification to Congress obtained by the Associated Press. During the struggle, a Border Patrol agent yells, "He's got a gun," multiple times, the official said. The Border Patrol officer and a CBP officer each fired Glock pistols, the notice said. Investigators from CBP's Office of Professional Responsibility conducted an analysis based on a review of the body-worn camera footage and agency documentation, the notice said. The law requires the agency to inform relevant congressional committees about deaths in CBP custody within 72 hours. The official report doesn't mention it. Interesting. There you go. I wonder why they didn't put that one in there. Maybe the NRA doesn't want people talking about these guns going off by themselves.
Sectors are said to be off limits, like agriculture and dairy. Reports say they will not be included in this pact. Talks on these areas may continue separately, but for the moment they've been kept out. And that's hardly surprising. Sectors like agriculture are politically sensitive for India. Millions of people depend on them for their livelihood. So New Delhi is unlikely to open these sectors. This may disappoint some Western commentators, but European leaders are keen to make it work with India. They're looking at a long-term realignment, and that won't be possible without India. So Brussels is selling this trade deal as the coming together of two major markets that represent 2 billion people. More importantly, it helps the the European Union pivot away from the United States and find a new friend.
There's the line. There's your manufacturing consent line. Europeans doing everything they can to decouple themselves from the American economy. She said the thing. All right. Now everybody's on the same page. Europe is doing something to fight the big bad American bully by doing some high-level negotiations and talks, which amount to not much at the end of the day. Not as free trade as they made it out to be.
In the world's fastest growing major economy.
The world doesn't fit in boxes, so why should your news?
That's right. That's why we have ground news. Fuck ground news. Let me get one more source on this. I won't bore you with any more of this, I swear, afterwards. I want to see what the French have to say about this.
So it's been described then as the mother of all deals. The lead.
Say the line. Mother. They're coming together to improve the working conditions of all citizens. They are right. Right? Is that what they're doing? Hey? Yes, of course. Of course. It's got nothing to do with just opening up markets here and there to placate the masses. So they go along with whatever the ruling and economic elites want. No. It's got to do with actually helping out people. Was Oz in the trade deal? In that trade deal? I don't know. I don't think so. We're about to get it from the French, though. Let's see what they have to say.
Leaders of India and the European Union signing in the last hour or so a huge trade pact reached after 2 decades of negotiations. The deal announced then as EU leaders have headed there to rubber stamp it, if you like. The aim to help shield against challenges from the world's 2 leading economies, the United States and China. Well, let's get some of the reaction just before that signing. In fact, Narendra Modi, the Indian Prime Minister, spoke. Let's hear what he had to say.
India and the European Union have signed a huge trade agreement.
Oh, in that slide before, I think that was from the piece that just started just before this piece. So I'm not sure why they had those flags there, actually. And I think the stars were red, I believe.
People around the world are calling it the mother of all deals. This agreement brings huge opportunities for India's 1.4 billion people and for millions of people across European countries.
Well, our business editor, Charles Pellegrin, is joining me here on set. Charles, just sum up for us exactly what this deal consists of, can you?
So it's a broad agreement to lower tariffs on most consumer and industrial goods and for both sides. This is significant when you consider that India is known to be quite a protectionist economy, famously described as the tariff king by Donald Trump. The EU Commission says the agreement will end up reducing or eliminating entirely tariffs on over 96% of EU goods exports to India, something it says no other trading partner has ever received. Let's take some product examples. Import duties on EU cars currently stand at 110%, while they would gradually move down to 10%. In terms of EU agricultural exports, there are opportunities for EU farmers as well. Indian tariffs in that sector hover of over 36% on average. Well, wine duties would be cut from 150% to 75% and eventually down to 20%. Olive oil tariffs would go down to 0% from 45% after 5 years. EU exporters stand to save around 4 billion euros in tariffs per year with this deal.
We're talking about the world's second.
The tariff king? Is that the Tiger King's cousin? Hey, Trump's just jealous of the real tariff kings. There it is. Haha, bloke running for Ohio AG has promised to sentence Trump to deal. Is that because you can't write the other D word? Is that what's going on? America is gonna America. Interesting.
and the world's fifth largest economies coming together here, aren't we?
The scale of these two markets is really huge. India is the world's most populous country, obviously, and on top of that, it's a very fast-growing economy. Its GDP is over $3.4 trillion, and it's estimated to have increased by 7.4% in 2025, up from 6.5% in 2024. And except during COVID, well, growth levels have been consistently high over the past 8 years or so, as you can see there. The country is currently the EU's 9th biggest trade partner, so there is a lot of room to
look at that. The EU's 9th biggest trade partner. This goes into like the stuff that we were speaking about earlier, where they're like, look, this is all just, show for the plebs. All this trade deal stuff. Europeans have got to do something, save face in them, because they've been humiliated consistently by Trump, and so they got to play hard. Like, look at all the trade deals we're doing with our 9th biggest trading partner or trading bloc. Who else are there? Who trumps them to get to 9th place? We've just heard it alleged that we have just heard it alleged that India is the 9th biggest trading partner with the EU. Who are the 8 persons or groups that are above the Indians? Like, I'm only saying like what we were talking about before, in the sense that like America still is really important trading partners with all of these people. They can't decouple themselves from America just like that. And so like talk of an EU trade deal, just like the Canada one, is just like, it's small fry in the real scheme of things. United States, here are the 8 trading partners ahead of India for the EU. United States, China, United Kingdom, Switzerland, Turkey, Norway, Japan, South Korea, Canada, all these places trump India for the EU. So not like they've just done it with, like, I don't know, China or the United Kingdom or something like that. But they have come up with talks with China recently. Interesting. Yeah, not deal, death. Yeah. I thought so. When you die, the only news you will see is 2 foot wide and 6 foot deep ground news. Imagine if it was the USA that unites the world in the end. Like that theory we were hearing about before. Like what the Thucydides trap theory that we were talking about. Not the Thucydides trap. The Athenian democracy demise theory. What if it's this moment and the world turns on the US? Everyone against the USA, that is. Yeah. Not until they decouple their economies. Although everyone's going to die.
There, and goods trade has already increased 90% in the last decade. Lowering tariffs means EU businesses could further benefit from that growth in economic activity.
And what about India? What does it stand to get out of this?
It's a similar story for India. They could see their exports to the EU boosted by as much as 50 billion euros by 2031. That's according to one study, with pharmaceuticals, textiles, and chemicals likely to benefit the most, all sectors which employ a huge number of people in the country. The deal says that over 7 years, Indian goods will eventually face tariffs of 0% from the EU, except for obviously key sectors such as autos, steel, and agriculture. 92% of India's exports, or tariff lines, to the EU will see reduced or eliminated tariffs. This comes at a crucial time. India's exports have been hit hard by Trump's tariffs imposed because of New Delhi's own tariffs and its purchases of Russian oil, reaching a rate of 50%. So Modi's been on a quest to diversify his trade portfolio and protect India.
It is. It's got red stars. It's New Zealand. Trade deals signed since last May. India's quest. There you go. Talks ongoing with.
such punitive tariffs from the U.S. Since May last year, 4 deals have been struck, including the one with the EU. Agreements have been reached with the UK, Oman, and New Zealand, and discussions are in the works with other blocs, including Mercosur in Latin America, Chile, Peru, and the Gulf Cooperation Council. And that diversification is what the EU's been doing as well. We saw it with the deal struck with the Mercosur bloc earlier this month. It's also about more than just trade. It's about the kind of world these two powers say they want to live and work in, one that's still governed by the free trade ideals which Donald Trump has sought to dismantle. Ursula von der Leyen underlined it when she said, "We've sent a signal to the world that rules-based cooperation still delivers great outcomes."
Charles, thanks very much. Charles Pellegrin analysing that deal for us from the business.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. Thank you. Is this what you were talking about before? Who
There's
mentioned?
been another huge move in Australian politics today.
Ninja
An
Nurse
MP
mentioned
from
this.
Queensland, Colin
This is the drama that's coming out of the coalition, eh? Let's have a look here.
Boyce, says he will challenge David Littleproud for the leadership of the Nationals before Parliament resumes in Canberra next week. Let's bring in our National Affairs editor, Hugh Remington. Hugh, what's happened?
Angela, it's true and fair to say that Colin Boyce is not a household name. He's a former boilermaker and welder from Gladstone. He's been in federal parliament for less than 4 years. He has never held a front bench position, but he has had enough of the turmoil in the former coalition. He says he'll call a spill of the National
Is this
Party
the guy that we were watching earlier this morning? This is the same guy that was being like, we must unify with the coalition or suffer the consequences in the face of the rise of one nation. This is the guy we were listening to, eh? He's going to bring it back. Littleproud, I'm bringing us back to the coalition to stop us self-destructing in the face of the wave of one nation.
on Monday, and
Maybe if the coalition is nice, Pauline will let them become relevant again. The coalition.
challenge David Littleproud for his job as leader. He wants the coalition with the Liberal Party restored, and that call has been reinforced today by National Party elder and former leader Michael McCormack, who also says the only way forward for the Nats is in the coalition. Well, David Littleproud has not directly addressed the challenge today, but he has put out a statement just a short time ago saying he stands by his record as leader of the National Party. Here is Colin Boyce.
In my humble opinion, the National Party is committing political suicide by removing itself from the coalition. If they go it alone to the next election, they won't have any resources, they won't have any travel entitlements, and things will be extremely difficult.
Hugh, how much of this is being driven by the latest polling numbers?
Well, Ange, as you might expect, almost everything. One Nation is on the rise. Two respected polling
Hey,
companies.
quickly, got to get it in there. Quickly, got to say the line. One nation on the rise. Hey, there it is.
Have new numbers out. Essential has One Nation's primary support at a record 22%. That's not far adrift of Labor at 31%. That's a 3-point fall for the government in the last month. The traditional coalition parties still hold a combined 25% on this poll, but of course that vote is now split between the
Yeah, I know. Oh no, no free travel. Hey, no, unless you're a big enough political party, you don't get that free travel. What a crime. Us plebs sitting here. Hey, oh God, how much is the cost of petrol at the petrol station today? God, I hope it goes down a little bit. Hey, then I'll save myself a few dollars. And meanwhile, these guys, what? No free travel anymore? How are we going to campaign?
constituent parties. So let's look at the YouGov poll on Sky. It shows an even stronger result for One Nation. 25% on the primary vote, theoretically enough to make Pauline Hanson's party the official opposition if an election was held on those numbers today. With the coalition split, the Liberal Party slumps to just...
Like, if they have the infrastructure... Like, remember we watched that 7:30 report, and I can't remember where they were coming from exactly at the start. But the National One Nation didn't even have a candidate in the race. And the guy was like, I'd like to vote for them if I could, if they have a candidate. So, like, it's a bit misleading when they say if they had the election now, like, One Nation would absolutely wipe the floor with the no-alition. But like, do they have candidates everywhere like the no-alition? Do they have the infrastructure?
15%, the LNP in Queensland to 4%. The Nationals have seen their primary vote halved to just 2%. People like David Littleproud and his new challenger, Colin Boyce, would likely both lose their seats on those numbers, as would most National Party politicians. A key detail in this poll, among Australians earning under $100,000 a year, that's half the voting population, One Nation is now ahead of Labor. That is a threat for Labor.
So what are we to make of it all?
Well, Ange, many factors are
Tell
feeding
us
into
what
this
to
One Nation
think,
surge.
please.
The economy
I love that question. I love it. So good.
is a bigger issue, the pollsters say, than immigration, though there's so much talk about immigration. One Nation's most famous new recruit is urging more voters to get in behind them.
It shows to us the Australian people are willing to give us a go, and I want to make sure that we just keep trying to earn their respect, and at the election time we'll see what happens.
They cut him and make him sound like he's really fluid in the way that he presents. We watched it this morning. It was pretty painful. He couldn't really hold a sentence together properly.
Meanwhile, the coalition remains split. Susan Lee's leadership of the Liberals appears fragile at best. What's happening there?
Well, Susan Lee's on borrowed time. She has a net satisfaction rating of -31. In any normal universe, that would be terminal. The question is who takes her on and when. Parliament resumes next week. Moderates are holding the line for Susan Lee for the moment. Conservatives within the Liberal Party are split between Angus Taylor and the next generation option in Andrew Hastie.
So what were you guys saying before? People in the chat were saying something like it's got to be Taylor. Taylor's the only option. He'll unify the no-alition.
Meanwhile, the remaining elder in the National Party, as you know, Michael McCormack, is trying to get them back together again, saying that the coalition must reform very, very quickly. Could we see leadership spills next week for both the Nationals and the Liberal Party? Suddenly, that is not impossible. A quick reminder, the next election is not due until mid-2028. Polls can do all kinds of things between now and then.
They certainly can. Hugh, thank you. There's
They
been another
certainly can. Thank you. Keeping us across it. What do the people in a Channel 10 comment section speak like? If anyone else is to take over the national leadership, it can be Matt Canavan, not some unknown. If the National Party returns to their coalition with the Liberal/Labour Party, they are finished. You're not reading the script here, mate. It's not what they're saying. They should stand by their morals. They stood on not supporting the hate speech bill. Apart from all the ones that did, why would they defect from their stance a week later? Look at all these people questioning the state of affairs. But how does this make sense? I don't understand. The Nats need to join with One Nation, ? Not Libs. Nothing to say about the issues of our day, just political survival and dollars. Interesting. They will want Taylor as he's the moderate, but no one will want it in the public. Fuck the public. Fuck ground news. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's change topics. Let's do this. I want to get onto this central bank stuff. Have people been following what's been going on with the central bank drama in the US? The Fed, Donald Trump v. the Fed in Powell. He wants to replace the governor, whatever they're called, the leader of the Federal Reserve, wants to get rid of his ass because he won't play Trump's populist politics, won't allow him to cut the interest rate because the Fed operates as an independent institution. People been following this at all? And so there's a big battle going on. Who Powell was actually, from what I understand, was actually appointed during the first Trump administration And now he's under fire, and Trump wants to legally depose this person, even though he has a certain amount of tenure. And like his tenure is going to be up soon, but Trump wants it now because he wants that rate cut, I guess, before the midterms. He wants to be able to say, look, I brought interest rates down, cost of living. Why wouldn't you vote for me in the midterms? And the Fed, being the independent institution that it is, isn't playing ball. So it's time for him to get he's out. Why Trump's unprecedented war on the Fed matters. I'm not sure if people are across this. I want to get some. I would like to know more. Apparently, other countries are looking like they will be selling US bonds. So it's not just a rush on the Japanese bond market, US bonds as well. You mean like in the face of the potential end of central bank autonomy in the US? I always laugh when I hear the Fed was signed on Jekyll Island. Yep. It's a simulation.
President Donald Trump is reshaping the U.S. government from the inside out. And even the Federal Reserve is a target.
Jerome, too late? I'm too late, pal. I think he's terrible.
Some very strong words coming from the president.
Termination cannot come fast enough.
People can say whatever they want, that's fine.
This is something different, and I worry about it.
The threats to Fed independence that we're seeing right now are real and they're significant.
They're under a white-hot political spotlight right now.
Overall pressure campaign.
The president and I are both concerned about the foundations of the Fed.
With the unprecedented attempt to dismiss a sitting governor,
Lisa Cook sues Trump over move to oust her,
and an economic ally poised to fill another vacancy.
If I'm confirmed to this role, I will act independently.
An institution traditionally sheltered from politics is having to navigate unfamiliar waters.
It's such nonsense, isn't it? An institution usually sheltered from politics. Come on. It is in politics. What it is insulated from is some type of democratic control. That's what they really should be saying. These fucking liberal commentators on Bloomberg Original. I mean liberal in the actual sense. All they care is about free market policies. They've set up the central banking system, which is now, takes form and is kind of the gold standard of international finance. If you're a real nation that prints its own coin and currency, you got to have a central banking system so you can play with the rest of us in the free market. And so they're independent because there's a cabal of central banks that exist out there that all deal with each other and decide financial policy for the entire world amongst themselves. And they are exactly right, completely independent of public scrutiny and public control. They are void of politics. They are void of any interference that democratic or sovereign peoples around the world can have any influence on how these central banks actually work. It's for a cabal of bankers around the world to control, not sovereign individuals. And so if Trump is shaking up the central banking system because of his populist politics, you gotta call a spade a spade. I don't see any problem with that. If Trump wants to bring down the Fed, he wants to bring down the Federal Reserve so he can be God Trump who sets an interest rate, who cares? Let him do it. Let him do it. So should politicians who are elected by the people, and we are told they've gotten the majority of the vote and the people voted and they wanted Trump, well then fucking let him control the interest rate then. Why let a central bank do it? Why? Because you're worried about inflation? You don't want to ignite the same conditions that started World War II? You'd be worried about hyperinflation, so we need a central bank to control that for us? Well, guess what? We're on the brink of it anyway, of another world war. And we had central banks anyway, so they didn't fucking cushion us from another world war scenario. And if Trump wants to get in there and shit up, let him. But don't ever think, though, that Trump is really going after the Federal Reserve because he wants to bring back democratic oversight to the Federal Reserve so the people can control the power of the Federal Reserve against the banking cartel. No, what's going on is very different, and it's surveillance capitalism, as we were describing before. Trump is represented largely by a group of people that are investing in stable coins and crypto and all that sort of stuff. These people want to do something that we haven't really talked about for a while, I would say, in financial politics on the world stage, which is like going back to an era where people minted or did their own private currencies. Currencies weren't controlled by the state as such. There were errors in free market, industrial society, and capitalistic societies where, like, you know, banks controlled currencies. And so Trump, I don't think he really represents taking on the Fed because he wants to bring down the global banking cabal, all Rothschild owned, might I add, says 09JP. No, he's not bringing down the banking cabal. They're going to set up a new one with cryptos and stable coins and central currencies that are issued by private financial institutions. None of this Fed nonsense. Time to make money great again, if you know what I mean. Let's start to privatize money creation again. The Fed had served its time. It did well. It's now to hand it over to the techno-feudalists. Here it comes. Here it comes, baby.
Names can change, but I think the ultimate point is you're really targeting the independence of the central bank.
Everybody agrees that central bank independence is critical.
Everyone agrees? Do they? Do you agree there? Do you like the independence of your central banking institution, whatever it might be? But it can completely beyond control by the sovereign population. It's just like people are granted positions because of their ties to the establishment and their economics PhDs or whatever the fuck they've got. Beyond any public scrutiny.
Independence, we have to fight for it.
Fed independence is the crucial underpinning of the Fed's credibility as an inflation fighter. If Fed independence is lost, that credibility is shattered.
We're never going to be...
And there goes the old world order. It's like what that guy was describing before. It's Wall Street versus Silicon Valley. And it's fucking on right now. And Trump's in the middle of it, shaking the tree. It's like that. If I shake hard enough, Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve governors, they're bored. They'll fall out of the tree. And then we'll take over with cryptos. Interesting.
Influenced by any political pressure.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there.
One of the biggest challenges is dealing with
What if I call a spade a shovel, Checkmate. Call me. Don't tell me how to linguistic. Oh, I take your word for it. There you go.
A central bank wants to avoid contributing to that uncertainty.
Trump versus the Fed. This is the real civil war. You know how everyone keeps on putting out content that's just like, is there going to be a civil war? Have you seen Minnesota? Have you not seen what's happening in Minneapolis? And it's like, there is a civil war. The bourgeoisie of Wall Street is trying to maintain its control over the American financial system in the wake of cryptocurrencies.
To truly appreciate the gravity of where the US is today, here's a quick history lesson. Back in the 1970s, President Richard Nixon pressured the Fed chair Arthur Burns into cutting interest rates to boost his re-election prospects.
I respect his independence. However, I hope that independently he will conclude that my views are the ones that should be followed.
Burns obliged.
If he doesn't like it, I'll break his fucking legs. Stupid economic decrees. America needs a defense minister like ours, an avid snow globe collector, as per his LinkedIn profile. I was wondering where you're getting that reference from. I thought there was something special going on there, but it's a LinkedIn thing.
But what followed was years of crippling inflation. Burns' successor, Paul Volcker, responded by raising rates dramatically. Although this caused a lot of pain, the inflation dragon was tamed, and it set the economy back on track for growth. Volcker's resolve in the face of political pressure also re-established the notion that a central bank removed from politics was necessary and beneficial. This autonomy has held ever since.
We will continue to maintain a strong and independent Federal Reserve.
At least until now.
Wall Street. Hey, like, who's your backers? This is interesting. This is the real American history right here. There's some crazy, crazy stories behind the banking institutions that have controlled the US since its independence from England. So it like took away English state power, British state power, but like how tied were they to the English financial system or the global financial system with European investors and Europeans trying to control banking sectors, not just in Europe or Britain, but across the world, and how tied the American financial system in that regard still is. Wall Street is just a development of that to a certain extent. Well, they've merged Wall Street and the banking cabal, and now there's a new threat. There's a new player in town. It's coming all the way from Silicon Valley.
We have a stupid person, frankly, at the Fed. Always too late, a little slow. Yeah, he's not a smart guy.
Judging how aggressive Trump has been can be subjective, but Bloomberg Economics developed a way of keeping track.
What we wanted to do was take it out of the realm of mere impression, my assertion versus somebody else's assertion. We wanted to give it a quantitative grounding.
Headlines were scored for their positive or negative sentiment on Fed independence. Social media posts, if associated with those headlines, were counted as well.
We added those up across months in order to derive a visual impression. Through the first couple of years, President Trump was relatively restrained. When Trump took office for the second time, the intensity picked up right away and has by far set new records. Admittedly, that scoring is inherently somewhat judgmental. Somebody else could perhaps arrive at a somewhat different conclusion quantitatively. But the existence of these headlines is undeniable.
Somebody that I've never been very fond of, actually.
The irony here...
What are they showing? That this time on the agenda, thanks to the Dark Enlightenment, the philosophy of what Curtis Yarvin and the boys, they're going after the Fed. They're going to go straight for the inner cathedral here and chop off the legs. Or chop off at the knees. Hey? Going to kneecap the liberal order as presented to you by Wall Street and the Federal Reserve. They're going to chop them off and bring in the new age. It just shows you the ramping up of the language. This is our time. This is our time to rise. Let's privatize currency again. Cryptos, baby, all the way. Greed is good, Gordon Gekko.
It was President Trump, after all, who nominated Jay Powell to be chair of the Federal Reserve.
So I had heard that before. It's an interesting one. And now all of a sudden he's not serving the agenda. Hey? It's like someone's got a lot of influence all of a sudden. Powell's not good enough anymore. Trump is in the pockets of the techno-feudalists now?
Jay has the wisdom and leadership to guide our economy.
Trump back in 2018 and 2019 was kicking off a trade war with China, and his firm conviction was that the Fed needed to play its part. Fast forward to where we are today.
Interest rates have to come down.
We're in an even bigger trade war. Once again, President Trump thinks the Fed needs to get on board with Team USA and deliver outsized rate cuts to juice the economy and give them a better shot of winning in this trade war. All politicians, if they're in power already, would very much like to be in a low interest rate economy with growth booming.
Growth can boom with low interest rates because
Gotta love that product placement. No, wait, what did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, man.
If they're in power already, would very much like to be in a low interest rate economy with growth.
Oh, the Gulf of America hats? Oh, okay. Now that was a good time in the culture wars. Was that like what? This time last year, they made the announcement about the Gulf of America as well. When he first started. I hope they have a birthday party for the Gulf of America.
Booming.
Growth can boom with low interest rates because they inspire businesses to hire and investors to invest. Usually, high interest rates do the opposite. When it's more expensive to borrow, businesses can contract. Managing this delicate balance is why central banks exist and why their independence to make nonpartisan decisions has been so vigorously defended.
The Fed's mandate is surprisingly clear. Congress has instructed the Fed to pursue maximum employment and price stability. It doesn't mean that a central bank that has solid independence is a rogue organization, utterly unaccountable to elective representatives. But there is this buffer away from the political fray. It is about short-sightedness versus long-sightedness. Monetary policy here historically in the United States.
Well, if inflation is just a democratic hoax, then you can lower the interest rates all day, baby. Yes, interesting. That's a good point, right? Hey, it is just a goddamn democratic hoax. It's an interesting point.
And in other countries around the globe has been shown time and again to work better when decision makers are allowed to make decisions in the long-term interests of the population.
I have heard that the central banks of the world actually form a board of their own and come together and make decisions about world financial markets as a group. And this central banking system itself is overseen by a centralized bank again. Is there truth to this description of central banking and its connections around the world? Yes, the big gulp of America. Yeah. There is some truth. The claim is overstated. What is true? Central banks do coordinate and meet regularly. The key hub is the Bank of International Settlements. This hosts regular meetings of central bank governors, committees, data sharing, research, and crisis coordination. The Bank of Settlements is a coordination forum and bank of central, plus a bank for central banks, not a world central bank. Okay. There's no single global central bank that commands national central banks. There's no formal board that votes. The national central banks are not legally subordinate to the BIS. Interesting. Bank of International Settlements. It has no power. The BIS has no power over the what do we call it? The other central banks that meet under its auspices. But are they, or is it influential on central bank decision making? Let's have a look. Yes, the BIS is influential, even though not formal authority over the central banks. How does it influence central banks? Agenda setting. BIS research, reports, and working papers shape how the problems are framed, what is discussed at the meetings. Norm setting, soft power through Basel standards, capital ratios, liquidity rules, stress tests. These are technically voluntary, but de facto mandatory if a country wants market credibility and access to global finance. So like basically, if you want to play in the global financial system as a central bank or a country that has a central bank, and you don't listen to what the International Settlements Bank Board says and gives you suggestions for, you will lose market credibility, i.e. you will not be able to secure loans in the global financial market for your government to do anything that a government needs to do. And you do that by losing access to global finance. We will tell the capital of the world to stay away from your country if you do not listen. Take the hint, aka Rothschild. Yeah. I know. I hear. Interesting. It's not legal, but if you don't do what we say, we'll break your legs.
This dynamic can be clearly seen in Turkey's economic roller coaster.
President Erdogan's motions towards including a lot more politics into monetary policy started back in 2018. He vowed to take a more active role in policymaking and made it very apparent that his preference lies with lower borrowing costs. That culminated into the first removal of the governor back in 2019. That has led to a series of departures from the central bank. We are now on the sixth central bank governor in just over 6 years in Turkey. So
wasn't the BIS originally formed by members of the Nazi Party along with other leaders around the world? Nay? I don't know. Good question. I'm sure they all get along when it comes to banking, eh? At the end of the day, when it comes to money, let's put aside our differences and figure out what's going on as we set up a central banking system.
Policy has led Turkish economy down a quite difficult path. Trying to tackle rein-in price pressures by lowering borrowing costs produced the opposite result to what the president was expecting. Inflation exploded to a high of 85%.
This had profound effects on the Turkish population.
Items that we consider necessities, such as food, shelter, housing, utilities, and healthcare, these tend to be quite fast at adapting to high price pressure. It makes it more expensive to be poor, and it divides the wedge between the haves and the have-nots even wider. Fast forward to 2023, after the elections, the president actually did a complete overhaul with the policymakers completely doing a U-turn on those unsound policies.
As the central bank aggressively increased borrowing costs, lo and behold, inflation volatility slowed and has gradually come under control.
But to this day, we still have extremely high inflation.
So wait, what's the lesson there? Erdogan moves away from letting central bankers just dictate whatever they want, gets political control, then brings in a dude who raises interest rates, and that solves the problem. It's just like, so yes, a government could do the same thing that the Fed does or a central bank does. It could just be like, no, it's time to raise interest rates and control inflation. So like they are a useless organization. Why do you have to have the extra layer of bureaucracy? Why? Why do you need an independent body to do the same thing that a political party could? Is that the lesson that they're trying to teach us here?
Let's take it with a grain of salt, comparing the US economy with a smaller economy like Turkey, but the mechanics are still there.
Turkey's revolving door of central bank governors is a cautionary tale, but US presidents have historically observed legal guardrails to remove Fed decision makers. Trump's attempt to oust Governor Lisa Cook breaks that convention.
Congress in 1935 wrote in a requirement that the president can dismiss members of the Board of Governors for cause. There has to be some serious form of misbehavior.
Our independence is a matter of law.
Just how far President Trump can take his arguments remains to be seen.
The Supreme Court, in ruling on the president's ability to fire the heads of other independent agencies, explicitly created a carve-out for the Fed, suggesting that the legal bar for the president to oust Jerome Powell is fairly high.
But the US Supreme Court, with many of its justices appointed by Trump himself, has often ruled in his favor. Added to this, the firing of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics rang alarm bells around the integrity of data that inform economic decisions.
There's a tradition to adhere strictly to nonpartisan, professional, objective standards in creating the data. Many of us will be on high alert to be extremely observant about any possibility of manipulation of the data for political purposes.
The stakes here couldn't be higher. Markets risk losing faith that monetary policy decisions will be made apolitically, no matter who works at the Fed.
This is what we call credibility. And that's the thing that is very hard-earned and quite easily spent.
The president, whoever they choose, you're going to have somebody that has credibility with the markets, or you're going to see inflation expectations spike. You will not get lower interest rates. You will get higher interest rates.
Trump could be shooting himself in the foot. A Fed that floods the US economy with cheap money will have to pay more to convince the market to hold US debt. Treasury yields, especially anything past 2 years, will go up. And it's these interest rates that matter most to the economy.
Someone called this out before, didn't they? That the US bond market's going to crash. That's the payback. That's what the international banking settlements institution will ensure. Hey, if you don't play ball with us, we're going to make life hard for you in the financial realm. But like, can they tame the US though? Their centerpiece, their crown jewel in the central banking system. Hey, they're located right next to Wall Street. Will they discipline the US? Will they discipline Trump if he moves away from the central banking system? Will they discipline him?
You should stop fixating on what this means for rate cuts. I think, what is this going to do for the longer end of the curve? I think that's what the market's got to start thinking about.
We haven't seen substantial reactions in markets yet, but this could turn very quickly. Frankly, I think we are playing with fire.
With the full effect of Trump's tariffs yet to be felt, the challenge to the Fed's credibility as an inflation fighter has come at a bad time.
The story of the rise of President Trump and the rise of his MAGA base has really been a story about attacks on elite institutions. Now Trump and his team, they're hammering at the Fed's door. There's going to be some pretty serious consequences for the US economy and for the US markets.
Bloomberg shitting itself over someone trying to shake up the international finance cabal. Don't learn the hard way. Greetings from Turkey. As a Turkish individual, deja vu. Trump's advisors have definitely studied Turkey and are copying Erdogan's playbook 1-to-1. When I look at the US, I see Turkey from a few years ago. Interesting. I'm pretty sure we have all forgotten about the Epstein files or whatever it was. So good. Always a real comment section when like you're discussing all of the drama that goes on the world stage that involves the US somehow. It's just like, hello, this is just a distraction from the files. I'm fucked. Oh man. Well, here comes the inflation war. Watch out. Don't touch the central bank, or I swear inflation will go up. Don't touch our central banking system. They've been running on the threat of inflation to justify their existence for so long. Inflation's happened anyway. Now people are like, wait a minute. They did nothing to help the financial system. Actually, no, I think of it, we've had financial crashes as well. The hell have the Fed been doing? Central banks don't actually work? It's all a scheme? No, say it's not true. Recession is imminent. Dun dun dun. The Question would be, can Trump escape the influence of the Fed? Very poignant question. That's right. They're part of a particular interest group, an international consortium, it would seem. Can Trump take on the Fed and win? Is the the trillion-dollar question. And do the surveillance capitalists have enough of their own political capital to fight off the old money? Stay tuned. We'll find out. We'll find out soon. Who's the biggest consumer of CP in the world? It's exactly who you think it is. That's why they won't talk about the files. All right. We're going to get nerdy. We're going to do some Yanis Varoufakis from the Iconoclasts. See what they have to say about this central banking situation here. Is this the end of central bank independence? The war for America's money, Yanis Varoufakis and Wolfgang Manchow. All right, let's have a look. Ah, nice. I was wondering if you watched it yet. This is different, I'm pretty sure, than the one that you sent me. So the one that you sent me, I believe, is about China's financialization. This one, they're specifically talking about central bank independence, like this whole, I don't know, staged confrontation between Trump and Powell, like Trump v. the Fed. Can the central banking system, will the central banking system die under the Trump administration? And what's going on here? Australia's been in a recession for a while, but it's okay because we kept our masses entertained with footy and sports betting. And the culture wars.
Our stories are related in many ways because the whole idea of central bank independence is also premised on the idea that, virtually all...
Are you sure this isn't AI? Question everything? Yeah, I know. We got stung with Yanis in the past. This time it's not. It's from Unheard. I think it's reputable. I know. Question everything. I swear, look at these two. Definitely AI. Bread and circus. Yeah.
Economists believe in today that is also premised on the idea that, virtually all economists believe in today that central bank independence is a natural state of affairs. I don't think it is. And I think what people have forgotten is that, it's in most countries relatively new. It's sort of an idea the United States has had it for longer than other countries. But the Federal Reserve in its current formation only exists for a little over 100 years. And its independence is also enshrined in a much broader political goal set. I mean, it's not just about inflation. They also have to take account of employment. So it's not, the political goals have been given to the central bank. It can't just set its own goals like the European central banks do. Now,
what's this, Project 25 wanted to abolish the Fed Reserve and replace it with a free banking system. Ah, there we go. Interesting. Looks like it's all coming into fruition.
Misunderstanding amongst economists and also amongst politicians these days who defend the principle of central bank independence is that it derives better results.
There's an AI in Australia? Oh, fuck. Most people I know wouldn't even know what a culture war is, but they know the weekend scores and the odds. Bread and circus. As we've said, most people are... Oh, no, I read that. All right.
Results. And I don't think that is the case. The original idea for central bank independence in the 1990s, when a lot more central banks like the Bank of England became independent, the idea was not that it was better in the sense that it derived consistently better results. The idea was that since society agrees on the goal, which is keep inflation stable, it may as well give this goal, this policy to an independent organization to pursue this goal, irrespective of short-term government priorities. So it was more of a political idea than an economic idea. And you can defend this because, if society, on most political issues we disagree in society. We don't have consensus. It's very rare for us to have a consensus. But there may be issues out there on which we pretty much all agree. And, we may find that on those issues, it is perfectly fine to devolve the authority to run the thing, not forever. You don't want to put this in the constitution, but you might just give it on, for a certain period of time, give it to a central bank and then take it back if this consensus breaks down. Now, this is what happened in the United States.
But what he's explaining, which is interesting, is this idea that it's just been kind of neoliberal consensus, I guess you would say, to have a central bank that's independent, because everyone's kind of agreed, left or right, conservative, progressive, everyone's kind of agreed, yeah, inflation bad, must keep it manageable. And so everyone's agreed that if inflation's bad, it's not in the culture war, if there's consensus, then central banks make sense to be independent. So you can take away the political or the public scrutiny of an institution if everybody agrees what their objective is, which is controlling inflation, is something that we should all be worried about. So if we're all worried about the same thing, then fuck democracy. We don't need any public oversight. Let them be a private institution, because we all agree that whatever they're doing is acceptable. It's an interesting point. And so for so long, basically the consensus has been the central bank's good thing. And now what? Because of Trump questioning the Fed, everyone's like, oh, people are starting to see all of a sudden the central banking system is not that great anymore. Eh? Is this the watershed moment? So if they want to eliminate the Federal Reserve, let banks issue their own currency backed by gold or something like Bitcoin, then whoever owns the Bitcoin ultimately controls the money supply. Yes, maybe it'll be like a true market. Like money will be not a centralized system of exchange, where there'll be different heaps of different types of money that you can invest into, and then it'll have value when relative to others, and you just have to kind of trade on a marketplace. If the person that you're seeking a service or a good or whatever you're exchanging with use a particular type of currency, you're gonna have to trade in their currency, and you're gonna have to have an e-wallet that allows you to have multiple different private currencies that you can just exist in the marketplace. That'll be the world that we're gunning for, apparently.
There is no more this consensus behind monetary policy. This consensus that we all agree on the outcome. Trump doesn't agree on low inflation. He says it, he talks about it, he campaigns on it. But if Trump cared about low inflation, he wouldn't do what he did to the Federal Reserve. Now, I'm not going to comment on the legal case. I don't know. These may well be invented charges, but that's not the point. The point is that in the United States, this consensus is broken down. And without that consensus, you cannot have independence, because in politics, independence without consensus is tyranny. That's something we don't accept. Central banking, monetary policy, fiscal policy is all part of the same overall economic policy framework. This is politics. We saw it in the last decade. Central banks' actions, the quantitative easing, had distributional effects. It's politics. It shouldn't be run by independent people. And it should only be run by independent people if we all agree. If Giannis and I and everyone else who listens to this podcast, or most people who listen to this podcast, if we all agreed what a central bank should do. Now, I can absolutely guarantee you that this is no longer the case. We may have been more consensual in the 1990s and still in the early 2000s, but after the global financial crisis, that consensus broke down. And so what we're seeing here is a very natural reversal of this process. It starts in the United States, and I think it will come to a country near you.
Hey, folks.
Interesting. Hey, it was the global financial crisis that shit up for the central banking system. Everyone was like, how did you not see this coming? Hey, you did nothing to help us from a financial crisis. What are the point of central banks anyway? Hey, they just print money and give it over to other members of the establishment. This is outrageous. We should control the Federal Reserve. That's when the consensus broke down. 2008. Everybody lost faith in the financial system and remembered that all they do is bail out the banks and private companies who fucking play with the world economy and financial markets like it's their fucking private casino. Oh, man.
I agree entirely, of course, that this issue, which sounds very technical, it's so deeply political. And indeed, the discussions that are taking place are not even taking place at the technical level. But allow me to make 3 points, Wolfgang. The first one concerns the use of the courts in public life. Now, lawfare is an appalling way of handling political discussions. It's a way of actually murdering genuine political discourse, replacing it with a kind of phony legalism. This is the Lee Kuan Yew type of politics, so persecuting your political opponents through the courts. It is
personality politics. Morrison was Timu Trump. Hanson is Shimu Trump.
Terrible that instead of having this conversation in the United States on the merits of central bank independence, the Fed's policies and so on, we have this red herring of essentially the Department of Justice prosecuting the chairman of the Fed on misdeeds and the rebuilding of parts of the Federal Reserve building. This is appalling. But let us not forget that it was the Democrats that also practiced lawfare against Donald Trump. So it's not just that any consensus about the Fed has broken down. The consensus about how to do politics has broken down. That's, the first point I would like to make. The second one is going to the heart of the matter, as you were doing, Wolfgang. When we talk about independence from whom? Now, you made the point, and I want to reinforce this point, that who sets interest rates is a political decision. There is a clash, there is a kind of class war between debtors and lenders. You increase interest rates, you favor one against the other. You boost inflation, again, there are some winners and there will be some losers. This discussion, in other words, goes to the heart of democracy. And let's face it, very few people actually believe in democracy. The whole argument about central bank independence.
Does democracy even have meaning today? Right? So, can we even use democracy to control something like the Fed? It doesn't even exist. Does it? No, of course not.
Is exactly that. I remember, in the economics profession, as a PhD student at the time, I was exposed to a clear consensus amongst, especially economists, the demos cannot be trusted with electing representatives that will decide the priorities of the central bank. It was really very clear. Creating a firewall between monetary policy and democracy. That was the whole point. Now, maybe they're right or wrong, but what I can't stand, Wolfgang, is the hypocrisy. These people who present themselves as liberal Democrats are effectively doing away with the whole concept of democracy. It turns out that from where they're standing, elections are a process by which a particular faction of the elite is being chosen to serve the interests of the ruling class. Should the public choose one of these factions to set interest rates that suit this part of the oligarchy or the financial cabal, which is another part of the oligarchy? Or should the bankers have more control in setting the interest rates that suit the oligarchy? It's a clash between different factions of the powerful, which is being presented as a discussion about democracy when it's got nothing to do with this. So it's not about competence. It's not about liberal values. It's not about democracy. It's a debate within our ruling class about which form of dependence suits it the best. And then they talk about independence. And one last point, if I may. All this is happening. You and I have discussed this many times before, and I think we will inevitably come back to that. This discussion is unfolding against the background of the privatization of the dollar, the sidelining of the Federal Reserve itself with the Genius Act. We're going back to the 1870s and the 1890s with private firms, tethered now, Circle, JP Morgan tomorrow, will be able to print their own dollars in the form of stable coins. We're going to go back to a situation where the money market was as free from any constraints that the public might want to impose upon them as they can ever be. maybe, if I'm right in my analysis, we're going straight towards, a world of pure chaos like the 1890s, stupendous financial disasters, poverty that was totally out of control.
The 1890s, the Gilded Age, that's what we're talking about here. Hey, going back to the Gilded Age, where the ruling class really were, and overtly, the ruling class. Hey? Well, we're pretty much at another Gilded Age point right now. Why not? Hey? Get rid of the centralized currency itself and let people have private currencies. It's an interesting talking point, what he's explaining here. Ye old Yanis. Ye old Mr. Varoufakis. The idea that there are different warring elements within the bourgeoisie, within the ruling class, and they're trying to decide. For a while, they've decided. Basically, what he's saying, for a while, they've decided that the elements of the ruling class, they get to pick the banking cabal, or to do business with the banking cabal. And I've been like, yeah, there's consensus on this. Let's just allow central banks in different countries around the world to be in charge of monetary policy. We're all happy with that. And now there's a rupture, and some people want to get rid of central banks, essentially. They have too much control over monetary policy, and there's money to be made in monetary policy. So let's break down the Fed system. Hey, bro. No, not if I know who you are. But thanks for asking, Tussie Tonka. Credit where it's due. Trump is Timu Pauline. She's been at it 30 years. Pauline was warning about the Asian swarm while Trump was still copying Stone Cold Stunners and doing cameos in Home Alone 2, the OG Orange Warrior. And you can now take loans out against your Bitcoin. Fake money on fake money. Well, all money is fake now if it's all fiat. It's all fictitious. It's backed by nothing. Lending against Bitcoin to invest isn't new. Mainstreaming it is.
Numbing levels of exploitation, insidious discrimination. That is the free marketeer, pseudo-libertarian dream that is being...
It's a syndicate. There's no banking cabal, you cooker. It's a syndicate.
Being created by both sides of politics in the United States. On the one hand, the liberal establishment that allowed Wall Street to go absolutely haywire and then bailed them out with Federal Reserve support, and the Trumpists who are privatizing the dollar.
Let me make the liberal case against central bank independence. We are, without a doubt, ending a period of multilateralism. The golden age of multilateralism, I would date it from 1990 to about 2020.
Multilateralism? That's a bit rich.
And it's falling on several levels. Central bank independence, and even though you're absolutely right, it's a very technical thing. It was absolutely critical to the success, to the way to the machine room of that period. Not just free trade agreements and so on. It was actually central bank independence because they set the sort of big macroeconomic conditions. If that falls, that will be a major defeat. The multilateralist thing was premised on something very similar. Multilateral institutions like the EU, like the WTO, are very much premised on the idea, how do we get around the politics? In the EU, in Brussels, people talk about how do we get around referendum. When the British held their referendum on Brexit, the first instinct was, how do we get a second referendum? It's always what the EU always did. Someone voted against something, then they had a chance to vote again, as the joke went at the time. The same mindset exists in central banks. The Fed is one of the biggest employer of PhD-level macroeconomists. In Europe, that's the ECB. Imagine a situation, and that's very likely going to happen in the United States, where the Chairman of the Federal Reserve will be a very different kind. We will probably get an announcement on that very soon by Trump. And for liberals, and this is coming back to what I was saying, if you wanted a functioning liberal democracy, you want to get away from these toxic, patronizing, ultimately undemocratic structures and create a liberal structure that is significantly more, has a trust in the electors, that has a competition policy, that doesn't deal with what you call about techno-feudalism. So it's a point on which you and I slightly disagree. For me, this is an issue of competition policy. This is not a problem of, if you don't have competition policy, then yes, you get some very bad outcomes. There is a liberal case for for democratizing economic policy.
Well, that didn't sound very much like a liberal defense of central bank independence to me. It sounded more like a liberal discussion, a very good one, I have to say, of the problems that one has when one tries to sequester monetary policy and put it in some kind of different silo. Look, Wolfgang, the way I see it, it's really much deeper than that.
It didn't actually sound like a defense of central banking at all, actually. At the end, he was kind of like, yeah, we should democratize it. Like, which one do you want? Do you want the central bank to be independent, or do you want them to be democratized? Democratize it. Let it be controlled by the people. Why not? Or the people that, you know, they vote for. Let it be controlled by them. They're elected representatives. Why let it be controlled by a bunch of fucking technocrats? We don't live in a technocracy, right? Technocracy is important, having technical experts. But these experts aren't there simply because they're the best financial minds your nation state can offer. No, they are there because they serve the interests of some type of banking, what was it? Syndicate, not cabal, a syndicate that exists. They represent their interests. They're not just these absolute technocrats who do nothing but study finance and economics and make the best decisions that a technocrat would do. They're aligned with banking interests, private interests, and keeping the world financial system in the hands of those privateers.
Problem. The best of liberal mindsets, trying to create a kind of technocratic mechanism for controlling interest rate policy, ends up falling flat on its face, because all the discussion about central bank independence has been about interest rates. Well, what about supervising banking? Behind every financial crime, there was a central bank that turned a blind eye or actively supported it. And then the result is, of course, what happened in 2008. And then central banks, in order to maintain the pretense that they're in control, they do things like quantitative easing and bail out the bankers, essentially. Not
basically what he's saying, financial crisis happens and everyone's just like, wait a minute, I thought we're not supposed to have financial crashes. Isn't that why we have a central banking system? Are they supposed to be independent because they protect us from the worst parts of the free market system? Like this type of stuff, when there's like some type of economic collapse, are they supposed to do something about that? So good. That's when everyone was like, hey, wait a minute. The central banks suck. And their solution was like, quick, people are starting to question our legitimacy. Let us just print money at alarming rates to give over to the private sector who helped cause the problem in the first place. And we did nothing about. Let's give them trillions of dollars so they can buy back their shares, artificially inflate the stock market, which everybody then can point to and be like, well, the economy must be doing well because the stock market's doing well, and no one will question anything. Dun, dun, dun. Why don't we, the people, just elect them then? If they want it to be democratic, instead of a president handpicking whatever loser will do his bidding, it will allow people to hold more power. I'm down with that. Sounds like we need some type of revolutionary activity here.
Safeguarding society from the collapse of its monetary system, but effectively rewarding the financial crimes that happened before. And at that point, the liberal mindset is totally short-circuited. It simply is facing a situation where it is damned if it do, and it is damned if it doesn't. Now, look today. I mean, today there is this discussion, I'm sure you read the New York Times today and the Financial Times. It's all about rule of law against the Trumpists who are weaponizing the courts in order to end this liberal, beautiful tradition of central bank independence and the Fed. The way I see it, Wolfgang, what we have is, on the one hand, we have Wall Street hedge fund managers like Scott Bessent, who have taken control of the Treasury, wanting to try their hand at controlling interest rates directly. And this is a clash between the hedge funds that the uppity ones and their allies, the crypto brothers and the oligarchy, the cloudalists as I call them, who are very keen to effectively privatize the Federal Reserve through stablecoins. And on the other hand, you have the more traditional banks that support the original JP Morgan created Federal Reserve. This is the real clash between different factions of the oligarchy in a system which cannot survive without the central bank actually doing that which says it doesn't want to do, which is to keep bailing out failures.
Yeah, let me just clarify. I'm not predicting that this outcome of what's happening in the United States will be a positive one. I'm merely, first of all, stating that central bank's independence is ending, not whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm merely saying it is ending. The case for it, the consensus for it is gone. We don't live in a society.
This is pretty huge stuff. If like what Wolfgang over here is saying is true, that the central bank system is ending. Like again. Like all those fucking lefties out there that thought they were going to bring on the revolution and bring down the financial system run by Wall Street in the imperial core that has its hold over the world and destroys the human race. And all those right-wingers, I thought they were going to bring down the Rothschild banking system. We're talking here now about the bourgeoisie, the economic rulers of the world. They're having their own little tussle here, and they're deciding now it's time to end the central banks. After we've hated them for so long, we've questioned the need for their existence because they just serve the ruling class. The ruling class is now deciding it doesn't need the central banking system anymore. And in the age of surveillance capitalism, with the digital infrastructure that we have now, we don't even need central banks. Let's just privatize electronic currencies and get on with it. It was never this Fed, the evil Fed was going to come down and control everybody. It's going to be a bunch of surveillance capitalists. It was never the Fed that was going to do this. This evil control and take away your credits. All that sort of conspiracy theory stuff. It was never the Fed. The Fed served its purpose. The central banks have served their purpose. It's now time to bring on the digital era. I think Yanis is saying the snake is eating its own tail to survive, in other words. Yeah. Well, they're fighting, though. And it's not just a snake continuously eating its tail kind of thing. This is a clash between two sections of the bourgeoisie. And who's going to win in this development? The elites have done so well for themselves that now they're infighting each other for more power, which is self-defeating, as it only further destroys the system their wealth depends on. Unless, and yeah, it's not. Sorry, it's not, what's the word? It's not good for business while they are fighting and struggling, but once the new system is in, they just all play the new game now, the digital currency game. As if they find something else to clash over. Yeah, hey, we hated the banks before it was cool. Yeah, that's exactly right. And now they're hating the central banking system? Excuse me. It's been screwing over working class people for fucking decades. In the case of the Americans, a couple hundred years. And now they decide they don't want the central banking system anymore and they're just going to get rid of it? Assholes. We wanted to get rid of it. Or democratize it. Can't have that.
So it's a political thing, and that will become clear. What happens in the United States on your description of what Trump wants with the central bank, I would agree. The dollar will weaken, that's for sure. The cryptocurrencies will take a role there, and it will be a pernicious role, I think. It will ultimately be destabilizing. They will issue more debt. This is what the stable coins will do. It will give them the opportunity to issue a lot more dollar-based debt, while the dollar.
Very briefly, can you explain how a stable coin works? Stablecoin is a cryptocurrency designed to keep stable value. It's pegged 1-to-1 to a fiat currency. Insurer creates digital tokens. It's backed by reserves. So reserves, cash, so government bonds. Interesting. Government bonds as well. Crypto collateral or algorithms, riskier, often unstable. Types fiat backed, so you can have, just tied to the dollar. Crypto backed. algorithmic to manage supply. Many have failed. So good. Act as digital dollars. Yeah, who would have thought? Everyone thought it was going to be the Fed that brought in that system of a centralized world government where everybody gets credits. It's going to be a central banking system, but no. It's going to be some private hellhole market for currencies. Backed by the taxpayer again, of course. Backed by the sovereign nation through government bonds or reserves in actual cash, whatever. Hey, you're going to ensure still that the crypto system works, but as they privatize it. Interesting. Well, if it's going to bring fiat down, I'm happily taking profit. Banks don't want holders to be able to do so, to take gains off the ETFs or something. Interesting.
The anchor is depreciating. It's going to be bad. I think the outcome in the United States is going to be bad. I think Trump, I could see there will be sort of some energetic boost. I think one shouldn't predict the Trump thing will just decline in a straight line. I think there may well be some, the stock market bubble may, last another year or two, and it may look good for a year or two. It's very hard to time these things, but the sustainability of this is just, it's not in doubt that this is simply not possible and not sustainable.
And of course, what you described is catastrophic for Europe because Trump wants the dollar to weaken. He wants more control of the dollar, but he wants it to be weaker, just like Richard Nixon did in the 1970s. And he's getting that. And you have, just to conclude our sojourn into central bank independence from a European perspective, you've got the world's supposedly most independent central bank, which is the European Central Bank, which I have personal experience of that. I have actually watched Mario Draghi when he was the chairman, the head of the European Central Bank in the Eurogroup meetings, demonstrate the complete lack of independence that he had because, when you have no federal treasury to support you and you have this ironclad system of rules of what you can do and what you can't do, and you have to bail out banks against your own constitution and bail out countries against your own constitution and to pretend that you're not doing it, believe you me, dear listener, that you're as far away from independence and power as you can ever be as a central banker.
Indeed, and that was also the story of the Eurozone crisis. We had a lot of delusions about central bank independence, also delusions about fiscal sustainability, fiscal rules.
What was the Eurozone crisis? What was the Eurozone crisis? Brief response, please. Eurozone crisis 2009 and 15 was a sovereign debt crisis where several European Euro-using countries, notably Greece, Ireland, Portugal, Spain, Italy, face unsustainable debt banking collapses. Oh, this is where Yanis cut his teeth. Fighting for Greece against those evil Germans. Core problem: countries used the euro, but it did not control their own currency. They couldn't devalue or print money to manage the crisis. Debt piled up. EU bailouts, austerity measures. Neoliberals and their austerity measures. My God. David, I'm back. Hello, David. How are you? Welcome to the stream. ECB intervention, severe social costs. Severe social costs? Yeah. From austerity measures.
All these wonderful constructs completely collapsed and did not survive a real shock. And we need to sort of make up policy on the hoof with outcomes that still affect us today. I think, I would argue that much of the weakness we see in Europe today is very much the results of these decisions that we are taking. And another thing, where America is more robust than we are, America can change these arrangements. And quickly, when the 2008 financial crisis happened, America recovered from it faster than
soon to be unemployed, so I might be a regular unless I do Uber. Hey, you can still listen while you do Uber. Put it on the mount and follow along. You can do both.
We did. We put the central bank independence in our constitution. That's, I think, the madness of it. I mean, central bank, and the UK at least put it into a law, and you can change laws, but a constitution is virtually impossible to change. So to put it into a room and lock the door and throw the key away is not a good sort of governance system, and it does not give us the ability to change policy when we need it. And an independent central bank in Europe, confronted with a non-independent central bank in the United States that acts politically, will produce some very poor outcomes for Europeans. Like in so many things, I know we could discuss Greenland and other things. There's so many things happening right now that could produce some really bad outcomes.
That piece of ice. Hey, why is everyone making a big fuss over Greenland anyway?
For Europeans, because they're locked into their old way of doing things, into their sort of ideological, European system, their sort of decentralized constitution, their inability, their voting systems. There is something about Europe that is very sort of stale at the moment and very, very rigid. That will make it very difficult for them to respond effectively to what's coming at them.
So in true iconoclastic ways, let us warn our listeners and viewers, beware those liberals who are supporting central bank independence, and beware the Trumpists who want to bring it down.
We'll be back after the break.
Right. Either way, the working people of the world are going to get screwed hard. Whether it's the liberal types that save the central banking system for another day, or it's those Trump techno-feudalists who want to bring it crashing down. Either way, it doesn't bode well for us working people of the world. Very interesting. Interesting but unfortunate reality of the situation. All right, we're going to have another quick break. Strap yourselves in. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Even just some elevator music would help. Something. Come on. I think I could hook up some elevator music. Why not? I know a whole bunch of guys that took out super at the start to start a business or keep theirs going during COVID just for the government to change laws and screw them all over. Government, man. It's the state. That capitalist state. Thanks, guys. Glad to hear everyone. You're okay, Rebby baby. 300 jobs and multiple businesses shut down basically overnight because the cops didn't want to work too hard. All right. Are you aware of this? Eh? I didn't know about ye old Palantir coming to Australia. Like, we've heard about it before, but like not in this capacity. Watch out for Palantir. They're coming to Australian shores. Wonder if you've heard about this. Has anyone heard about this? Ye old Palantir ingraining themselves in the Australian state. I vote for Jeopardy music. That'll keep the suspense up. Yeah, have people heard about this, or is it just me? Australia and Palantir in bed together. I'm terrified. I'm goddamn terrified, I am. Let's have a look at this.
Meanwhile, as reported by Stephanie Tran, the government has given Palantir, the evil Palantir surveillance company, the very company run by a Zionist cokehead.
Palantir is here to disrupt.
Has anyone come across that criticism of Alex Karp yet? A Zionist cokehead.
And make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
They've given Palantir,
Palantir's already in Australia, like helping out with the government on other things and helping out Coles. We've talked about that a bit, but like here it comes. We're getting new services from Palantir. It's coming.
We broke the story last night on the website. Check it out. It's really super important. They've given Palantir high-level clearance in this country to operate. That is, the company intimately involved in IDF mass murder of Palestinians and Trump's ICE crackdown on his own people. And the visa policing too. You know, when you try to get into the US now, they can look at 10 years of your emails and 5 years of your social media. You've got to stump up all your handles and your history.
A new investigative report by 404 Media says ICE agents have a new high-tech way to zero in on neighborhoods to raid. The report says it's an app called Elite, and it's developed by Palantir, which is a data analytics company used by federal agencies and state and local governments.
The aim is a full surveillance state. That's what Palantir wants. And we're saying, come on in, Palantir. No matter that Switzerland chucked them out, they described the potential for having Palantir operate in Switzerland as devastating. This is the Swiss, who are always very eminently sensible tax avoiders. Devastating consequences, warned the Swiss. But here we are, warm and loving arms, come in, Palantir. I mean, who did the lobbying? Who paid the political donations here, for goodness sake? This is a blatant breach of international law dealing with these people. Goodness sake.
According to reporting by Capital Brief in July 2025, the company hired lobbying firm CMAX Advisory after the Greens called for an immediate freeze on government contracts with the company. Let's fact check this, shall we? CMAX Lobby Group, is that right? CMAX Advisory, Government Relations. I love the language they use, hey? Government Relations. Do you need help with your government relations? Come to CMAX. CMAX Advisory. Government Relations. Working with government at parliamentary and departmental levels is CMAX's advisory core business. Who are your top customers? Hey, look at me. Hey, I know the PM. Oh, yeah. Yeah, who do they serve as? Our team, success stories, Palantir. Interesting. Look at all these success stories. So many success stories. Services, strategic communications, government relations, corporate strategy, Australian Weekly Report. Interesting.
This is a blatant breach of international law dealing with these people. Suffice to say that the concerns of ordinary Australians, housing, healthcare, cost of living and so on will be shoved to the side all year, as today, amid the rising nanny state, surveillance state and endless debate in Parliament about anti-Semitism, hate speech, culture war stuff. Hate is at epic levels, fuelled by the rise of the platforms, fuelled by overseas conflicts and lobby groups in Australia, and legislating will not fix it. Meanwhile, as reported by Stephanie Tran, the government has given Palantir, the evil Palantir,
What's the name of the article? We kill enemies. Spy firm Palantir secures top Australian security clearance. Michael West, Palantir. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, actually, let's use this one. Why not? No, not this one. Michael West, Palantir. Yeah, here's the one. Here it is. We kill enemies. Spy firm. Such crazy allegations. Spy firm Palantir secures top Australian security clearance. Cybersecurity company Palantir has received a high-level Australian government security assessment, despite concerns about its surveillance and complicity in the Gaza genocide. In November 2025, Palantir Technologies was assessed as meeting the protected level under the Australian Information Security Registered Assessors Program. This protection is a key requirement for companies seeking to handle sensitive government information. Interesting. The assessment enables broad range of Australian government agencies and commercial organisations to use Palantir's Foundry, one of their flagship operations, and artificial intelligence platform AIP. In a statement, Palantir said the assessment was conducted by an independent third-party assessor in line with requirements set by the Australian Signals Directorate and demonstrated its ability to meet stringent national security and privacy standards. Thank God for the third-party assessor. I wonder who they take their money from. The company described Australia as an important market, saying the clearance would open new opportunities across the public and private sector. Looks like Palantir's got its wedge. We've done the assessment and Australia is open for business. Palantir has been mired in controversy internationally over how its data analysis and AI tools are deployed by government and military clients, with experts warning that the company's technology enables mass surveillance and data collection with limited accountability. An ASD spokesperson stated that ARAP status should not be interpreted as government approval or endorsement of the company's broader conduct or use of data. We don't condone what they do, but goddamn will we engage their services. It's so good. Oh, Palantir's coming, man. Palantir cites damage done in Gaza as evidence of effective systems, and nobody is thinking this will one day be used on us too, That's the fucking point, right? We're letting them in. And then like this assessment now opens the door for them to integrate with not just not just in a more easy fashion with government, but also private sector players in Australia, all coordinated under the umbrella of Palantir, the infrastructure of imperial America as it moves into the surveillance capitalist age. We need that infrastructure to control all the data, not just in the US, but we need to control the data of all of our proxy states, like the UK and Australia. Lobbying push amid political pressure. Palantir expanded access to Australian government work comes amid the growing political scrutiny. According to reported by Capital Brief in July 2025, the company hired lobbying firm CMAX Advisory after the Greens called for an immediate freeze on government contracts with the company. I want to talk to you about Palantir and its expanding footprint in Australia. TLDR, you should be worried. This US surveillance tech company has secured multiple defense contracts worth over 11 million. We need transparency about what data they're accessing and why. David Shoebridge. There. CMAX Advisory is founded by Christian Torben Slang, a former chief staff to Labor Defence Minister Joel Fitzgibbon, who is a special counsel at the lobby firm. CMAX Advisory represents a number of major defense contractors, including EOS and Raytheon. Gaza, Ice and Coles. Palantir has faced sustained criticism globally for how its software is used by government clients. In April 25, CEO Alex Karp dismissed accusations that Palantir's technology had been used to target and kill Palestinians in Gaza, saying those killed were mostly terrorists. Don't worry about it. UN Special Rapporteur on Occupied Palestinian Territories, Francesca Albanese, another Albanese, has said there are reasonable grounds to believe Palantir has provided automatic predictive policing technology, core defense infrastructure for rapid and scaled up construction and deployment of military software, and its artificial intelligence platform, which allows real-time battlefield data integration for automated decision making. In the United States, Palantir has long worked with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. An investigation by 404 Media revealed the company was developing a tool that generates detailed dossiers on potential deportation targets. Elite, I think, is the name of the app. Despite controversy, Palantir has quietly built substantial footprint in Australia. According to Oz Tender Data, the company has secured more than 50 million in Australian government contracts since 2013, largely across defence and national security-related agencies. In the 2024 financial report of the Australian subsidiary Palantir Technologies Australia Pty Ltd showed 25.5 million in revenue for customer contracts in 2024, though the company's local financial reports are not audited. In 2020, Palantir recommended that Australian government consider expanding the exemption from public access to disclosure documents, arguing that filing financial reports with ASIC is expensive and gives competitors access to confidential information. They don't like much visibility. So much for transparency. Alex Karp, your dog. Get out of Australia. That's what we need. The March for Australia to be like, get out, Palantir. Send them back. Send them back to the Imperial Core. We don't have anything to do with you, Palantir. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, this is the one. All right. Let's get back to this, shall we? Hold up. The math ain't mathin'. If someone truly worried about Palantir and its history in Gaza, why would you ever support stronger gun laws anywhere? What do you mean? If someone's truly worried about Palantir and the history in Gaza, why would you ever support stronger gun laws anywhere? As in, like, we need to arm ourselves against Palantir? Is that what you mean? Chat censor is off tap today. Oh, are you in Discord? Like, you can't put stuff in censored comments if you're getting screened hard. It's YouTube. I think Twitch people don't have the same problem as that. They seem to get things past the censor. All right, let's listen to ye old Alex Karp have a yarn. So he recently was, like everyone else, right? The world fucking establishment. Though he was recently at Davos, ye old Alex Karp. Palantir CEO Alex Karp warns AI will redefine power, war, and economies at the World Economic Forum. And I really wanted to listen to what he has to say. I know it's a longie. Well, we could have a little dabble to see what Alex Karp, what did they call him? What in Michael West Media? The Zionist cokehead, Alex Karp. See what this Zionist cokehead has to say at the World Economic Forum.
The World Economic Forum in Davos. It's my pleasure to introduce Alex Karp.
Absolute pleasure.
I want to just start off on something more intimate between he and I. I'm pretty proud of what I created.
Warning, AI will redefine power and economies and war. Warning people about himself. Yes, it's so good. I am the problem. Watch out. Yeah, for example, our little motley crew, you can't really be that worried about Palantir if you support gun laws, in my mind anyway. Well, don't worry, I don't have a gun, so I can't defend myself against Palantir. But I know what you mean. If I did have a gun, then I wouldn't want my gun. I wouldn't want gun laws, because then I could fight against Palantir, who's able to wipe off killing civilians as, hey, they were probably terrorists anyway. Don't worry about it. I heard Zionist cokehead and immediately thought of Zelensky.
At BlackRock, but my total return since I've been a CEO is only compounded at 21%. Since Alex and Palantir went public, his compounded return is 73%. So congratulations, Alex.
This is the bourgeoisie for you. This is what they talk about. Oh, I only had a compounded rate of profit of about 20%. Alex over here, 70%. Blew me out of the water, he did. Everyone golf claps. And they continue talking about how they rule the fucking world.
Importantly, we're in the middle of a profound technological shift. I think we all are hearing about it, reading about it, feeling it, being a part of it. And everybody's asking the question, you know, what can AI do for me, or how can I translate it? What can it do for growth? What can it do for workers? What can it do for countries and national security? We are talking about it, that it has the potential to grow capacity, to modernize industries, expand opportunity. It also will transform how we worked and where we work and how we work. And the question is, are governments prepared for that real transformation of a society? So we need to make sure that as it deploys in a way that empowers people, empowers institutions, and builds a more resilient global economy. Few leaders.
While the US makes up for less than 5% of the world's population, it accounts for roughly 31 to 33% of all global public mass shootings. Interesting stat. This is obviously in relation to the gun laws commentary that's been going on. Crazy stat as well. Over 70% of all mass shootings in developed nations occur in the US. 70%.
Are truly at this intersection, though. I am certainly not that leader, but in that intersection of technology, national security, and the real economy, the way Alex Karp is. As co-founder and CEO of Palantir, Alex has closely worked with defense and government, private organizations to apply how AI can be used in more of the critical areas. And it's really important. And I must say, my conversations that I've had with Alex over the last year has really enlightened me. So I'm looking forward to this, Alex. So let me just start off. Sovereign states have often been early adapters of advanced technology. And I think we're seeing that really very, very intimately in the United States. But from your perspective, how is AI supporting decision-making in defense and security?
Well, first of all, delighted to be here. And with that introduction, maybe I should just stop. It's good downhill from here. Would you like to talk about our returns some more? And I'll just,
It's just time. I've been public now 26 years. So.
I think one of the things to remember, like the backdrop of your question, I think is though you have in America, and I would say also in Europe, historically, industrial development and military technology were obviously co-linked. And as a generalization, but more true than not, You developed a product for the military that then was dual functioned and raised the standard of living of the country. And then for lots of reasons I'll just leave aside for now, that's not the way at least technology was built until now. There's all these defense tech startups and Palantir, but it was that you had this thing where you were going to create something that had to work under the harshest conditions that was presumably significantly
For someone who's so influential, and worth so much money, that was a really shit response, what he said so far. Like, honestly, like, this guy's the CEO of a company that's slowly taking over the world through data control. And, like, that sucked. Basically, I think what he's talking about is, like, for the longest time, since the Industrial Revolution, people have produced technology that has both a military and a productivity purpose. And so you develop for the military, but you also develop technology that helps general production. And now he's going to start the same. But now, in the surveillance capitalist age, in the 21st century, with tech startups like Palantir, you don't have to separate the two. Let's just merge the military-industrial complex with the tech sector. And that's how we'll control things from now on. He needs hairspray for his hair. No, it's part of his shtick. Have you seen the famous actor that pretty much using his platform to fight against AI? No. I'm waiting for a mate was better response than that. I know, he's stumbling. That it helped tame Coke Zio's unruly issue. And he's probably, he's had a couple of bumps just before this. It's just, he's getting over that first little high, that first little buzz, and then he'll be able to unravel, right?
Better than anyone else's, to the point where it would give you a more than a slight advantage on a battlefield, especially if combined with your way of fighting. And you saw this, there was a very famous socialist German historian who was said, well, one of the problems Germany had was the warfighting machine was so good that they just said, well, we'll decide on the battlefield who's right. And that led to obviously lots of disjunctions and real problems. In the American context, and I would say there you have a dislocation between what has happened recently in America and what is happening in Europe, and what I think America and China are kind of very successful. And I spent most of my adult life in Europe and am very pro-European, but I think any honest assessment is that's not gone very well. You built things that could be used in adverse conditions, so rough, dirty, morally gray conditions. So how do you change the morality to fit with how we fight in the West is also a big vector. So the morality is difficult. The conditions under which you use the technology are difficult. In software context, you're not directly connected to the network. In many cases, you have constraints under which you have to fight, even though that's not the optimal way to fight. And you have very specialized ways of fighting in each country. But the positive side of that was that you also were building something that could be deployed that had an obvious value to the average citizen.
Right.
So now you have this, the AI thing is many things that are really interesting about it. But if you start with the banality that I think until very, very recently, all kind of adversaries of broadly defined the West assumed that investments in software-based defense were some kind of crazy thing Americans do for marketing. Get rich, company blows up, you're on your beach in the Bahamas, but shareholders are happy and it's gone kind of thing. And what you've seen, so first of all, you could say, well, that's changed. But germane to your question, the learning process in building how do you build this for sovereign governments is also a learning process for how do they adopt these technologies. So it's not just the technology, because if you're building a tank like, you know, the British and then the French and then the Germans kind of optimized tank technology, it's easy to see how you would deploy it. But how do you deploy a system that's primary value is organizing parts on the battlefield without seeing the parts on the battlefield and seeing, does it work? How much does it work? Is it much better than what we had? Can we do things we couldn't?
Hairspray and a lighter typed in 2 lines because otherwise disappears. Legend has it, Rommel once said, if I was going to take hell, I would use Australians to take it and Zealanders to hold it. Interesting. What is he going on about? He's still fumbling around, ye old Alex Karp. Seriously, still fumbling around. So I think what he's trying to say again is, like, back in the day, you know, military and technology came together like this. You needed a tank, you made a tank, and you knew if it was ready or not. But now we have technology that is AI, and it's coordinating the battlefield. It's not just putting a tank in there anymore. It's coordinating the entire battlefield operation like you're playing a fucking computer game. And, like, that doesn't suit well, like, just making a tank for the battlefield. Each country has its own logistics, its own operations in a battlefield. And so we provide a technology that isn't actually battle tested specifically. I know that's arguable, but, like, we provide a product that needs to be integrated with your own individual war fighting system so you can control the battlefield like a fucking computer game. I think that's what he's getting at here. You have to watch. You don't have to watch, but this guy's been trying to bring in regulations on AI. This is the dude that you're talking about, right? Oh, this is the actor turned activist, right? He's beating Alex Karp.
Do in the past. And then there's a hidden thing about...
I don't understand what he's saying. Could you explain it? Or is he talking shit? He is struggling to explain. So, like, what I've tried to put to you is what I think he's talking about. He's stumbling around the fact that, like, technology has changed, and, like, the way that you control a battlefield now, like in the industrial age, it was like produce the best tank kind of thing. And, like, you can test that straight away if that tank is going to work or not, because you got a real thing that lives in the real world. But, like, with his technology, I think the original question was about how do you integrate AI into national defense nowadays. And he's like, look, we provide a product that gives you, like, it conglomerates all of your data from all of your military into a live field where you can kind of operate the battlefield like it was a computer game. And, like, we have to integrate that into people's existing armed forces. And that's the product that we provide. And, like, warfare is not the same anymore. And warfare is not going to be just about who's got the most tanks on the battlefield, but who has the data integrated into a system of total control where you can, you know, move things around from afar. That'll be how battlefields work in the future. And that's his product. And that's what's going to dictate the terms of total control on the world stage. Their systems have always been against unarmed folk, yeah. From what we understand, like, the way they've been integrated into military functions have been about, isolating and striking, like, terrorists, getting terrorists located, like, needle in the haystack kind of thing. But, like, when they were trialing it in Afghanistan, remember, like, we were watching that documentary on Palantir and how they were testing this stuff out in Afghanistan to combat terrorists there that were, like, hard for intelligence service to locate. And they would, you know, they make mistakes. Like, Palantir's systems, you know, they're good, they're extensive, it's powerful software. But, like, it makes mistakes. And they were talking about that case where they almost killed a target based on advice from some type of AI system who will remain unnamed. And, you know, they almost took out an innocent person. And, like, how many times did that happen? Like, look at Gaza, right? He's like, yeah, we've been using our systems to help Israeli strikes on Gaza. And so what? All of these innocent civilians get killed around potentially one Hamas operative, but, you know, they're all terrorists, aren't they? By association, hey, they're all worthy of dying, according to Alex Karp.
Software, AI that a lot of the value, interestingly, people always assume the value is from where you are to where you should be. And that's obvious. But in most sovereign nations in the world, I mean, we deal with almost all in one form or another that are broadly defined as that would be it could deal with a company that's, American. The actual technological rigor of the enterprises has significant holes in it. So I'm dyslexic. It's very dyslexic. There are like whole pieces of the enterprise that exist on a PowerPoint that when you go to battle, you will find out do not exist. And this, whatever country you're in this room, if you are in the West, this is a problem you have. A day of battlefield, you will find out. This is one of the advantages the Ukrainians had. They essentially started from nothing. And so you didn't have to rediscover that your enterprise didn't work after you're in fighting. And one of the huge advantages America has is just for, better or worse, I believe it or not, think mostly for worse. I was always against interventions. I'm not a neocon. We had just all this experience on the battlefield so you could see what worked and what didn't work. But
he's basically saying there's a lot of countries out there that have like militaries, right, that need to be integrated somehow with AI technology, but they're not militaries that are in active service like the US is. And so like if they're not in active service all the time, they don't have a lot of information. And so the AI product that someone like Palantir provides to all these sovereign governments that are allowed to do business with the US, like broadly the West, I guess, anyone who's not under sanctions. You're saying, like, these systems, we don't really know if they work exactly until these people go to fucking war. So, like, they should do some more of that war stuff. Like, the US was great. We plugged in, we played, because the US is kind of always at war, right? The forever wars. So we know if our systems work with the US military and its organizational structure, its bureaucracy, its data sharing, all of that sort of stuff. And he's like, but, other countries, we can try and fit our AI technology to them, but we're not going to really know until it's, battle tested for them. So let's get these people into another world war, shall we? So we can further integrate Palantir's technologies into the world's armies.
Pulling it back to
what worries me is the entire AI thing is jerk circle, which is being realized finally, but not before government pay them for this circle jerk system that relies on not invented yet computers. Not integrated yet computers, I think it's what this guy is talking about. How many large-scale invasions has the US endured on home soil? They are only invasion tested. They're never truly defended. Interesting. They're invasion tested, battle tested.
So the first thing that sovereign nations really struggle with is, can I identify which tech is better objectively? Can I even rate it? I'm looking at, just say, yeah.
But don't you need to know where you want to go to ask the right question?
Actually, let me reframe it.
Yeah.
You have to know where you are to know where you want to go.
Okay.
So, like, the point I'm making with this exegesis is one of the most important things Palantir's done on the battlefield is be able to make up for the fact that half your enterprise doesn't even work on the battlefield. It does work in a lab on a PowerPoint only built by country.
It doesn't work because of machinery or humans.
Because the conditions of a battlefield are rough
variable
and dangerous,
yeah.
and like, for example, like the modern battle. If you just take Ukraine as an example, just to make it empirical, everyone like reads this and they're like, okay, well, how hard could it be to move a drone from A to B? Actually, first of all, you're going to need to know where you want to put the drone. That's going to require synchronizing all your data. You're going to need to do that without transferring that data to your adversary, which means you're going to have to know every single person who touched it. You're going to have to obfuscate it to the final thing. Then you're going to want to do it presumably either within the accordance of your strategy or with your ethics. So where does it...
He's explaining how Palantir works. Like, this is an inside look into how their architecture works. He's like, look, everyone thinks that like modern warfare with tech integration and AI is just about moving one drone from here to A to B. No, it's not that simple. Like when you're actually in a war, you need an AI system that's integrated in a way that you can send said drone from A to B without being intercepted by the enemy. And you can ensure that through a system that has a check and balance bureaucracy integrated into it. And so you can check all that information remotely without it being hacked by anyone, and you can ensure that it has gone to the right people, and then you can use the systems that we have to coordinate that perfectly. It's got to be a tuned system, and this is being tested in the Ukraine at the moment. It has to be something that is fucking foolproof. It has to act like a real chain of command situation where everything is classified importantly, and is perfectly sealed. It's airtight, but still the AI can function for you, so you can do your operations without like any worry that anyone's going to know what you're thinking and what you're doing, and you can do it all remotely.
Where does it not go? You're going to want to be able to correlate it. Do you want to put the drone on your asset? Only 2 people in Ukraine may know that one of the generals is your asset. You can't tell people that's your asset. How do you make it look like to your soldiers that you actually were taking people out and you just missed your asset? Then the war advances. So the Russians, which are they're often very underestimated for reasons I don't understand, but like they're mathematically arguably the best in the world, and things they may not have in the beginning, they can kind of cobble together. And so they began jamming electronics. So now you have a completely different problem. But presumably your enterprise has to be the same or developed, because now it's not a question of going from A to B. It's a question of going through a completely jammed environment where you have no connectivity while actually collecting data while you go through that environment.
And so Palantir, he's telling what the product is. Palantir can work in that environment. We are fucking, invasion tested. Our AI has dealt with war. And so like you think you've got an AI system that works for your country, but like you get jammed. And what are you going to do then? Eh? What are you going to do then? You won't know until you're in that situation. But Palantir knows. Palantir knows how to move and collect data in arguably radio silence because you're being jammed, and it can still work under those conditions. How do we do it? How do we stay ahead of the enemy? Well, you'll have to purchase some Palantir products and watch the magic unfold. We won't tell you how it works, but that's the magic of it.
Every one of those things is like a dynamic.
Yeah, I know. Avalava, hey, how you going? Happy New Year. We caught you before the end of January, so I can say that. Hey, God, I hope you're well. Palantir has developed AI drones that can move around without communication. Also, just bouncing in and out. It's good to have you. Hope you're well. Hope you're well.
Dynamic challenge, none of which were foreseen even before the Ukraine. And every single battle zone in the world has by the way, the other thing is, then people fight differently. So like, if you look at the big battlefields, I'm sure some people love our work here and some people hate it. By the way, we welcome all opinions at Palantir. Even inside Palantir, we have people who love our work and people who are unhappy with the work. We welcome all.
That's a spirit of dialogue.
It's a spirit of dialogue with somewhat of a leader. But, if you look at, how, when...
The coked up Zionist thing, it's playing too well. I wish I hadn't heard that, because all I can think about that is like the way that he's erratically jumping from topic to topic. That a little bit too much on the ski slopes in Davos.
The Ukrainians, it's a small team of people and very courageous soldiers that are very technical. They have highly technical people that get built on top of our product, things that we don't understand, and proprietary ways of using the product. In Israel, they, according to rumors, use their intelligence. So most people fight military to military. This was intelligence in Iran, from what I can tell from the papers. And then in America, you just have massive forces that no other country has, but they had to be integrated. and the integration capacity. So
he's saying he tailors the Palantir product to what the country's strengths are. Is not real. They got a lot of intelligence. Somehow they just stumbled across all of this intelligence. So we'll use that so they can strike Iran, just with intelligence. USA, it's just got a lot of stuff, a lot of military hardware. We just got to control all that shit. We'll make America efficient. Ukraine, not so many resources, very specialized technical forces though. So you can do a lot with that. Where there's a will, there's a way. And Palantir will be there to fill in the gaps all the way. And you can build on top of our architecture. And he pretends and we don't know what they really do with it. We're only guessing, It's their proprietary information, but they're using our systems, And the surveillance capitalists stand to win every time. There it is. Happy New Year to you, bro. Well, some of the most consequential testing of Palantir's battlefield data platforms has occurred in actual conflict zones, notably Ukraine. Here, Palantir tools are used by the Ukrainian military to process real battlefield data and inform operational decisions, a form of real-world evaluation under combat conditions, rather than controlled tests. This is the product. Yes, the US will fight the Russians to the very last Ukrainian while the profits continue. Hey, where have you been, bro? Where have these comments been in my life?
One of those things is different.
Sure.
And so the twofold role of enterprise software on a battlefield is, one, to make sure all the underlying things actually works, and then two, to raise the level to a level no one else has in the world.
Let me translate this now.
Let me translate this because I don't even understand what you're talking about, Alex. Come on now. Mystery, have you ever seen the video where Karp got shouted down by Palestinian protesters and admitted during they've killed mostly terrorists? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Thus admitting their software lacks proportionality, which is a violation of IHL. Francesca Albanese referenced it in her UN report and recommended they be charged at the JCE because of it. It's super crazy. Someone brought it up before. I think wasn't it in the Michael West media report they were reading before? They were talking about another Albanese come to the rescue. Here's a link if you're curious. Is this the actual footage of him getting heckled by Palestinian protesters? Tell me it is. That you've timestamped it as well. It's a pure public service, that is. Yes, Alex. Right? It's okay. Let him say the thing. And yeah, I kill people. That's what I do.
At some point, there was the whole consumer internet where people figured out that a few people get wealthy, and if you said platitudes that were obviously stupid, you could... Oh. Yeah. And well, if you do, you want to hear my answer? Sure, go ahead. Okay. So, I think the primary cause of death to Palestinians. Okay. Do you want to hear the answer, or do you want to yell? Well, you don't want to hear an answer? Obviously. So the primary source of death in Palestine is the fact that Hamas has realized that there are millions and millions of useful idiots that will...
Because you are killing my people and you're justifying it because of Hamas or anyone else.
Can we get security up there?
But that's what he's talking about, though. It's kind of true. She's right. Well, look, if you want to justify it with your Hamas line, anything's on the table because we got to fight Hamas. You can justify anything with that attitude.
Okay. One of the most... Okay. Mostly terrorists. That's true.
No, it's not. If you say mostly, so it's okay to kill.
Okay. Do you look? If your argument was so strong, wouldn't you let me talk? It's so strong. It's so strong. It's so strong. Your argument is okay.
That's. Thank you for.
Anyone else who supports this technology and AI to kill Palestinians.
If your argument was so strong, you'd let me talk. If your argument was.
Yeah, you tell him, Alex. You tell him. Hey, no politic here. No politic. She's 100% right, and most of the UN agrees, even those who come from the imperial core. Hey. Yeah, she's cooking. He's choking. He's cooking. He's cooking. Oh man. LOL, she is insane. I was waiting for something. Go on, Sven. Now get in there. Tell the bitch to shut up. Hey, let him answer. Yeah, I want to hear. What does he have to say? Hey, how are you gonna twist this one, Carpy boy? If your argument was so strong, you'd let me finish.
By the way, just as an ipso facto thing in my book, if you have an argument, thank you,
ma'am. I think we've heard you. I think we've heard you.
Okay.
Yeah, where's security? God, thought they'd be more on it with someone like Carp around. Eh? When does his full crowd work special get released? Yes, it's on Netflix. If they don't like to pay taxes, well, I know they don't like to pay taxes. Well, it's so good. It's gonna be on Netflix.
Yeah.
I think you came to the wrong event.
Okay. It's well, no, the.
Yeah, crazy blue-haired Max lefties, Snowflake, SJW, advocating for the rights of the innocent lives. That bitch.
Yep. How about, like, okay, if anything,
okay, have a great day.
One of the most important things, first of all, I really support free speech. So the part where you get up and say what you think, I'm 100% on your side. Like, you want to come
Here's the justification again. This is the Palantir defense, and he rocks the Palantir defense. Like, he's their CEO, right? He rocks the Palantir defense. It's, look, she comes here, she fucking mouths off. Did you hear that? And I'm here to support her right to do so. And I keep her safe at night because I produce a form of machinery, software specifically, that helps keep us all safe from America's enemies that want to take away her right to mouth off in public. She wouldn't exist if it wasn't for someone like me. It's the Palantir defense.
Here and accuse us of doing bad things, regurgitate where I'm a sick, bad person who's doing it for power and I'm enjoying watching people suffer. Okay, great. I 100% support her right to say that. But the thing on our side that we have to fight for is we have to fight for a right to discuss and say our side of this or my side of this. And like one of the most important things about the book, which you may not want to read, is you don't need to read, is if you're arguing.
They won't read my book. They know. They know. I support free speech, Palantir. Ah ha ha ha. Hey. No, you're right to it. Just don't exercise the right. She 100% came to the right event. You got to harass war criminals and genocide enablers. Nowhere should be safe for them. But the Palantir defense is, you're only able to harass war criminals because we keep you safe. Showing emotion isn't insane in this situation. Seeing this amount of children dying from your AI weapons and feeling nothing, that's insane. Safe, like Minnesota? Hey, interesting. Well, Palantir's helping with that too. Helping keep people safe from all those illegals. Palantir installed security cameras inside Coles supermarket's shelving. They care about your privacy. No way, it's inside the shelving? God damn. Go to an event and just yell insults at the speaker. Okay, cool. Anyone can do that. Thank you for that info. That is interesting. That's scary. Riding the fence feels good until it comes time to get off the fence and deal with the consequences. You're not wrong, E, but she does sound like the kind of crazy that puts one of those leashes on their toddler like a dog. Where did that come from? Is that a reference to something? Or did I just miss that one? Oh, I don't ride the fence. I'm a bigger Zionist than this cokehead. Tutoring sorbet. Oh man, it's fucking propaganda again. This Spandark dude is an idiot. How you tolerate these chuds is beyond me, to be honest. Come on. Unless Spandark is from the bourgeoisie, we do our best to listen to people in the working class. That's what we do. We do our best. We've all got one enemy. What did Ninja Nurse say the other day? We don't punch across here. We punch up. We talk and we punch up. There it is. That's why I stay on Twitch. That's why you're in the Twitch crew. I don't go to Coles. I shop at Drake's. Voted best supermarket in the world. Support your local business, kids. This is nothing compared to vertical chat audience on Shorts, LMAO. All right. Does he give more of his defense? The Palantir defense?
The book, which you may not want to read, you don't need to read, is if your argument is that strong, why will you not let the other side talk?
Hey, he's pulling her up on her debate style. Don't talk about the substance of what she's saying. Just be like, hey, she wouldn't let me talk. Now I've got the moral high ground. Take that, random woman in the crowd. I got you there, Mr. CEO, worth $5 billion. Take that. Gotcha. If you're watching this for the first time, you're on YouTube right now, make sure you've hit the like button and subscribe for more. You better do so. I'm watching you. If you're on Twitch, make sure you hit follow. And one more freebie for you. If you're watching this, come and join Discord. This is where we drop our propaganda. Come and drop yours and join in the community. I'm happy to listen to what they have to say in regards to what they're hearing from other places. At least know what the attacks are. And next part of the culture war is coming. That was interesting. Like when we were having that big discussion yesterday about the Alex Preddy situation, I hadn't really heard a proper developed kind of right wing of the culture war response to the Alex Preddy situation. And like Dilemmas was able to provide it. It was the 320 something gun that went off that caused the problem. It was a gun this time that killed Alex Preddy. If his gun didn't go off, then he wouldn't have been killed in the first place. Oh, mean lady won't let poor man excuse his genocide. Poor man? I don't know, man. Definitely not poor. But he talked and talked. Time talking, unruly woman. 2 minutes. Liddy Bros. Yeah, he goes on for another 10 minutes. He's super tilted. And he realizes that he slipped by saying mostly terrorists. Palantir has an army of lawyers on retainer, and they would have told him to downplay proportionality. But he gets too heated in the moment. Maybe he's too coked up. I guess we'll never know. Jet B in the house. How you going? Motherfucker has a book. He's on a stage saying, if only they would just let me speak. All I said was yelling at someone whether you're right or wrong is insane. If that makes me bourgeois or an idiot, then I guess I am. If you truly are bourgeois, then everyone's going to start attacking you now. I don't think that's what makes you bourgeois. All right. Let's see if he develops it.
It's like obviously, if the argument was as simple, and by the way, the pain of Palestinians is something that everybody, and anyone who dies in war, obviously people care about, I care about that. The obvious solution to war is to have the West having the strongest, most precise deadly weapons possible so that we can minimize unnecessary innocent deaths. And by the way, the primary way you minimize these deaths is you're so strong no one attacks you. And that's how you actually do it.
It's the Palantir defense. There it is. You've heard it here. Straight out of the horse's mouth. Just have powerful shit. And if you use that powerful shit to kill other people, as long as it's not you dying, what are you worried about? Then you get to keep yelling at me in public forums. It's the Palantir defense. Alex Karp is sitting there with an 180k watch too. A watch, 186k watch. A watch paid for with the blood of children. What a lovely dude. Definitely wouldn't consider myself bourgeois. I got my money and assets on one hand. You and me both, brother. Mention actual Palestinians for a 1/4 of a second. And this is him now trying to push back on proportionality. It's so piss weak. Nice logic there. Take that passion, lady. But hey, I'll take the labels thrown baselessly. All right. Back to fucking Davos.
I mean, there's so much technology that was created from defense, whether it was the internet, GPS. How do you envision this translating from defense and military to corporations, to businesses, to society?
Well, first of all, the fact that it's basically a purely raw, naked environment means that you actually know the ground truth of what could work, independent of what enterprises think can work. And the general is the thing at a high level, it's almost one-to-one translatable. But precisely because, as just to take enterprises in general, not all enterprises, tend to want to over time become like every other enterprise. So if you take 5, A enterprise and B enterprise and C enterprise, they're in the same market. Their tech infrastructure is trying to make them into the same enterprise. They have the same org chart.
Sure.
They have presumably roughly the same, they don't have the same data infrastructure. And what you learn on the battlefield is that, and in life is, that's not particularly valuable. What is very valuable is an enterprise can do something no enterprise in the world can do. And so that is the goal of every single...
See, Dilemmas, you do have allies. I told you, man. You said this morning, you were like, oh, I'm the one who absorbs all the hate here. I just get slammed in the chat by people. That's why I come along to this stream. To cop the hate. You and Spandog, bro. Hey, brothers in arms, copping the hate. How is she going to communicate without yelling? She's 50 meters away. Is she supposed to hack into the PA and talk ASMR to soothe and prevent white people hearing a distressed voice about these dead kids? Dr. Nathan, so yelling at someone, killing people to stop is insane, not the person killing untold amounts of people. Am I getting that right? Had a bourgeois comment. And an idiot comment? I call that labeling. That was me, I think, that said the bourgeois thing. I said the only reason that we're going to go all-out war with you, Spandok, if you're truly part of the bourgeoisie here. Hey? But if you're a worker, if you're working class like the rest of us, you can chill. I get the Halliday vibes from Ready Player One. Like the lost evil brother or something.
Military intelligence service. In fact, all these intelligence services and militaries have their own specialization. And so when we went to commerce, like what we're saying is, how can we make your insurance company, the way you underwrite, how can we make that to your tribal knowledge about underwriting? How can we transform this to knowledge everyone has to a knowledge only you have and with efficiencies that no one else has? So as an example, on the battlefield, one of the most important issues is how do you acquire data, process it, and then put it into a framework where it can be actioned, either from an intelligence perspective. Yeah. So just obviously, what does a business do? In the end of the day, what is a business doing? I mean, it is, so for example, especially in anything.
Like he's subtly saying here, that it's like the question asked to him was, how do you integrate all the military stuff you do with corporate sector? And it's like, well, look, really, at the end of the day, we just process information on the battlefield and give an organization the best opportunities based on the integration of all that data and the analysis of it at incredible speed, we give them the best options to take as an organization, as a command structure, to fulfill their objectives and kill their enemies. You're probably sitting there thinking, how could we apply that to the corporate structure? Well, corporate organizations are very much like the army, actually. Hierarchies, intensive organizational structures. And they pretty much work in battlefields. They're out making decisions in the same way that commanders would be. It's actually quite a simple integration, if you think about it. The corporate structure and the army, they're not too different after all.
Underwriting, banking, hospital intakes.
It's information.
It's information. It's sorting the information in a way that you have a distinct advantage over other people who are similarly situated, and that advantage can't be eviscerated easily. And so, de facto, for what you're doing on the battlefield with our products, without getting, I'm happy to, is like what you're doing with Ontology and Foundry, in some cases on the battlefield, but definitely in like commercial organizations across the world, but especially in America, is when you approach the underwriter or the hospital, we power tons and tons of hospitals.
Right.
They have an intake problem. They all have an intake problem. They all have a shortage of doctors and nurses. They are working in a low margin environment. But every single one has a different way of processing their patients according to what their specialty is and the kind of patients they don't do well with, and how do you manage that? And so the intake flow and into your enterprise in a way that you can actually process these things 10, 15 times faster than you could before. And then the other...
That saves lives then.
It saves a lot of lives. It also, interestingly, because you're processing the LLM in an ontology, you have a structure. Despite what people may want to believe, it also bolsters civil liberties, because now you can say, well, I mean, just simple questions. Was someone processed based on economic considerations, or were they processed based on their background? Like, those things are impossible to see unless you have, like, there's a huge civil liberties betterment side of this that typically people don't believe we care about, but it's actually exactly the opposite. We do care, and, showing is caring. And it's like we can granularly show why someone came in, why they were taken, why they were rejected, and we can do it in a way that makes business sense for the business itself. And then it leads to safety efficiencies.
And probably brings down costs.
Well, if you want to do a shorter kind of financial version, you basically, in the past, to do what we can do in the full light of a public market, you need to take the company private. So, and then you would take out the cost structure, and you'd probably resell it. Well, now you can take out the cost structure, make the workers more important. So the actual workers, not the fat kind of in the middle, and then you can change the way they go to market. So
but in hospitals, you process this information faster. Presumably, you'll have
much faster, and then the
outcome.
the nurses and doctors are also happier. And yeah.
So you
look at them, Palantir. All these people just saying all they do is profit off death, and here they are helping out the healthcare system. They're making it more efficient. We can serve more people, and the nurses and the doctors are happier. All of these people smearing the good name of Palantir. It's not fair, man. It's not fair.
You suggested that for companies to rapidly adopt it, they have to. The best way to do it is go in private, then they could restructure. But
no. What I'm suggesting is they don't have to do that anymore.
They don't have to do that. But so, what is the basic hindrance in the adoption of AI? Is it just legacy systems, legacy issues? How do we accelerate the adoption that it's good for humanity?
Well, I mean, our adoption accelerates beyond our capacity. So I think if you just buy large language models off the shelf and try to do any of this, it won't work.
It's a commodity.
Also, it's not precise enough. You can't do underwriting with a large. No. You couldn't do any of these things that are regulated. No. So, moving to everybody, there's not the problem with adoption at this point is people have tried things that just can never work. Like you borrow a large language model, you put it on your stack, and you wonder why it's not working. And so what you're going to see
They're having an interesting discussion here, I think, about this idea that, which was the sale of 2025, was everyone was going to integrate AI and they're going to half their workforces. Everyone was going to be out on their asses. And yeah, the integration of AI in the business world was going to revolutionize productivity and save the human race. And he's kind of like, yeah, everyone just went out and bought large language models. And they were like, come on, do AI stuff and try to integrate them into their companies, and fuck all happened. And they're like, come on, do AI stuff. And the AI stuff hasn't really happened. And what he's saying is like, look, fuck you. I've been at Palantir since 2003. We developed this architecture in line with our work with In-Q-Tel and the CIA over decades, getting hold of government systems and perfecting AI or perfecting software more than just a large language model. This is a data processing machine that gives you real world feedback because it is all encompassing. It's not just producing, it doesn't just generate poetry. It's not just a large language model. This thing is the fucking works. Our system is incredible. And he's like, and there's all these douchebags out there in the corporate sector that just thought, hey, getting access to ChatGPT was going to save my business millions of dollars. It doesn't work like that. It's like, you need specialized software that integrates with artificial intelligence to produce value for your company. Palantir spent a lifetime doing that. And AI is not just going to come in, and LLMs basically are not going to come in and save the day just because you can produce a report on ChatGPT. That means nothing. You need someone like Palantir, baby. We are battle tested. There it is. We are battle tested. Litty 2859. I have new people coming in. New people coming in to pile on top of Spandonk over here. Chat's going off today.
Especially in America, is people trying to do something like what we do with ontology, maybe by hand. Because once you build a software layer to orchestrate and manage the large language models in a language that your enterprise understands, you actually can create value. And I think there's a lot of discussions like, are we in an AI bubble? What is the meaning of the bubble? Well, it's like, I think if anything, we're just in a lag where there's a lot of AI, some of it works. Again, if you go back to the battlefield context, everybody in the world assumed this would not work, but now it does work. And so now the question isn't, does it work, but how can we get it to work for my country? And this is exactly what's happening.
The algorithm loves an active chat. Apparently. Does anyone know any protests? Don't know what I'm doing. Back in the house. How you going? Don't know. Does anyone know any protests in Melbourne during the Israeli president visit? I don't know. Interesting question. When is the visit? Is it Herzog who's coming over? When's that supposed to happen?
In companies. It's like, oh, this company, it worked. Mine didn't. What are you doing? Like, for example, I mean, if you want to just make it like parochial to us, Palantir barely has a sales force. In fact, it seems to be getting smaller every time I go see them. And it's like, and it's simply because you're laughing because you know it's a Palantirians here, but it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's not because we're trying to save on the unit economics. It's actually because it is a low trust environment in AI. People have tried lots of stuff. A lot of it hasn't worked. But if you've delivered stuff that does work, why do you need a sales force? Like you just...
It sells itself.
Well, you have to say, hey, don't talk to us. And then that's on commercial. In government, at this point, it's really, it's very hard to export simply because we have to train the people and we have limited bandwidth.
I was going to say, that's your limited bandwidth, the training. Once somebody takes on your software.
Well, in the government context, every country, obviously has the equivalent of a security clearance, right? So to build Project Maven or Maven into your...
And this is what we just fucking read about, hey? You need security clearance for Palantir to work in your country. And they've just done the assessment, it would seem. They've got the security assessment under wraps in Australia, and now we're just waiting for the results. How will Palantir be used in Australia? And it's like the security assessment that he's talking about. It doesn't just, it was security clearance for Palantir to be integrated with our surveillance state here in Australia. So like I'm assuming, the Security Council, like anyone that's involved in some type of secure operations in the country, it's any law enforcement agency along that line is now going to be integrated somehow into Palantir's technology if they go past just the assessment level. But once that security clearance is legit, it's there. Look, Palantir is acceptable to do business here in Australia. It meets our security protocol. It's open to everyone, local governments, state governments, multiple government types of agencies. The private sector itself, Palantir has just done the assessment to open up the Australian market. And that's what he's talking about. He's like, we have a product because we've been working on it with fucking, the CIA and governments around the world, militaries around the world. We have a product that fucking works. It's not just getting ChatGPT or Claude in on your customer service chatbot. No. We got something that really works for massive organizations, crunches your data, gives you results, helps you on the battlefield, figuratively or literally. It don't matter, baby. And like Palantir sells itself, and we are opening up. The governments are coming to us. They're doing their security assessments. We don't even have a sales force in the government section. We do in commerce, but government, don't worry about it. Where else are the world's governments going to go to? Eh? It helps to be integrated and produced by the American deep state. Must pay a lot of coin. Eh? Must pay a lot of coin. How long until it's integrated into every app, labeling you with the trust of their AI's ability for you then to face the consequences?
Architecture, you're going to need somebody with the highest level of clearance that also is technical. And most technical people, unfortunately, are not going after.
Are you still there, Indoctrinathan? Let me know, because I'm thinking 6 o'clock raid, if you're still interested. If you're still hanging out. Ninja Nerd still in the house. So I was at work. I had to jump on this to share this. Someone just said Susan Lefty Lay. She officially has a nickname outside of what being part of the SS. She's now Susan Lefty Lay. Yeah, just setting things up. All right. Around 6 o'clock, we're going to do a raid. And I think we got a few people on this evening as well. Let's have a look at Twitch. What are we looking at here? 4 viewers on Twitch. Oh, not as many as I thought. Maybe people are coming in from YouTube. If you are on YouTube now and you have a Twitch account, get yourself over to Twitch. Watch us there on Twitch, because we're going to raid in about half an hour-ish. We're going to raid Indoctrinathan. So, what's the Twitch handle? I should know that. I should know my own Twitch stuff. I'll put it in the chat. Here we go. Where are you? Ah, here you are. Yeah. If you are so inclined, go over to Twitch. There it is. And we're going to raid later. If you want to make the move. Thank you for keeping me company all day while doing my housework and meal preparation. You are welcome. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a fucking marathon stream today, and you're still going. You were here at the start. We started this shit at 10 in the morning. Damn, sorry, I'm going to miss it. It sounds like it's going to be mad. I miss hanging out with Indoctrinathan. Anyone else, if you want to make the jump, you got T-minus half an hour.
The highest level of clearance, so there are very, very few people like that. So that resource is super scarce, and then they have to be trained. And that can take a while. And then you also have to have, like anything, you really have to believe in this and really think it's important. And, not everybody fits in that category.
How many people need to be trained to do this? I mean, does it, at a corporate level, does it have to be from the CEO down? How does this work? As you add,
well,
you're talking about like insurance underwriting.
Well, like, yeah. So insurance underwriting, the way it works is the best case scenario. You have the best and worst case scenario. Best case scenario, CEO is mathematically inclined, even though they may not know nothing about product, but they can impute a product working by looking at the math. And has, and then we probably need to train 5 or 6 people on there. And in the beginning, we do all of it. And then we transfer that as much as we can to them, or we're trying to partner with people who can do that with us. But you need a small number of people, but we still need more than we have.
You suggested repeatedly about how AI could strike.
Edgy there for a second there. The Coke is coming back. It's a good one, this one. Look at him.
You
he's on
suggested
edge.
repeatedly about how AI could strengthen foundations for an economy, especially we're seeing that in the United States. How rapidly can AI change the growth trajectory? Because you mentioned that earlier about how it could improve the economies.
LOL, this chat's been entertaining today. It's been fucking off chops. There's been so many side hustles going on. All right, that's it. It's on. I'm very online. I didn't even have my ears pierced. No way I was gonna de-schmuck my boy. He's gonna grow up in the hood. Piercings are the devil's work. I couldn't help myself, baby. CEO do work. What is the interviewer on fucking bath salts? CEOs don't work. Hey, there's some class warfare for you right there. Yeah, CEOs, fuck them. Who needs them? Hey. From what I can see, what I can find, 6 of 14 military actions across USA, UN were for the USA. So the leftover is the rest of the group. Chat is kicking off. We might have to do later ones more often. I know. I wish I could. My schedules just don't work like that. It seems to be, hey, people coming in for the afternoon session, the late afternoon session. Hey, yeah. We had some different vibes coming in.
The well-being of companies.
Well, in a lot of these things, there's a speed question, but I think, like with a lot of our companies, it's like we can take out, in the area we go in, up to 80% of your cost and improve your top line dramatically. But it really depends on the use case and what we're doing. And then there's a speed function, which is we can, in the past, 5 years ago, that would take us a year.
Sure.
Now it could take a week.
Yeah. Let me further that question, though. I'm sure it's on the minds of some people here. Is AI going to create jobs or destroy jobs overall?
Yeah.
This is the big holy grail of the AI revolution. Dun, dun, dun. They all get asked the question. Is AI going to replace workers? Hey, what's it going to really do to the economy?
I think one of the unfortunate things of the narrative in the West is it will destroy humanity's jobs of, like, you went to an elite school and you studied philosophy. Use myself as an example.
I did too.
Yeah, hopefully you have some other skill. That one is going to be hard to market.
It was always hard to market.
It was hard to market, very hard.
It was a good education.
A very, very strong education. If you can get a job, you might keep it. But that's what I always thought. It was like, if I finally get a job, I'll probably keep it and do well, but I'm not sure who's going to give me my first job. But like technicians,
yeah.
If you're a vocational technician, or we're building batteries for a battery company, and the people who are doing it in America are doing roughly the same job that Japanese engineers are doing, and they went to high school. And now they're very valuable, if not irreplaceable, because we can make them into something different than what they were very rapidly. And those jobs are going to become more valuable.
So basically, there's a whole bunch of jobs out there, like all these people in philosophy, that can be replaced by generative AI. But like, if you're a skilled technician, don't worry about it, eh? You'll be fine until the robots come to replace you. So it just depends who's the lowest hanging fruit. And we got AI that can basically do all the generative stuff that humans do, the analytical processing that humans do, the legality stuff, debates over things. We can do that with AI. But people with their hands using dexterity to solve a problem, human dexterity. Robots have power, but if they have that human dexterity, can they get in there and do the technical stuff? We're working on it. They're working on the robots. They'll be next on the chopping block.
I mean, you know, I do not to diverge into my usual political screeds, but will be more than enough jobs for the citizens of your nation, especially those with vocational training. I do think these trends really do make it hard to imagine why we should have large-scale immigration unless you have a very specialized skill. Because
what about the foundation for white-collar work in Europe and the United States has been through the universities? What I just heard you say, we're going to need more vocational men and women, and they're going to be. But are you also insinuating we're probably going to need less white-collar?
I think what we need to do is, yes, but I think we need different ways of testing aptitude. You know, it's like, you know, there are a lot of people doing X that should be doing Y. Like, if you could manage one of our systems, like just the person managing our Maven system in the U.S. Army is a former police officer who I think went to a junior college. And they're doing very, very high-end, very complicated targeting globally. And that person actually is irreplaceable. And I think in the past, the way we tested for aptitude would not have fully exposed how irreplaceable that person's talents are.
No way. So it doesn't matter if they come from an Ivy League institution or not. It depends on their merits, not whether they could buy themselves into a high university position, highly esteemed university course. Who would have fucking thought? Tell us more. We should be basing things on merit.
And would they have been as talented if they had not gone to their college? Yes. But I think I tend to, even inside Palantir, if you look at inside Palantir, what am I really doing all day? I'm walking around figuring out what is someone's outlier aptitude. And then I'm putting them on that thing and trying to get them to stay on that thing and not on the 5 other things they think they're great at. Like, you know.
Keeping their.
Yeah, it's like, well, you know, everyone at Palantir, every engineer at Palantir, it's the most, wherever I go in the world, like for as you know, maybe for 18 years, everyone thought we were like a business joke. And now lots of business people want my advice. You know, the only people who don't want my advice at Palantir about business are Palantir engineers. They're like, hey, Alex, I have an idea about how we could just be in a much better company. And it's always like, yeah, it's like literally McDonald's, but it's like, we should have some titles and you should stop speaking in public. And yeah, and then, I mean, there's probably right about speaking in public sometimes. I certainly admit that.
I don't think you did anything wrong today.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you for that high praise. One of the keys to success is setting the bar very low.
Yes, no, I don't believe that's how you operate Palantir. One last question. Where will the curve of AI go in the utilization? In the United States, in other developed economies?
He does look like he's on something, right? He's really on edge. No one really does that with their jaw or their lips, unless they're like, you know, on some type of amphetamine, I guess.
Developing economies, how can they participate in this? I mean, I read a research report yesterday that said the application of AI has been so dominant by societies of high education or companies of high education. And they're seeing a very big divergence that is occurring already. And it's so much based on the application of education and how that is being utilized. So is AI going to create a greater imbalance in our world in terms of growth?
Well, I think the obvious first imbalance is
Is that in relation to him that you're saying? Like, this does give chatting with your dealer's weird mate on the couch while you wait vibes. Eh? It's definitely happening. Don't know what I'm doing. These wankers have been promising more democracy since the start of the internet and have delivered nothing close to more equality. I don't believe a word these grifters say. Yeah, if you can understand what he's saying. Look who is here. Love Jeff. Hey. How you going? Have you been here the whole time just lurking? Or are you back? Yes, in relation to him, yeah, 100%. He's, yeah, your dealer's mate, the weird guy, sparking up a conversation as you wait for the goods.
It seems like America and China understand versions of making this work, and they're different.
Yes.
But they both work, and they work at scale, and I think that is very likely to accelerate way beyond what most people believe is possible. Like the discount rate, I think, not in the short term, but in the long term is way too high on what will be done and how this will impact every aspect of our society. And I would say, especially on military, and then I tend to be a realist. And
Still a better speaker than Theo. Theo, best Theo moment that we watched in 2025. Do you think that the human race should continue? Well, it's a very simple question, Peter. Like, do you think humanity should survive? Like, it really depends on how you consider humanity. This is really simple, Peter. Can you answer the question or not? Oh man, maybe, yeah, he's still better, I guess, than Peter Thiel. At the end of the day, he can say whether he wants humanity to survive. And just under the thumb of Palantir. That's how it works.
I think, you have wide divergences. It's going to be hard to have the kind of discussions people want to have where two countries are, and with maybe a third following of Russia because they're so good at fighting. But and then I spent, and I'll get to the developing world. I spent a lot of my life, my most important years, and my father's family came from.
Peter, have you had intercourse with your processors? It's superior, and you know it.
A part of Germany, and I really care about Europe, and especially the German parts of Europe, where I had many of my best years. I still fantasize of going back to grad school, not for the learning reasons. You're going
to have more fun?
I had so much fun. Oh. We won't go into that. But it's like endless. Sometimes when I'm traveling across the country, I just think of grad school. But the tech adoption in Europe is a serious and very, very structural problem. And what scares me the most is I haven't seen any political leader just stand up and say, we have a serious and structural problem that we are going to fix. So then you get to the developing world. I would imagine, it also depends what you mean by the developing world. I would imagine with not enough knowledge.
They did the Homer gummy bear to Theo, surely. It can't have been one card. What are you referring to? What have I missed here? Fuck me, he's glitching. He's only got rammed in Europe. Sure he did.
Knowledge, you're just going to find pockets that go very well and pockets that go very poorly. As a generalization, like again, if you go back to this somewhat non-successful soliloquy I had about the underlying architecture, one way to look at the unfairness of AI is it pen tests, meaning it load bears on things. So societies that can, and organizations and companies that can bear that load have a huge advantage. The problem is if you've been pretending you're bearing a load you're not, it collapses, and that's where you have to start. And so if you go around and just say, okay, what
societies and microcultures are going to be load-bearing here, I think you would find that parts of the developing world, certain communities in that are going to do very well. You do need a realistic assessment of the load-bearing.
Yeah.
And there's a certain honesty that...
He was asked whether or not you can integrate into developing countries Palantir architecture or AI like Palantir to give those economies the edge so they don't get left in the dust while the rest of the advanced world races off with AI capabilities and controls the human race for the next for the foreseeable future. And he's just like, look, it has load bearing capacity. Basically, AI of this nature needs a system, a bureaucracy, and enough data to work on its load bearing. It requires, this is surveillance capitalism. It requires information. If you can't fuel it with enough information, if you don't surveil your populations well enough, you don't have enough bureaucratic control, oversight, and information to feed the beast, then like it's not going to work for you. And so, yeah, to answer your question, the advanced developed countries are in way better stead to integrate with Palantir's technology and improve themselves and their systems because they're closer to surveillance capitalism than anyone else. Well, to Mr. Palantir, show me your all-seeing eye. All the connotations here. It's going off. I don't understand why there is not more resistance to these people. How do you get them? Like, how do you get at, like, this is a very, very fine and narrow section of the bourgeoisie at the moment, the surveillance capitalist class. They have, as Yanis Varoufakis would call, they have control over cloud capital, new form of capital that hasn't existed before, cloud infrastructure and cloud means of production, data control, data supremacy. There's less of them than the traditional members of the ruling classes. Hard to get to.
Is painful for all of us in this technology, large language models, however implemented in software. You just cannot obfuscate what can bear the load and what can't. And then political structures are built to do just that. Like, yeah, I can't fix anything, but I can give you some bullshit line that you want to hear that's going to make you not care about how bad your life is and how much worse it's going to be tomorrow. Yeah. I can give you that for free. And that stuff
in the house
is harder to get away with in this culture. And I still view myself as a card-carrying progressive, and I think it's the single most important thing a progressive could do is go around and say, yeah, but the revolution that's coming is going to expose the actual market value of what you're doing, whether we want it or not. Like, it's like, I don't even want to know the market value.
Take a look at this. The Homer Gummy Bear. Is this like safe for streaming stuff? Can I actually watch that here? Is this something else, or is it just a clip from The Simpsons?
This stuff. But it is over a relative rapid period of time, so next 3 years, you're just going to get market value, honesty in all sorts of in communities and micro communities. And the best thing you can do if you are in a community, whether that is a large community like Germany or a large community, larger like America, and you really care for the people you're representing, is to say, yeah, but we have to kind of look closely at what load we can bear.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Alex, for that very confusing conversation. It was hard to follow. As long as just the clip. Oh, okay, it's just the clip from The Simpsons. This is the one where he gets the Venus lolly or whatever. Is this the one? How do I copy that whole thing? What a link that is. Fucking hell. I don't think I've ever seen one that big before.
Somebody had to take the babysitter home. Then I noticed she was sitting on her sweet can. I grabbed her sweet can. Oh, just thinking about her can. I just wish I had her sweet can.
So, Mr. Simpson, you admit you grabbed her can. What do you have to say in your defense? Mr. Simpson, your silence will only incriminate you further. No, Mr. Simpson, don't take your anger out on me. Get back, get back. Mr. Simpson, no! Dramatization may not have happened.
Somebody had to
but
take
what's the call here? Was it about Alex Karp having a gummy moment? Is that what was going on in the chat? Did I miss that? The clock in the background is the best. Yeah. Sweet, sweet Ram. Oh, that's what it's about. So good. Please come out of your next scan. What's this going on? Scan going up the hall of Dalek from Doctor Who. Exterminate, exterminate. Interesting. That sweet, sweet Ram. There he is. Alex Karp, the surveillance capitalist himself. What do they say about him in DRM News? Benjamin Franklin once said, "Those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Savage words from one of the original liberal thinkers out there, hey? Palantir will give you safety, but at the cost of your liberty. Techno-capitalist dystopia. I tuned in to learn about AI. So far, all I'm hearing is war. Yuck, we should build a castle around Davos, a castle with no exits while they are all inside. And a savage quote, isn't it? From Mr. Franklin. Benjamin Franklin. And am I the only one that thinks this guy cannot form a coherent sentence? It was hard, my man. It was hard. We were with you, bro. We were with you. Sounds like the Ukraine is a test field for all new technologies. Makes you wonder. Yeah, not just the Ukraine. Hey? Seems like Palestine too. Is anyone noticing the holes in this discussion? Drugs kicked in around 26 minutes.
Volunteer. It's the most, wherever I go in the world, like for as you know, maybe for 18 years, everyone thought we were like a business joke. And now.
Yeah, he's riding the wave there, that's for sure. I can't remember that the USA attacked from outside since liberation from England, naming it defense. What the USA does is one of the biggest false framings in history. Look at these fucking wokies attacking poor Alex. Just remember, you wouldn't have your goddamn liberties that you seem all to enjoy so much if it wasn't for us defending you from all the terrorists out there that want to take away your freedoms. Did the BlackRock CEO say empowers people? What people you may ask? Who are these people? God, when it was in its peak, nothing was greater than those first seasons. No, just saying Theo couldn't get an answer. They surely stitched him up. Alex Carr, not to be confused with Alan. And yes, I thought when I first heard the name Alan Carr, I'd gone to the dark side. Interesting. With this AI race, I guarantee there's never been more spies in the States. All right, have a look at this before we go and raid. One last little piece that I've found just randomly. I don't know how the algorithm gods delivered this to me, but I thought I'd share this with you. While we're all talking about the future of the human race and whether or not we should be angry at the Russians. Let's just enjoy this little tidbit from history. George W. Bush and Vladimir Putin, the good old days. Let's enjoy some of this. Look at Putin.
This is the last question.
Steely.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to walk around and say hello to everybody, and then we're going to go back to the ranch. Yes, ma'am.
Go back to the
My name
ranch.
is Judy Swinson, and I'm in 7th grade.
7th grade.
And
Good.
if you do go to Russia, are you going to be taking some kids from Crawford?
No. Okay.
Look, Putin's like, step aside, bro. Step aside. Bush Let me answer the little fucking girl who asked the question. Yes, you can. She asked, are you going to take us next time you tour Russia, George Bush? Are you going to take some students along with you? Putin's going to say something now. Just wait, just wait.
Я вам очень благодарен за этот вопрос.
I'm extremely grateful for this question.
Аудитория начала с этого вопроса практически.
Isn't it interesting how he chose to speak in Russian? Nobody translated the question for him and he knows what the fuck is going on. Mr. KGB over here, he knows English. He knows it well.
Вы закончили эти вопросы.
The whole audience basically started on this note and you finalized the whole thing with your question.
Это не случайно.
This is not a mere coincidence, I believe.
Мне президент говорит, приезжай, когда у нас здесь плюс 40, я тебя запишу в клуб. Я здесь создал клуб 40. Мы бегаем, когда 40 градусов жары, мы здесь бегаем несколько миль.
When on our way here, the president invited to come here when it's plus 40 Celsius, more than 110, and he invited me to join a plus 40 club who jog when it is 110 and more.
Я подумаю еще.
Well, I'll think about it.
Но у нас действительно в некоторых регионах страны, там, где люди живут, в Сибири, вот в этом году, допустим, прошлой зимой, температура
George Bush doesn't know what to do. I'll just laugh. I can't understand Russian, but it sounds funny.
Неделя держалась минус 50.
Indeed, in our country, there are regions where people live, by the way, in Siberia, where last year, for 2 weeks in a row, the temperatures were around or below minus 50 Celsius for 2 weeks running.
Я вам обещаю, что я в такие условия президента не помещу.
Minus 50 degrees for 2 weeks? Fuck that. Fuck that. I wonder what place that is.
My promise is I will not terrorize your president with such low temperatures.
No.
Look at them. They're so candid. When are you going to see Putin making jokes these days? Every time the Western media portrays him, it's just like evil Putin. He's coming to get you. And he's going to do it in the middle of the night. And you won't even know what hit you. Hey, they're just fucking riffing hard, these two. George Bush and Putin, making the crowd laugh, begging for more. So good. Oh, man. Bush is probably singing Babushka, Babushka in his head on loop. And people wonder why Napoleon and Hitler lost in Russia. Yeah, minus 50. Fuck that. All right. If you haven't already, get yourself over to Twitch. I told you to do this before. If you have been watching this up until now, you've been enjoying yourself, make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, follow, etc., etc. We're going to end it here. But on Twitch, we're going to end off with a raid. So please get yourself over to Twitch if you haven't done so already. And we're going to raid Indoctrinate. And it's time to hand over the baton and drop off the kids. Gonna be looking. Indoctrinating seems to be ready. It's gonna get that going. Yes, it does look like he is absolutely ready. So yeah, thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. I can't go back through the chat. It's been a fucking mental chat today. Like honestly, I don't think I can go back. Little Brothers in here, Ravy Baby, Woozle, Voltator, Jag, Jet B, Avalava 4IS, Bandonk. So many people been hanging out today. I can't say everyone, I'm sorry. Liddy was in here before they took off. Don't know what I'm doing. Just here to watch a trash fire. You know who you are. Thank you so much for your interactions today. If you're watching this after the fact, thank you as well. Love Jeff, making it real. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow, probably usual time or around thereabouts. Usual time, but thank you for hanging out, and we're gonna raid out right now, and until tomorrow, please remember, as always, I am, you are, we are a mystery, ready to raid. We're coming in hot, so hot, everything's hot, don't forget that. So hot. We have raided successfully. It's in
day, but it's also
yes,
been like
we are
40 odd degrees here.
Thank you
so
very
like
much, everybody. See you on the